in a way is no different than American reactionaries. The Turkish reactionaries are very similar, where, it's like Americans, they're like, oh dude, you think this violence did not occur in a vacuum? You are giving us context to how this kind of violent action from the Palestinian front happened. You must be a Hamas supporter. You must love Hamas. Oh, have you talked about how radicalizing existing in an endless array of violence is? Well, you must be a Taliban supporter. It's the same shit. It's always the same. It's always the same shit, dude. It's crazy. Anyway. Yeah, I saw the Atlantic Council guy who wrote about the Chinese surveillance of Uyghurs. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Fucking nutty shit is going on the timeline. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, right? Like what is going on in my life, what's happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. And not much. Is Hamas the same as IRA? No, of course not. Hamas is not like the ANC. Hamas is not like the IRA. Hamas is Hamas. They are Islamist fundamentalists, okay? As far as their goals goes, it need not matter. It need not matter what their overarching goals are, because they have nothing. They have no one on their side. They have nothing. The real issue is not to say Hamas bad, Hasan, you say Hamas bad. The real issue is to analyze how Hamas thrives, okay? Yes, their only parallels are fighting an oppressive colonial state. Ya orospu çocuğu, siyasal İslamcı bir babadan aldığın kültürel altyapıyla konuşuyorsun. 1 gram tarih bilgin yok. Tabii canım. Babamla benim zaten hep aynı düşüncelerimiz. İyi söyledin. 1 gram tarih bilgin yok. Burada aptal Amerikalılara kendini satmaya çalışıyorsun. Anyway. You really just said the name of your podcast co-host would lead to an automatic timeout in the chat? Did we do that? Yeah, we've had that for a very long time. I don't know if you know that or not, but yeah, bro. I love Ethan, but Ethan can't fucking sneeze on his podcast. If you're talking about Ethan, Ethan can't sneeze on his podcast without like foot soldiers coming in here and fucking spamming a wall in here, and especially when we're talking about like serious stuff. You can watch me and him on The Leftovers. If you would like to know what our wait, I made it to r/public freakouts. Both countries are Twitter fingers. Yeah, I know. We're gonna talk about Iran today. We're gonna talk about Iran today. You never make Cutie Cinderella because she's too powerful and you're afraid of her, aren't you? Yes. Did you get some rest and watch fun stuff after stream, hang out with Kaya? I hung out with Kaya, but I did not actually. I watched Reptile. I watched Reptile last night. It was all right. It wasn't that. It was fun. Like the twist at the end was fun. Whatever. Because my family is so sick and tired of me forcing like my agenda down their throats, that they said enough. Enough is enough. Because I've been watching Pacific, I've been watching Band of Brothers, I've been watching, and now I wanted to watch Generation Kill. I've been watching Generation Kill now, and they were like, don't do that. It's enough. We need to watch something like more fun, like a murder mystery. Generation Kill, by the way, kind of is corny. I will say that much. It's kind of corny. As much as I love Skarsgård, I feel like seeing Skarsgård as like an American, especially back then, it's just so like it doesn't work. His accent is so silly. You know what I mean? Hassan Biden is saying the Hamas is fighting Israel just because they are Jewish people. What is this guy saying, dude? Of course he's saying that. Do you like Gen V? I haven't seen that yet. But I heard it might be good because my based god Hideo Kojima said it was actually good. So, but yeah, Generation Kill is like so corny. They say stuff like shiznit. They're so over the top racist that like, as much as I don't have an issue, as much as I don't really have an issue with like watching that sort of stuff, it even made me go, Jesus Christ, dude. They're like I get it. It's like, it's the time and place, right? It's supposed to contextualize like the attitude that the Marines had in the, you know, when they were invading Iraq. But it's like, I get it. I know that that's what Marines are like. But it's like, man, I really get the crayon eater memes more after watching the first episode of Generation Kill. You have an issue with shiznit? Yes, bro, I do. I do have an issue with the word shiznit. It's just like so corny. I feel like if the language was like if the language was like changed a little bit, it literally would have made it would have actually made it more timeless. Jarhead is like timeless. You know what I mean? Jarhead is not as corny. Bilmiyorum anne. Bence şu anda şımarıyor. Bir çıkarır mısın? Bence şımarıyor. Ama bir çıkar. Ondan sonra bir geri getir. Eğer bağırırsa kapatırım kapıları. Belki şu anda çıkması lazım, bilmiyorum. As a vet, the way they talk is tame compared to IRL. No, I know, it was more corny. I don't even have an issue with like it's not necessarily the racism itself, because like if it's obviously historically relevant, or not even historically relevant, but like that's just how these people talked, and it's a real document that is like turned into a movie. It's one thing. It was just like really corny. That was my problem. Anyway, what is this?
For Ludwig! I don't even know if it's possible. That's the thing about I've never attempted this before. Oh my god. Oh shit.
Oh, he's gonna pull something.
Oh, I'm sore.
This isn't gonna happen, is it?
Oh, I don't know if it will.
Why can't you use your knee?
My knee? I think it's weaker there. My max power comes as close to my gooch as possible.
Now that he's warmed up, Ludwig will show you how to crush a melon with his thighs.
Ludwig's issue here is that he tried to crush a melon instead of a watermelon. The smaller it is, the harder it is to crush. That's so funny that he thought, yeah, brother, that is a much denser and much harder to crush thing. Both because it's a different type of fruit, and also because it's much smaller. Okay? I don't understand how people don't realize that. They literally think, people unironically think, oh, smaller melon means easier to blow up. No, the bigger it is, the easier it is that you can fucking blow it up. That's why people don't understand it, I think. Be careful with this clip. He shows cock in a few seconds. What? Really?
Pop a ball!
Not the correct ball.
Okay, hold up.
Oh. Here he goes, showing true power. It splits in two with ease.
Kaya!
You want to get some of that?
Quiet!
Give it up a chat.
Oh my God, you're being ridiculous. Mom really made you so fucking... Mom spoiled the shit out of you. Oh my God. Ina, can you take her out, please? Well, she's just going crazy. Do you eat the crust off the pizza? Yeppers. Who doesn't eat the crust off of their pizza? Crazy people. All right. Anyway, we're gonna dive in head first into everything that's going on. I worked out this morning. I'm still not under 245 pounds, which is frustrating. But what are you gonna do? But you know, had a good workout. I am switching over potentially from low bar back squatting to high bar back squatting, which is like what usually most people do. High bar back squatting is when it's closer to your neck and it's like, you know, above your shoulders. Low bar back squatting is behind your rear delt. Low bar back squatting does not allow you to go as low as high bar back squatting does. And I have been a low bar guy because that's just like powerlifting. Low bar is powerlifting. You use your lower back more, and you are able to put up more weight in that situation. But given that my knees have been like a little wonky, I've decided. Yeah, but now you can 10K steps a day? Absolutely not. Your 145-pound weight will even out when you change up your routine, including subbing at the top of the hour and low bar squatting to avoid hurting yourself. That's really good that you said that, but we're only 30 minutes in and I haven't even blasted off yet, so I'm not going to run a 3-minute ad break here. Remember when you broke your rib? How's that going? Nah, it's gone. It's done. We've done it. Free Palestine Now says, hey, sorry to spam, but I'm the guy Nick mentioned on the Fear M pod, and just want to say I appreciate your continued coverage on Palestine very much. Oh, thanks, man. I mean, I hope your family's safe. I hope you're doing all right. And yeah, one day Palestine will be free. I googled some quick tips for losing that weight: exercise, stop smoking, drinking alcohol. Okay, stop. You tell me you got the knees of an active duty military member. I mean, I do have a really terrible knees, because imagine carrying a rucksack every day for your life, for your whole ass life. But yeah, my tip for using weight is losing crack. Nice. That's probably a pretty solid way to do it. Okay, but yeah, low bar back squatting, mention that. All right, we'll dive right into it. You know, there's updates, there's a lot going on. I don't know if Tamasi is sent in a playlist or not, but Israel isn't an apartheid state, apparently. Yeah, not according to every single person that is knowledgeable on the matter, including former Israeli officials. So no, that I do not agree with. It is an apartheid state. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, Andrew Tate and Ben Shapiro are fighting. Ben Shapiro's just been going absolutely insane on the timeline and just being like, every Palestinian needs to die, pretty much. And everyone is like, thank you, sir, for your brave commentary on the matter. That's pretty cool. Definitely nothing bad happening there. You know. So Israel continues bombing Gaza. Takes back southern towns. Biden makes insane statements. Iran denies involvement. Misinfo spreading everywhere. Get in now. For people saying like the beheaded babies thing, once again, you have to wait and see, okay? Like in a lot of circumstances, I mean, this happened with Ukraine. Like this happened when Russia invaded Ukraine. One side was obviously one side had an interest in beefing up their numbers and saying that their enemies are dying. The other side wanted to say the exact same thing. It's always going to happen. This is not our first foray into global conflict coverage in real time. Okay? And I think that there was a point in time when outlets would do a better job of correcting things or just like waiting. You know? Like here you go. Like this is the perfect example. Like LA Times has retracted the allegations of rape and concluded that such reports have not been substantiated. Like this is what I mean. Like what the fuck is happening? Like I get it. Everyone is like horny to say things are out of control, which they are, and there's so much violence already. So I don't know why a lot of the media can't just stick to, 250 concert goers were massacred on camera. That in and of itself is already incredibly brutal. Okay. That's horrifying. Why do you have to move away from that and be like, and there's also mass rape gangs going around, especially without substantiating it. You know what I mean? Because listen to me. Listen, is it likely? Is it possible? Certainly. It is. It is absolutely fucking possible. Okay? These sorts of things do happen. But I do not understand how our supposedly objective media, which we know is never objective anyway, can't stick to the actual facts of the matter and have to like beef up the narrative. It's already fucked up. It's already bad. Yeah, things are gonna get crazier. Things are gonna get real fucking crazy. Israeli army tells Anadolu that they have no information confirming allegations that Hamas beheaded babies. It's weird because the other Israeli spokesperson, the other IDF spokesperson, is where the beheaded babies narrative came from. I don't know why I do not understand why people are not fucking dialing back and waiting. Okay? I do not know why people don't realize that in a situation like this, there is always going to be, especially on Twitter, like we know what Twitter is like, man. We know what Twitter is like. People just fucking lie on there all the time. They lie for fucking clout. They lie for any number of different reasons. They lie for free. So why the fuck are people just like immediately going, well, there it is. I mean, this corresponds to my personal biases, so it's definitely happening. I saw a French reporter confirming they had seen the images and the videos, but not sure if it was legit. No, there was a deeper investigation into it. It can be real. I'm not even saying that it's not. Okay, I'm not saying that it's not real. Like, guys, some of the Palestinian forces that entered into Israel literally fucking killed like 40 Bedouin. Okay, they killed Arabs living inside of the Israeli borders too. Okay. It's so odd that people just like immediately go off of this. Wait, hold on 1 second. I gotta talk to my moderators real quick. Yo, check mod chat, guys. Anyway. You know exactly why the point is to purposely spread propaganda as much as possible. The thing is, like, the thing that is frustrating about it is that, like, even if the Palestinian forces entered Israel and only killed the IDF, okay, and it was the most like targeted, it was the most targeted strike force of all time, and they only killed IDF. You think Israel would? You think the world would not think that that's brutal? Of course they would. Okay, of course. And beyond that, they also killed civilians too. So obviously, it's like that kind of bloodshed is already enough. So I do not understand why the fuck people go, oh, look at this. This is like, look at how bloodthirsty these monsters are. Like, first of all, yes, there are people who are bloodthirsty because they're out for vengeance. Okay, for sure. But if you do not examine the root cause of that bloodthirst and you just kind of let it dangle out there as though it's happening due to some other spiritual reason, I don't know what to tell you. Here's Sam Sachs, even in American media, and I don't know what's happening with the beheaded babies thing that's going on, but it doesn't even matter because if you immediately say the beheaded babies narrative is false, okay, right off the jump. If you say it's false, it doesn't matter. People are going to say, you're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking piece of shit. I would not say that because I don't know. I'm saying I do not know. Okay? I do not know. And it's really frustrating because even like the mass gang rape narrative that was like incredibly pervasive on Reddit and on Twitter is now receiving retractions from actual, aren't you spreading misinfo too to some? Explain what I am spreading misinformation on, because I have a very tempered and very reasonable approach, I think, to the circumstances. I've been doing breaking news coverage. Usually I avoid it, but whenever war breaks out, it's impossible to. So I've been doing that for some time now. So explain to me how I am spreading misinformation without saying, aren't you doing that as well? Yeah, we are officially at the heart of the post 9/11 hysteria. Huh. Öyle mi? O ne? Oh, thank you for that one. Okay. All right. Maybe we need to close the kapıları kapatalım o zaman. He's not going to respond. Motherfuckers are in here for years and still don't understand how you preach media literacy. Yes. The irony is that every single piece of information that I have sourced for you, as far as like the interior security, as far as the conflict from the perspective of like Israelis on the ground, every single one of those comes from Israeli organizations and Israeli media. Okay, Haaretz is supposed to be the New York Times of Israel. Okay. Like, yeah, it's definitely more liberal. It's definitely more leftist in certain instances. But like, this analysis isn't fucking coming out of my own perspective. These are still Zionist institutions and Zionist outlets that are personally saying that the Israeli security has been compromised due to the actions of hyper-reactionary far-right sickos. But anyway, the reason why I mentioned that is because like, this retraction doesn't mean much ultimately. because the retraction comes later and people don't know, and people don't even hear about the retraction, but the narrative goes crazy on both Twitter and on Reddit, and sometimes even leads to official outlets and official articles from Western press just repeating these talking points when the situation already is brutal enough as it is. It's a moment to just take a breath and try to comprehend what is going on. It's a moment to just like take a deep breath and go, wait a minute, we have to be more tempered in this circumstance. Now, this is one aspect of it, and the situation is much more dire. It will continue going. It will, continue to escalate as the violence on the ground escalates. Media Matters guy claims the beheaded baby's claim has been confirmed. He cites a French reporter who claims she cross-referenced images. Where are the images? Spoke with unnamed courageous reporters. Who are they? And heard from the IDF and Israeli intel. Slam dunk. So, French journalist confirms Hamas terrorists beheaded babies after Kfar Aza. Sources includes courageous journalists from the foreign press who were able to agree with their own eyes on the bodies. That's what she said. Infants and children under 2 years old were beheaded by Hamas in the kibbutz of Kfar Aza. It's a horror, a massacre. For those asking for the source, there are multiple. Israeli army, internal intelligence agency. Could be real. Okay? Could be real. It absolutely could be real. Or it could be a not well-sourced piece of information that immediately fucking travels through the internet. Okay? People were linking pictures on the Reddit live thread. I've never seen clip chimping in the flesh before. What is it? Oh, did they clip chimp me? It's already been removed, chatter. I don't know. Do you have any reliable sources that you know of that update on Palestine and Israel? Yes. We look at them all day. We look at them all day, every day. You have to look at every fucking source of information. I rely on the IDF. I rely on Telegram channels that are Palestinian. I rely on information that is sourced from every aspect of the conflict to make a better assessment. I look at Israeli outlets. I look at Israeli media. Could be a mixture of the truth as well, like 40 babies killed, a few were beheaded, turns into 40 beheadings, etc. for a more dramatic title. Yeah, I know. There it is. The reporter who broke the 40 beheaded baby story admits her sources Israeli soldiers who believe it happened. They're not even claiming to be sure. She said, soldiers told me they believe 40 babies/children were killed. The exact death toll is still unknown. The military continues. And we hyper focus on like the information. We hyper focus on things that are catchy, even if it's not entirely even if it's not entirely true, but it doesn't matter because there's so much bloodshed across the board. Does that make sense? In France, the Ministry of Interior listed different kinds of anti-Semitic attacks and put some actions in support of Palestine in it. Yeah. Anyway, Israel is dropping phosphorus bombs on Gaza again. Isn't that against international law? See, like that is a pro-Palestinian piece of information that I'm not entirely certain is real. Like, that I've seen. I didn't cover it on here deliberately because I don't know. Because I don't know if it's confirmed or not. I've only seen photos of, and it's always like the same fucking videos or photos that recirculate all the time. You say there's videos, but it's at night. You have no idea if it's actually white phosphorus. Like, these are things that you have to wait from, B'Tselem and other organizations to confirm on. These are unverified reports that you're seeing on Twitter, and it corresponds to your biases. You're like, Israel's brutal. Of course they would use white phosphorus. Okay? Meanwhile, dude, why the fuck should they use white phosphorus? They already are bombing in the most brutal bombing campaign in Gaza. Okay? It's unconfirmed. This is precisely what I mean. Stop jumping to conclusions on unconfirmed reports. It could be true. There is a likelihood that it could be true. Same with this situation. Same with the, not mass gangs of rape, but same with like rape happening in general during the original Palestinian action. Okay? It could be, but you have to understand, like, you have to wait. You have to wait, and you have to clarify. You have to make sure that these reports are verified, okay? But yes, that is exactly the same in the sense that is exactly the same attitude in the sense that, like, it's no different than being like 40 babies were beheaded immediately, and like even if it's unsubstantiated, people just like writing it off as like, oh, this is definitely truthful, this is definitely what happened, without actually confirming it or verifying it. And it's the same exact thing where it's like there's already enough brutality where you can write the situation and make this assessment. You can write the situation and make that assessment without like going along with it. Oh, here it is. This is like, she's not even saying she saw it now. She's saying soldiers told me they believe 40 babies and children were killed, and the exact death toll is still unknown. And the thing is, like, that's already fucking brutal. That's already brutal. You don't have to go to the next level. It's already brutal that, like, yeah, do I think that children were killed? Yes, I do. I've seen it. I saw it happen. Okay? Yes. It doesn't fucking make sense. It doesn't make sense unless your goal is to just basically say, these guys are fucking ruthless barbarians. Let's not examine where this came from. Let's not look at the violent actions and how they fester, or what it's just a vacuum. October 7th is the first day that Palestinians fought for no reason in an unprovoked attack. And that's not the case. That's not the truth. You are not being truthful. And if you're not being truthful and you don't want to examine the history of it, and you want to just fucking screech about blood and soil, okay, and you talk about like how it's time for a genocide on the Palestinian population, then you are, well, you're not a good person. You're a bad person. I will say that. Okay, that's number one. And number two, without a full-blown genocide, you are only going to continue the violence because there's going to be violent retaliation, no matter what. Do you really want that? Do you really want that? Do you think that this is the best possible way to go about the situation? Anyway. So, let's continue. Let's start off with what Brandon said, because he had some takes. He delivered a remark on the Israel-Hamas conflict.
I mean this literally, when the pure, unadulterated evil is unleashed on this world. The people of Israel lived through one such moment this weekend. The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas, a group whose stated purpose for being is to kill Jews. This was an act of sheer evil.
Yeah, dude, they're doing like, oh my God. Oh, okay. First of all, like, Hamas isn't operating like the fucking Oath Keepers or some shit, okay? Or the American neo-Nazi movement. Palestinians in general are not operating because they just hate Jews. That's why they're doing it. Are there people in Palestine that do hate Jews? Absolutely, okay? But if you identify and then reduce the problem to like, oh, they just hate Jews and that's why they're doing it, and not like the fucking occupation, then you've lost the plot. Bro wants the viewer to believe him but doesn't believe the president. What? Are you new here? You what? Why the fuck would I believe Joe Brandon?
More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. Parents butchered using their bodies to try to protect their children. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded.
Yo, my boy is doing like, dude, you're the president, dog. You're doing, like, this is stuff that you see on Reddit, dude. That's crazy.
Trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. And thousands of wounded, alive but carrying with them the bullet holes and the shrapnel wounds and the memory of what they endured. You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage. Hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute in violation of every code of human morality.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, agree or disagree. I mean, there's a lot of the stuff that he mentioned is real, okay? Most of the stuff that he mentioned is real, that did happen. So I'm not going to hyper-focus on the stuff that is unsubstantiated. However, that is, unless you're trying to karma farm on Reddit, like, there's a specific reason for that, okay? Agree, disagree, doesn't matter. The specific reason was, and this was very deliberately mentioned from the jump, that according to the Palestinian authorities, that because they understand that Israel does not see them as human beings or treat them as human beings, and they will bomb them relentlessly, the goal was to, one, engage in a prisoner swap, and two, to ensure that Gaza was not reduced to rubble because there were Israeli citizens inside of Gaza now. And once the bombing did not stop, they said they were going to start executing the prisoners unless the bombing stopped. They didn't just say, "Oh yeah, we took hostages, so we're just gonna kill them." It also still corresponds to these people are engaging in this behavior specifically because they're like violent and crazy and don't have like any other they don't have any other real like tangible goals at all. It's just they're barbaric, they're bad, and they're barbaric and bad, and they're doing this specifically because of their barbarism and bad behavior. Are their actions actually gruesome? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? They are. But you're not analyzing the situation at all. And what's more important here is that I feel like the Western media's perspective on the matter is literally different than even some of the Israeli media I have seen. Like, these are human beings. The Gazans are human beings, but also you have Israeli citizens and citizens of other nationalities as well that have been taken hostage. And Israel has basically written it off as like they're dead already. We don't care. That's crazy. 2 days ago, let me see if I can find. Let me see really quickly if I can find the report that I wanted to bring up. 2 days ago, on the night of the first, on October 7, basically, Smotrich in a cabinet meeting said, it's time to be cruel, even if it means killing the Israeli hostages in Gaza. And now it has become the official Israeli policy. 3 days later, they actually are going along with it. What does this imply? This implies that Netanyahu's coalition is not listening to any sane person in the room, and they are simply going along with the most reactionary elements within their government. Okay? That is fucking crazy. That's terrifying. People in Gaza thought maybe they won't snipe children if they walk to the fucking border wall. They were wrong about that. Then the Palestinian coalition or Hamas thought maybe they won't bomb their own citizens. And they were, boy, were they wrong on that too. Like, people basically thought, I mean, I assume they falsely believed that the Israeli government would take extra care and consideration to ensure the protection of their own citizens, which is why I thought that they would at least try to do a ground war and more tactical excursions rather than just indiscriminate bombing. Okay? And it turns out, no, they're going with the final solution. That's crazy. And it's not like they're hiding it. Like, they're openly stating the Israeli army is launching a full-scale offensive on the Gaza Strip. We have abolished all the rules of war. Our soldiers will not be held accountable for anything. There will be no military courts. You know what I mean? They're very actively saying that, no, they're going in there to kill every single person. So the unconditional support that you hear, rather than a more tempered approach and calls for de-escalation, okay, it's gone. No one is trying to be a sane person here. No one is trying to scale it back. Every single person that is involved in this on the Western Front is basically saying, go buck wild, fuck it, kill them all, genocide. We are watching genocidal actions unfold in front of our eyes, okay? Hamas, of course, is not blameless in the matter, but it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to think, like, if you have this opinion and you think civilians dying is horrifying and bad, you cannot, if you can't extend that to the children of Gaza dying because their homes are being reduced to fucking rubble, if you cannot extend it to the other side, it's very obvious how you operate. You do not think that these are people. Now, maybe you got to that point because you're angry, or maybe you got to that point as a combination of being angry and also on top of that you were misinformed your whole life, or maybe deliberately you just didn't see anything. You thought that this was in a fucking vacuum or some shit like that. But this is genuinely psychotic behavior. It's almost as if they were attacked first. Yeah, it would be like that, except that's not the case. Okay? This goes back to 1948. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's almost like they were attacked first. That is so insane. Yeah, the people of Gaza were just like going, oh, we hate these guys. We hate these guys for no fucking reason. Like, what are you talking about? Attacked first. Yeah, when Iran, Egypt, and Palestine invaded Israel. Yeah, exactly. So why did you skip past 1948 for some reason? Why did you skip past Nakba, the actual inception of the Israeli state? Is there a specific reason for that? In 1948, they got conquered, right? I mean, like, what if the Native Americans gather up tomorrow and launch a bow and attack arrow on the Capitol like January 6th? Would that be okay? That's a beautiful comparison that you're making, except the Native American genocide was a successful one. That's the difference. And you weren't there to watch it unfold. Do you understand? You're making a defense. And even then, Native Americans, the ones that remain on U.S. soil, at least have citizenship. Even though their reservations are still underserved, they still are deliberately and systematically left behind by the American government. But you understand that, like, genocide did happen, okay? Genocide did happen, but you weren't there to watch it unfold. We are now living in the nation that was built on top of that. But it does seem like your perspective on the matter would have been, yeah, no, it's good that it happened, actually, and we should do that. We should do Trail of Tears again. Okay? That's the difference here. If Hamas didn't attack Israel, then Gaza would not be getting bombed. Crazy take? Yes, that is a crazy take. Awful spin zone here, to be fair. If Hamas didn't attack Gaza, would not be getting bombed is a crazy take. Because, as I've said time and time again, people love to mention Gaza, love to claim that, like, Gaza is responsible for the bloodshed that children experience. Gaza is the children in Gaza experience not having access to fucking clean water, not having access to electricity because Israel controls all of that, living inside of an open air prison, and that's like justifiable. You believe all of that, but you don't even fucking recognize the other side of the equation. There are plenty of Palestinians living on currently occupied West Bank. Okay? Those guys didn't do anything, neither did the kids in Gaza, okay? But those guys didn't do anything, and their situation is dire as well. So peaceful coexistence has not worked out for them either. And this is not my assessment. This is the assessment of Shin Bet. Even Israel's own internal intelligence agencies recognize that the consistent death and destruction that befalls the Palestinian people is creating a security threat, okay? It is very difficult not to meet this reality, but somehow plenty of people on the West refuse to see that. You say Shin Bet went woke, but that is literally what the Netanyahu administration said when they were warned. I'm Israeli and I wasn't allowed to see the 1948 ethnic cleansing happen as well, though. Why do people want me to die for it? That's a beautiful question, my friend, because I never said you should die for it at all. I simply stated that Palestinians shouldn't die and you shouldn't die either. So I don't know why you're making it seem like that is my perspective. Okay? I never said that. I don't believe you should die. Why the fuck would I? Why? Why would I say that? Everyone in here, everyone that comes in here loves to shadow box with like some made up or basically some real supposedly leftists on the internet that's always like every Israeli deserves death right now. You know what I mean? Chatters are saying who, but many people are saying all the 1948 borders are occupied and colonizers deserve death. But you didn't say that. I agree. These are infinitely more complex matters than one that you can reduce to a black and white situation. Okay? Does this prove Kayan's argument that media is controlled by the Jews, free Palestine? Man, shut the fuck up. It's such a... It is... I have the least amount of patience for motherfuckers who look at a situation where so much death and destruction is happening, and they go, how can I make this about, like, being a Nazi in America and being anti-Semitic? Yeah, man, you really got it. Yeah, no, totally. Totally. Israel controls American media. What are you fucking saying? Like, this is childish, dude. This is childish. America's interests and Israel's interests align perfectly, okay? Israel as a state is British design. The media is controlled by capital owners, okay? Not by Jews. There is no monolithic Jewish understanding of Israel. Even Jews inside of Israel do not agree with all of the actions of the Israeli government, let alone Jews in America. Shut the fuck up. This is so stupid. I see not taking sides and acknowledging Israel's past occupation and violence, but what to do now that Hamas is being chosen as Palestinians to resist? I surely don't want them in power of anything. If Hamas would go away by giving Palestinians land and freedom, that would be ideal, but not the case. Seems like we're stuck with Hamas now. It's important to analyze how we got here, specifically because the only way to starve out Hamas and its influence is by showing that there is a different way possible, that there is actually a nation-state project that would not be brutal occupation. And Israel has chosen not to do that, even though there were plenty of people that said, hey, stop doing that in the West Bank. You are still partitioning the West Bank. You're still killing people in the West Bank. You are ethnically displacing them in the West Bank. And you're showing every Palestinian and everyone in the Arab world and everyone in the Muslim world and everyone around the world that even pays a little bit of fucking attention to the apartheid in Israel that what is going on is you just want them out. You just want to cleanse the lands. This is why in closed-door meetings in 2019, Netanyahu very openly said that we only deal with Hamas because Hamas is the perfect villain to maintain the reality that there will never be a Palestinian state. We want to thwart every effort of building a Palestinian state, and the best possible way to do that is by specifically dealing with Hamas. That's why the people of Palestine, Palestinian people, do not like the Palestinian Authority, because the Palestinian Authority is what happens when you collaborate with Israel. Now, does Israel not recognize that there is an opportunity there if they wanted to legitimately allow Palestinians to coexist? Of course, but they don't want that. They want to say, look how barbaric and look how ruthless and look how violent these Palestinians are. It's a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, you keep bombing them, you keep hurting them, you keep killing them, you keep humiliating them. And on the other hand, on the second prong approach, you show that, yes, if you collaborate with us, we will keep doing that to you. because Gaza is what happens when you don't collaborate with Israel, okay? When you fight back against Israel through violent means, and the West Bank happens when you try to collaborate with Israel, and both of those circumstances are dire for the Palestinian population that is being ethnically displaced. So if that's the case, then of course Palestinians are going to look at that and go, slowly but surely, even if we do not agree with Hamas in general, they are seen as the only people that are able to fight back. Wait, what? The German woman with dreads is on the truck is alive and in the hospital? Wait, what? How do you know that? Where is that coming from? Shani Loke. Wait, what? In a glimmer of hope for the family of missing German Shani Nicole Luke, the 22-year-old is said to be seriously injured in a Hamas hospital. The mother, Ricarda Luke, addresses Bild with a video message. In it, she begs the federal government for help. You have to act quickly and get Shani out of the Gaza Strip. How does she know? The video has been going around the world since the weekend. I don't want to show this part. A motionless victim with dreadlocks and conspicuous tattoos lies seriously injured on a truck behind Hamas terrorists and is presented to a cheering crowd. Build is not serious news. Yeah, Newsweek is not serious either. But apparently, Shani Luke's mother believes that she is alive. Feared she was dead after seeing the video of showing Luke unconscious in a car after being kidnapped by Hamas fighters. In an appeal she shared on social media, she said she was sent a video in which I could clearly see our daughter unconscious in the car with the Palestinians driving them around in the Gaza Strip. While the video doesn't show the woman's face, Luke said the family said they were able to identify her by her dreadlocks and tattoos. On Tuesday, Luke's family announced that they had proof that Luke, who grew up in Israel, was alive. Swiss German language news website Blick reported that her mother said she was in a hospital in Gaza with serious head injuries. We now have more information that Shani is alive, her mother told television channel NTV, adding that she received information from unnamed Palestinian sources. The mother added Luke is seriously injured and asked the German government for help and quick action. I mean, this could be true. It could be a scam. It could be a I don't know. It's again. This has been picked up by Der Spiegel, reputable liberal outlet, and Tagesschau, state-funded media. They say, according to the mother, she's alive. Yeah, but the problem is, the mother saying she is most likely alive is not enough. Is not enough. I mean, it could be true. I believe the mother, like thinking that she's alive. I that part of the story is true, but. Was she duped? I do not know, okay? At least 150 people are estimated to have been kidnapped by Hamas fighters during their surprise attack by land, sea, and air on Israel on Saturday. If you ask the official numbers from Israeli authorities, they said around 10 people were kidnapped. Israeli media, on the other hand, which has been pretty solid on its reporting so far, okay? Whether it be the confirmations that the Egyptian intelligence did tell them about the imminent attack, or whether it be making a tally of all the people that died and everything else that's going on, I think that overall, the Israeli media's tally shows that more than 100 people have been kidnapped. And Palestinians are saying that it's even larger than that. She's not just German, she's a dual citizen Israeli. Yes. What Freda says also resonates. At least think of the families of the victims who's suffering you're fantasizing about. Imagine if you saw 8,000 like posts about how their daughter or son was abused based on completely unverified claims. I mean, ultimately, I don't think people care. I'm not scrolling, don't worry. That's literally false. IDF spokesman said that they're in touch with tens of families about their abducted relatives. The original report from the IDF was only 10 or 12 people were abducted. That number quickly changed, obviously. And Israeli media is at the very least doing a decent job of making an accurate count. You know? I hate the fact that they keep mentioning the targeted citizens. I mean, but it's true. Citizens were also killed in this situation. Okay, they were. Ayn Rand. I love a Turkish guy whose username is Ayn Rand. That's awesome. Anyway, why do you think Israel is showing restraint compared to the reaction to Gaza to the escalation happening around its border with Lebanon? Does Iran's backing of Hezbollah carry that much weight? Yes.
Where
is this from? This is one of the mothers that was captured.
הדבר הראשון שאני אומרת להם, לא, באנגלית. הם מסתכלים, ואז אחד אומר לי באנגלית, אל תדאגי, אני מוסלמי, אנחנו לא נפגע בכם.
She was not captured? What is this? Where is this from?
מצד אחד בהפתעה, מצד שני זה הוריד לי הרבה לחץ. וישבתי עם הילדים שלי, והמחבלים...
Oh, she was held in her home. Okay.
הביאו כיסא מהפינת אוכל. היה מחבל חמוש כל הזמן איתנו בממ"ד, והשאר מסתובבים בבית. אחד מהם רואה על השיש בננות, אומר לי, אפשר לאכול אחת? אתה לא כן, אתה יכול לאכול אחת.
מה הילדים אומרים?
הגדול קצת יותר נלחץ. הקטנה לא ממש הזיז לה, הייתה עסוקה בטאבלט שלה. מה שכן הפחיד אותם קצת זה הנשק. היה איזה קונסיליום שלהם ליד הממ"ד די בהתחלה. דיברו בערבית, ובן שלי שואל אותי, הם עכשיו חושבים איך להתנצל? אמרתי לו שכנראה שלא. הם היו אצלי בערך שעתיים. בסוף השעתיים האלה, אחד מהם סוגר לי את דלת הממ"ד, והם יוצאים. זהו. וזהו.
Channel 12 News in Israel. Yeah. Do you believe this is propaganda or not? Brother, Israeli media has zero need or interest in humanizing Palestinian resistance fighters. They have zero interest in humanizing especially Hamas. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If they are covering this is what happened. Like, what do you mean? This is why I'm saying it's a very weird situation. It's a very weird situation we've gotten to where, like, I'm relying on both Zionist and anti-Zionist Israeli organizations and Israeli media to get a better assessment of what's going on than looking at Western media, which is literally doing blood and soil propaganda. That's the problem. It's shocking to see how the situation has unfolded where, like, literally, like, actual Zionist media outlets in Israel are reporting on what's going on in a much more accurate fashion than Western media that is like literally jumping at anything that they can. When the situation already is violent, it's already brutal. Western media is barely covering it. It's all editorial by the fucking Haas. Yeah, oh my God, bro. Holy shit, dude. The Turks are fucking insane. Literally, we've banned so many Turkish people today. Every single person, every single Turk that's come into the chat is behaving like the right-wing Indian nationalists. It's so insane. They got super mad that I said that the Western world does not see you as anything different than the Arabs that you supposedly think you're better than. And oh my God, bro, they are that tugged on a heartstring there, okay? Every single person has been like, I'm going to fuck your mother to death. Like, every single Arab that dies is beautiful. They're so mad. They're so fucking mad. Oryantalist bir bakış açısı geliştirmişim. Peki. Anyway, Posse92, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You know you can't strike that nerve. What's next? You're going to tell Dominicans of the West thinks they're black? I mean, I'm not touching any of that with a 10-foot pole, okay? I thought they supported Palestinians. Of course, there are plenty of Turks that support Palestinians. What are you talking about? For a multitude of different reasons, ranging from a genuine interest in emancipation for Palestinian people, all the way to, defending the Muslim interests. There is a thousand different reasons for it. And then there are people on the other side, even on the liberal side especially, that are very anti-Arab, or for different reasons. They believe that, like, some nationalists think that it's good that Israel helped Azerbaijan. So it's too complex for Americans to comprehend immediately. And a lot of Turks didn't understand what I was saying. And now they're just mad from like every different avenue. The people that are defending me would normally shit on me if they knew what my perspective was on Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for example, or like Islamist fundamentalism in general. Some of those people are defending me right now because they only hear that I'm defending Palestinians, so they just think automatically that I am on their side all the time, unconditionally. Some of the people are attacking me because they do not understand what I'm saying. There's no nuance to it, okay? And most people are just saying, you don't know anything about Turkey, don't ever talk about it. You know, the very same people that were probably the reason why they've been following for a while is because they were like, oh, wow, I'm proud that there's a Turkish guy who's so successful in America, or I'm proud of the efforts of this community in raising, almost $2 million for the earthquake relief funds after Turkey, are now coming in here to be like, we love watching the Arabs die on television. We love watching blood and soil. Some of them are, not every single one. So it's just very, I followed and unfollowed you so many times. Yeah. No. But the worst thing I could have ever said that would have pissed off every single Turkish person is I said, the West sees you as the same as Arabs, no matter how much you think you are a Westerner. That's it. Even though you are right, you are missing the nuance about what immigration did to Turkey in the last 6 to 8 years. No, I am very aware of what it did. I know. I think a lot of people forget that, like, my entire family still lives in Turkey. I know. I see it. Bana Amerikan uşağı demeniz çok komik. Günün sonunda. Evet. İsrail'i savunmadığım için Amerikan uşağıyım. Peki. Bir düşün. Biraz düşün. Biraz düşün. Anyway. Anyway. Holy moly. Okay. So, Turkish liberal leftists are extremely racist and hostile to anyone perceived browner than them. I've lived in Turkey for the last 9 years and learned the language to C2 level, but alhamdulillah, I'm leaving to Europe soon because some of y'all are unbelievable. How do you not get exhausted? I do. But, you know, we keep going. There's a lot to cover. All right, let's get back to Brandon.
It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. And we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him, the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response will be swift, decisive, and overwhelming. We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act according to the rule of law. Terrorists purposely target civilians.
Damn, bro, he couldn't get that. He couldn't get on that good Adderall for this, dude. He couldn't even get out of bed for this one. Anyway, listen. Have you seen the Israel newspaper Haaretz report on the 3/4 of the death being military? Obviously not defense. That 1/4 is still incredibly high, and excuse me, just lower the impression that got us from news media. Is there any credibility to that? Yes. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because 1,000 Israelis died. There were actual fucking babies that died, okay? That's still ruthless. It's still fucking brutal. You have to analyze that within the context of where that brutality comes from. This is not a justification for said brutality, and a lot of people misunderstand that and think, oh, this must be a justification for said brutality. No, it is not. Okay? I am sick and tired, I guess, of regularly fucking having to stop myself halfway to repeat the things over and over again. I will keep doing it so that people understand. Okay? My point is, even if babies were not lined up and had their fucking heads decapitated, okay, piece by piece, it could have, one, there is a likelihood that it could have happened, and two, it doesn't matter because it did happen. Like, babies died, okay? How is it not a justification? Oh. Analysis is not the same as justification. You want it to be because it makes you feel differently. Okay? You want to feel differently about it. You want to feel righteous in Israel's retaliation, and you don't want to recognize that that violence is directly the response, or that violence that has been ongoing is causing this violence that happened in Israel. Okay? This is not my analysis either. This is not simply my analysis that I've come up with on my own. This is the same thing that Israeli internal security has been saying. This is the same thing that Haaretz has been saying, the Israeli paper of record. Okay? It is a literal fact. The reason why we must be tempered in this situation and look at it and analyze it is so that it does not continue. Because if violence begets violence, and the apartheid occupation has been increasingly more violent towards the Palestinians, okay? And Palestinians feel as though they have no other method but to push back and to fight back as a consequence of the violence that they experience on a daily fucking basis, okay? If you want that violence to end, as I do, you have to analyze the root cause. That's it. And no, the Anadolu Agency saying that Hamas beheads babies is not correct doesn't change the reality that babies were still killed, okay? Like, that is a real thing. That is a real thing that happened. Children died. Children died, babies died. This is not up for debate in that regard. That part is true. Just like children and babies die every fucking day in Gaza and have died by the hundreds since Israel retaliated in the way that it only knows how. Endless bombing campaigns inside of the open air prison that they operate. If you want an end to the violence, you must end it in its entirety. And the maintenance of an apartheid state requires consistent violence. That's it. These kinds of calls for unfettered, unshackled support for Israeli retaliation only makes matters worse. And I will give you a great example from the Trump administration. in 2018, after the Trump administration passed new laws that required that required that Muslim operatives have to pay their victims of terror, whatever the American State Department decided was like their responsibility, money before they could ever receive aid. Okay? Now, of course, that never existed for Saudi Arabia. It was specifically used towards whoever they declare to be doing terror and doing terrorist activities, specifically Iran-affiliated cells, maybe Lebanon, but also the Palestinian Authority. Okay? Do you know who said this would actually constitute a security threat in 2018 and told the Trump administration to not stop giving funds to the Palestinian Authority? Israel. Because even they, back then, recognized that this level of aid is a necessity. Do you understand? People that have different opinions than me on the maintenance of the Israeli state are still in agreement with the fundamental truth that the more you take things away from the Palestinians, the more violent they will get. Okay? That this would constitute a security threat. That's it. Nefret söylemi reported? What? Dude, I don't know what the Turks are doing. Like, what's happening? You guys are, you think like what? You're going to report me and get me banned or something? I'm getting brigaded by Turkish streamers? Like, what's going on? You guys good? You are getting one guide? Brother, you do not understand. You do not understand what is going on in the chat because you do not speak Turkish. Okay? Fans of mine who do speak Turkish are completely familiar with what is going on in the chat. They're saying I'm racist towards Turks. Anyway. Let's continue. You need a Turk card to defend yourself? Yeah, let's continue.
Kill them. We uphold the laws of war, the law of war. It matters. There's a difference. Today, Americans across the country are praying for all those families that have been ripped apart. A lot of us know how it feels. It leaves a black hole in your chest when you lose family. feeling like you're being sucked in, the anger, the pain, the sense of hopelessness. This is what they mean by a human tragedy.
You praise Palestine and insult Turks. I hope you get banned. It's easy to live in America and comment on this place. Evet arkadaşlar, doğru söylüyorsunuz. Ben Türkleri hiç sevmiyorum. Haklısın. Doğru. O yüzden 2 milyon dolar para gönderdik Türkiye'ye bu komüniteden. Doğru söylüyorsunuz abi. Evet. Bu kadar kolay mı sizin bu kadar kolay mı sizin manipüle edilmeniz? Gerçekten. Bu kadar mı kolay? 1 değil 2 milyon dolar. Bu kadar mı kolay ama gerçekten? Değil mi? Amerika'da bana diyorlar ki sen Türkiye'yi savunuyorsun. Sen Müslümansın. Sen Amerika'yı hiçbir zaman anlayamazsın. Şimdi kendi vatanımın adamları da bana bunu söylüyorlar. Hadi bakalım. Ne dersen deyin amına. Ne diyorsanız deyin amına koyayım. Hiç kimde bile değil. Yarrağımı yersiniz. Salaklar. Irkçıymışım Türklere karşı. Peki. Abi dediklerini ağır ama en azından ufak bir özür ortalığı sakinleştirir. Az siktir lan ufak bir özür. Ne için özür dileyeceğim amına koyayım? Amerika'nın köpeği gibi davrananlar, Amerika'nın köpekliğini yapanlara özür mü dileyeceğim? Az siktir. Götümü yesinler. Eğer anlamadıysan demeye çalıştığım şeyi istediğin kadar kız. Dolar olmuş 20 lira. Hala buraya gelip bana bağırıyorsunuz. Götünüzdeki yarrak kimin yarrağı bir anlayın. Irkçılık yaptın Arap sevicisi Hasan. Hayvanoğlu hayvan. Ben Türk'üm. Ben Türkiye'ye karşı ırkçılık yapıyorum diyorsun. Ondan sonra Arap sevicisi diyorsun. Ulan o ırkçılık değil mi Arap sevicisi demek? Ha? Ne diyorsun oğlum sen? Ya bir kendini bir anla. Kendini bir yani nereden geldiğini anlamaya çalış bir. Geri zekalı. This guy goes, "You're being racist. You're an Arab lover." In the same breath. And I'm trying to comprehend how you can, on the one hand, be anti-Arab, like be racist towards Arabs, and say you're an Arab lover, and then simultaneously say I am racist against Turks. Bu toplum kendi polisini, savcısını terörist ilan etti. FETÖ yaftası yiyenleri anlarsın umarım. The funniest part is they say I'm a supporter of Fethullah Gülen, who is a CIA asset. They are the ones who are in agreement, which is weird, with the king, the most famous Fethullah Gülen supporter. Let's take a look. Here. To all the Turks coming in here because of my defense of Palestinians, saying that I'm racist, but also simultaneously saying that I'm a Fethullah Gülen operative. He is a Fethullah Gülen operative. Enes Kanter'le aynı düşünceniz var bu durumda. Haberiniz olsun.
You're originally from Turkey and you have been a very outspoken critic of that government. And the Turkish president, Erdogan, recently met with the leader of Hamas in Turkey. So we'd like to get your thoughts about how the Turkish government protects and supports the Hamas terrorist organization.
You know, organizations like Hamas getting huge support from the governments like Turkey, like Iran, and countries like, especially the Turkey and Iran, are safe haven for Hamas. And they raise huge amount of money, and also they get Turkish passport and literally.
Kardeş FETÖ'cü bu adam. Bu adam harbi FETÖ'cü. Direkt olarak FETÖ'cü bu adam. Niye onunla aynı düşüncedesiniz?
Travel safety all around the world. So enough is enough. I mean, the video you guys are watching, this meeting happened in, I believe, June in 2023, you know? So people needs to wake up, and Erdogan is not, you know, a problem in Turkey, but he's affecting other countries around him.
You're originally from Turkey.
Anyway. So the Turks in the chat. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, you're going to have to subscribe, which you can for $5. Now, of course, luckily for you, not actually going to be $5. It's going to be cheaper. So fear not. But an ad break comes regardless. Buraya gelip ağlayan malların yaş ortalaması 15'i geçmez. Hasan siktir et. Bunlar zamanı geçince öğrenecek her şeyi. Ülkenin koloni gibi kullanılan Avrupa, Amerika'yı korumaya devam etsinler. Şimdi kötü bilen ileride anlayacak işin gerçeğini. Abicim ben bunu hiçbir zaman anlayamam ama 15 yaşında bile olsan, 10 yaşında bile olsan, 30 yaşında bile olsan günün sonunda Amerika götüne yarrağı sokuyor her gün Türkiye'de yaşıyorsan. Ondan sonra bunlar dönüp bana diyor ki biz abi İsrail'i savunuyoruz ve Amerika'yı savunuyoruz. Ne kadar ya bu ne yapıyorsunuz abi siz? Manyak mısınız? Kafayı mı yediniz abi siz? İnanılmaz bir durum yani. Ve de bana ondan sonra dönüp Amerika'nın uşağısın diyorlar. Ulan Amerika Filistin'i mi savunuyor? Hayvanoğlu hayvanlar. Siz salak mısınız? Günün sonunda ben Türk'üm. Amerikalılar ama sizi hiçbir zaman Arap'tan ayrı görmez. Bu sizin kendi düşünceniz değil. Bu Amerikalı'nın düşüncesi. Bunu anlayamıyorsan ve bana kızıyorsan bunu söylediğim için ne diyeyim bilemiyorum. Cahillik. Bu kadar basit. Cahillik. Yaptığınız tamamıyla cahillik. Türk değilsin. Ah siktir lan Türk değilmişim. Yarrağımın anteni. Geri zekalılar. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Aşağılık kompleksi bu. Aynen. Yani bir kere günün sonunda bir konsepti savunmak istiyor insanlar. Ama kendileri anlamamışlar neyi savunduklarını. Hem bana diyorsun ki sorun fikir ayrılığı belirtirken siz de Kürtlere aynısını yapıyorsunuz deyip PKK'yı justify etmen Türk değilsin bu yüzden. Hayır onu da yanlış anladınız. Yanlış anladınız. O eziklikten geliyor. Direkt olarak eziklikten geliyor. Ermeni soykırımı var diyen Alagavat sen Türk müsün? Evet. Ama bu doğru. Ona istediğin kadar kız yani günün sonunda. Why is the PKK getting brought up? What is happening? Every single Turkish person is very upset because I said in their minds they feel as though this is comparable to what happens to Kurds inside of Turkish borders, as I've described before. They are mad at me for multiple different angles. I have activated every single type of different Turkish person that is upset. On the one hand, they're mad because I recognize the Armenian genocide, which is ironic because in America they always say unconditionally that I do not. Okay, no matter what I say. So they're mad at that. They're mad that while the situation is different for Kurdish treatment under the Turkish borders, okay, that I believe that they have an insecurity about the situation and therefore they believe that Israel's actions are defensible when a much better analysis is a necessity, okay? Bak hala anlamıyor. Çünkü İngilizce konuştuğum zaman anlamıyorsun. Kürtler her istediklerini elde edebiliyorlar. Ne anlatıyorsun Hasan? From a non-personal political take, the world wants to avoid putting any blame on Iran due to oil prices right now and the recovery happening. There isn't a concern over an embargo like the one following the Yom Kippur war, as the Mideast was more individualized economically, but Iran and BRICS are the concern. Just something to add. I think that is actually a fairly reasonable assessment. I also think that they do not want to draw Iran into battle. I think America and Israel is fearful of drawing Iran into a potentially three-front war for Israel. They're already fighting Hezbollah on the Lebanese side. And that must be the reason as to why, that has to be the reason as to why they are actively saying Iran is not involved in this. Because, as we all know, one, Iran, of course, is involved in sending weapons, sometimes training, and also sending supplies into Gaza. Of course. Having said that, however, the fact that both the IDF and the American State Department and Iran itself has said that Iran has said that while they support the actions of Hamas, they were not involved in this one, is truly unique. And I think the major reason for it, is that they. Oh my God, I can't even pay attention to fucking what's going on. The chat is unbearable right now. My brain is breaking. They do not want, I think the major reason is because they don't want Iran to join the battle.
An atrocity on an appalling scale. We're going to continue to stand united, supporting the people of Israel who are suffering unspeakable losses and opposing the hatred and violence of terrorism. My team has been in near contact.
Yes. There's a language filter. Yeah, let's do. Fuck, you're right. Yeah. Flip on the language filter for Turkish. That would eliminate like 90% of the fucking hate rate. What the fuck? Almost all of it.
Constant communication.
Half of those motherfuckers don't know how to speak English. So it's great. Faşist. Ben faşistim, öyle mi? Peki.
With our Israeli partners,
Öyle uzaktan
partners all across the region and the world from the moment this crisis began. We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets to defend its cities and its citizens. My administration has consulted closely with Congress throughout this crisis. And when Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. This is about the security of our world, the security of the United States of America. We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world. The United States has also enhanced our military force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence. The Department of Defense has moved the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Eastern Mediterranean and bolstered our fighter aircraft presence. And we stand ready to move in additional assets as needed. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't. Don't. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve is clear. Yesterday, I also spoke with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and UK to discuss the latest developments with our European allies and coordinate our united response. This comes on top of days of steady engagement with partners across the region. We're also taking steps at home. In cities across the United States of America, police departments have stepped up. Security around centers of Jewish life. The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and Jewish community partners to identify and disrupt any domestic threat that could emerge in connection with these horrific attacks. This is a moment for the United States to come together, to grieve with those who are mourning. Let's be real clear. There is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody. We reject. What we reject is terrorism. We condemn the indiscriminate evil, just as we've always done. That's what America stands for. You know, just over 50 years ago, I was thinking about it this morning, talking to the Secretary of State, the Vice President in my office. Over 50 years ago, as a young senator, I visited Israel for the first time as a newly elected senator. And I had a long, long trip, a meeting with Golda Meir in her office just before the Yom Kippur War. And I guess she could see the consternation on my face as she described.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. The man that is speaking before you literally is I mean, the entire American military apparatus was on board with fucking invading Iraq, even though Iraq had even less to do with 9/11. That is why seeing so many comments on the fucking timeline about how this is Israel's 9/11 and we should not stop them is making me go insane. Why is it making me go insane? Because what the fuck we did after 9/11 was horrifying and terrible. And yet it seems as though not a single person has learned their lesson from that. It's crazy. Who's saying is there 9/11? What do you mean? American politicians are. Joe Walsh said it. Richie Torres said it. They said that this would be like if 9/11 killed 20,000 people because of Israel's population numbers in comparison to America's population numbers. Like, I don't understand how you can look to America's reaction to 9/11, both domestically and also internationally, and go, no, that shit was dope, actually. And that's exactly what Israel should do. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is so much more bloodshed.
Describe what was being faced. They were facing. We walked outside in that sort of hallway outside her office to have some photos. She looked at me all of a sudden and said, "Would you like to have a photograph?" And so I got up and followed her out. We were standing there silent, looking at the press. She could tell, I guess, I was concerned. She leaned over and whispered to me. She said, "Don't worry, Senator Biden. We have a secret weapon here in Israel." My word is what she said. We have no place else to go. We have no place else to go.
What?
For 75 years, Israel has stood as the ultimate guarantor.
Bro, this dude is done. This dude is so... Dude, his brain is mush, dog. I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't even know what the fuck he's saying anymore. I mean... Holy shit.
the security of Jewish people around the world, so that the atrocities of the past could never happen again. And let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake. Thank you.
Mr. President, what was your reaction?
Okay. We are going to do some more Western media coverage on this. Hamas fires hundreds of rockets at Israeli city.
Okay.
Which is like, again, a wild thing to cover when, Gaza is being reduced to rubble.
This is video from moments ago.
Good thing that the defense... God, I feel like I've repeated myself so many fucking times, but there's always new people coming in, so I guess I will do it one more time. The reason why we look to the root cause of the violence is not to hand wave away Israeli citizens dying, okay? It is to understand why the violence is happening so you can stop it. And it seems to me as though the Western approach to the matter is to simply say, let's continue the exact same attitude. I just had someone tell me, if the Israel doctrine was to wipe out Palestinians, they have the overwhelming ability to do so. If things were reversed, there wouldn't be Jews in Israel flat out. So the proof is that Israel doesn't want to wipe out Palestinians, or is it they haven't done it yet? Yes, it doesn't make any sense. It does not make sense at all. Okay? Because a lot of these people that are defending this are defending it because they do not see the other half and how they live. They are defending it in the way, they're defending it because they're fearful. They're defending it because they're hateful. There are many different reasons as to why people are doing that. Okay? What Hamas did cannot be rationalized. It is not rational. Something does not have to be rational for it to be expected. Do you understand? Yes, there is no rational reason as to why Hamas, going into Israeli borders, killed a bunch of fucking Bedouin Arab Israeli citizens. Okay, they did that too. You don't get a lot of coverage of it on the Western media. They always show. Specifically just like Jewish Israeli people, and say, oh, their hatred is only for Jews or whatever. It is indiscriminate violence. There is obviously a purpose to the military operation, but ultimately, there is, of course, indiscriminate violence there as well. There is no rational purpose. There is no rational purpose to killing people. There is no rational purpose of killing people at a fucking concert. It's a prison break. Okay? That was almost verbatim the Sam Harris take. What do you mean? What I just said? It's crazy. It's sick how many shouters think it's justified to wish death to Israel in your chat is absolutely inhumane and disgusting and don't care to get me wrong. It's insane and Israel was able to get through with this shit. But the comments are beyond disgusting against humans. Like, so many people in the chat, you're saying this, but like, there's 40,000 people in here. We ban so many fucking people. I have yet to see that. And I do not know where you're coming from. Okay? Israel is a state. Israel's state actions are violent. Israel is a colonizing force. Israel is an apartheid state. And the maintenance of said apartheid state is violent. Okay? Saying these factually correct statements does not mean every person that lives inside of the Israeli borders deserves death. Okay? Of course not. There are plenty of people inside of Israeli borders that also currently recognize the writing on the wall, that there's only two ways out of this: full-blown genocide, which seemingly is the position of the far-right Israeli government, or a de-escalation to the conflict and an end to the occupation and apartheid. If you are conflating the criticisms of the Israeli state with anti-Semitism, you're simply wrong, but you are also no different in many respects than those who do hate anti-Semitic, those who are engaging in anti-Semitic sentiment, who do hate Jewish people. Please, supporting the emancipation of Palestinian people does not mean that you want to wipe out every Jewish person on the planet, let alone wipe out every Jewish person inside of Israel. It means you want people in Palestine to no longer suffer. That is it. That is not going to happen. Hamas fucked that up. That part is also incorrect. To say that it is Hamas that fucked that up is ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. You are not seeing the fuller picture. It is not Hamas that has any power in this situation. It is an apartheid state that has carved out the peaceful coexistence project in the West Bank and routinely bombs the Gaza Strip on the Western Front. That has seen Hamas as the power player and has bullied the Palestinian Authority and used them as a part of its surveillance apparatus that continues to harm Palestinian citizens on the West Bank. That, in and of itself, is the real reason why, slowly but surely, especially since 2007, Palestinians have seen more and more violence every fucking day in their existence and do not see any way out of this, as they are backed into a corner. This is not my analysis alone on the situation. This is also the analysis of organizations in America that are led by Jewish Americans, like Jewish Voice for Peace. This is the opinion of the IDF veterans to end the occupation's perspective. This is the opinion of the Haaretz editorial, the Haaretz editorial team's perspective. There are people who I do not agree with as far as their interests in maintaining Israel in the way that it exists currently, and yet we agree on one thing, and that is that increasing the violence and the brutality that the Palestinian people experience is only radicalizing them for understandable reasons. If you want the violence to end, you cannot continue hitting the blow up more Gaza houses and bully and kill more people in the West Bank button over and over again. That has been a demonstrable failure. Now, that is also not simply my perspective or the perspective of all of those other groups that I have mentioned, but it's also the perspective of the former Israeli state, the former right-wing Israeli state. Okay? The reason why I bring this up is because one point of contention in the EU was to stop offering any aid to Palestinians whatsoever. Okay? This was being deliberated on yesterday. Hold on. I'm going to show this to you right now. The European Union backtracked in disarray on Monday on an announcement that aid to Palestinians had been suspended in response to the attack on Israel by Hamas after EU countries complained the bloc's executive had overstepped the mark. Originally, they said, we are going to deny any aid to Palestine and to Palestinians. Okay? That is a very interesting and very gross thing to say. Now, of course, there were luckily nation states that refused this gross action, and they had to backtrack on it. But I remember a time not that long ago in 2018 under the Trump administration where a similar predicament had occurred. Trump eliminated U.S. funding for UNRWA and the U.S. role as Mideast peacemaker. Donald Trump and his administration, I believe you're on the right side, just the way you say things lacks a lot of the proper nuance. That's not true. How dare you say bully the leaders of Palestinians as an excuse for what Hamas does when they take UN Israeli money and supplies meant for humanitarian aid and instead use it for military tunnels? Yeah, got it. I like that I didn't have the nuance of I didn't have the nuance of like whatever you personally think is going on. Let me explain something to you. Okay? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because the Trump administration internally was criticized by a state that was an unlikely critique of this move. That state was the state of Israel. Israel criticized the Trump administration's actions. Do you know why Israel criticized the Trump administration's actions in eliminating funding for Palestinian for the PA, Palestinian Authority? Because back then, they also recognized that this would constitute a security threat. The more you increase the dial of violence that Palestinians are subjected to, and the less you offer them any aid whatsoever so they can live under normal circumstances, whatever that means, the more you push Palestinians into the hands of reactionary groups, reactionary formations. Only the people that the only people that will help them will be more and more fundamentalist elements. Do you understand? Because what you choose to see, what you fail to see, is what even the Israeli government recognizes. That if you cripple the material conditions, if you erode them further, people will become more radicalized. Trump administration to end U.S. funding on UN program for Palestinian refugees. You get it? Do you understand? Everyone just sees black and white, not realizing it's way more nuanced. Yes. That's interesting because on a Likud Congress in 2019, Netanyahu said Hamas should be supported to isolate Gaza Palestinians from the West Bank Palestinians. Yes. And said that the real leadership, if you want to thwart any effort of Palestinian statehood, what you must do is utilize Hamas as the major player for Palestinians. Netanyahu has both through violence and also through directly neutering the Palestinian Authority and using them simply as a part of its security apparatus that continues to destroy Palestinian lives in the West Bank, has pushed Palestinian people into the hands of Hamas. Okay? It has gotten to a point where the entire Palestinian liberation, or the entire, the majority at least of the Palestinian population, sees Hamas as their only way out, because they see Hamas as the only group that is willing to violently retaliate. That's it. And this is an abject failure on behalf of the Israeli security apparatus, even from the perspective of trying to maintain some semblance of security within Israeli borders. I had people saying that Gaza is an open-air prison is Hamas propaganda. They say in Gaza there are hotels and luxury, that Hamas Palestine shouldn't have tried to exterminate the Jews in the 40s. They do not care about the report from Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch. How do you argue with those people? You can't. You can simply point to the truth of the matter, just show them the reports, and hope that they will maybe grow a sense of humanity. Or show them the many Zionist outlets that also agree with the perspective that I am delivering here. Israel is right. You're a filthy terrorist libtard. Now ban me, you fucking idiot. Nice, man. Thanks. I do not know how you can look to the Gaza Strip and say, wow, the lap of luxury. If it's so luxurious, perhaps you should go there. You know? Türkçiteyet etkilisi. Why you say Turk's dog? I did not say Turks are dogs. I said Turks who cozy up to Americans behave like the servile dogs of Americans and Western interests. That part is true. Of course, you do not know how to speak English, most likely, so that is precisely the reason why you have no idea what I'm saying at this moment. I love that the Turkish clip chimpers are here too, you know? Drone video captured the scale of damage inflicted on Gaza City's Ramal neighborhood Tuesday after a night of intense bombardment from Israeli airstrikes. AP's Joe Fetterman explains what makes these attacks different from previous conflicts in the region.
This is Gaza City's business district. Now, in the past, Israel has tended to go with sort of pinpoint airstrikes in Gaza City. You could drive through the streets and you could see one building that's been hit very hard, and all around it, everything remaining intact. This time, that's not the case. We've been looking at...
Amnesty International's apartheid report is questioned in the West because it doesn't factor in Arabs' violence towards Israel and the self-defense measures that come with that. Yeah, that's ridiculous because, of course, a apartheid report literally, you are going to have violent resistance to apartheid. Like, what are you talking about? Saying that it's a necessity is just a continuation of the violence, is a justification for the violence. This violence is a necessary thing, is just simply a further continuation of the apartheid state. That's what you're doing. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. All of this argument revolves around thinking that every single Israeli that died in the hands of Palestinians is a real person, and every single Palestinian that died in the hands of Israeli rocket fire is not a person. That's it. If you have that mentality, then you will look at the situation and go, it is horrifying what happened in Israel, but what is happening in Gaza is not horrifying. Okay? It's that simple. It's that simple. And what's happening in Gaza is horrifying right now, but it's also a constant part of their existence. Okay? At the end of the day, when you look back at, the anti-colonial actions in Algeria against the French, or the anti-colonial actions in northern Vietnam against the French again, and against America after, okay? Or if you look at the anti-apartheid action in South Africa, what violence was worse? What was the bigger problem there? Do you look at that and go, actually, the Algeria or Vietnam remaining a colony, that was actually good, and fighting against that was bad? Or do you think that ultimately the worst violence was the maintenance of the apartheid state in South Africa and not necessarily the fight against that, or the maintenance of colonial violence in Algeria and not the violence against the colonial forces? Because once we move beyond, once there is some form of emancipation or some consolation, okay, all that will remain is who the real purveyors of violence were. When we fought France and Algeria, all the Western world was saying we are terrorists. Of course. Of course. Nelson Mandela was a part of the U.S. terror watch list until 2008. He was democratically elected in 1994. Okay? And until 2008, he was still a part of the terror watch list. Please.
Drone footage, and you could see strings of buildings taken out, even entire blocks that appear to have been flattened. So that is a different type of tactic that we've seen in the past. I think it's a reflection on how seriously Israel's taking this attack, and it shows just how much damage could be inflicted in the coming days. So what we see now, and what we will see in the coming days, are shortages of food, of fuel, electricity, and so forth.
I gave your opinions on Palestine some thought, but there's no way you can paint these guys as the victims. So you're looking at this and going, no, these guys deserve this? Really? Once again, 47% of the people living there are children. They are 14 and under. Okay? In all of this area that you are looking at, in this entire rubble, where they have no access to food, where they have no access to clean water, and they have no. Don't say complete lose-lose for all involved. Don't say that. That's cowardly. That's cowardly. You are being a coward. Say what you mean. You said you can't paint these children that are dying under this rubble as victims. Go ahead. Say what you actually mean. Don't fucking back up. You just justified collective punishment. Now explain what you actually mean. You can't switch the side and go, oh, it's lose-lose. When Nelson Mandela was released from prison in 1990, Kopel literally asked him if his release was enough, a concession from the NP to stop ANC activism. Insane. Nelson Mandela was asked multiple times throughout his prison sentence to condone the violence and condone Marxism, socialism, communism. He said no, and his prison sentence continued. Remember that. Anyway, look at this luxury.
You also see people fleeing their homes, close to 10%, nearly 200,000 people, about 10% of Gaza's entire population have been displaced and forced to flee their homes.
Yeah, 128,000 here. He said we were playing PlayStation when the roof fell upon our heads.
كنا قاعدين نلعب بلاي ستيشن فجأة لقينا كل الدار نازلة علينا وشردنا.
Anyway, it's not complicated. If an Arab population was doing this to a Jewish population, everyone would know what is going on. Everyone would understand it. In the words of the late and great Michael Jamal Brooks, it's not complicated. Not. Oh, sorry, I meant condemn. They asked Nelson Mandela to condemn and do a call to stop the violence in the ANC from his supporters. They did this numerous times, and he said no. They wanted him to condemn both the violence, but also they wanted him to condemn Marxism, socialism, communism. Okay, how they got internet while the whole city getting bombed? You're right, dude. How do they? I'm from Israel. Can you tell me what is your solution to this? I truly want to know. Oh, dude, I've already mentioned it time and time again. Reparations for Palestinians. I mean, you're probably going to say absolutely fuck no to, but reparations for Palestinians, allowing Palestinians the right to return, and allowing Palestinians to coexist peacefully in a one state, in a singular secular state, not a Muslim state, not a Jewish state, but a secular one. This is beneficial for all parties involved. Okay? Equal rights, an end to the occupation, an end to the apartheid, equal rights for all, reparations to Palestinians that have suffered, that have been harmed, and a right to return. Hassan, I always liked you as a Turk. Why did you call us Mongol dogs, man? What? Where are you getting your fucking info from, brother? What the fuck are you saying? Israel tried to do peace multiple times and Palestine refused. Yeah, totally.
If Israel...
Did you just send me a PragerU link? I can't tell if you're like memeing or because it's so close in proximity to the top of the hour ad break that you're gonna do this debate now. Like you're gonna turn around and be like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That type of shit. There's no way this dude just dropped a fucking PragerU video and bounced. That's awesome. In that Nelson Mandela town hall, I linked every single question put to him, apart from 3, were from right-wing plans, basically asked him to condone the PLO and communism. He had been out of prison for 5 months. They literally asked him if he thought he had enough votes in Congress to end apartheid, as if he was a fucking U.S. politician. What do you do with Hamas, though? Brother, the funniest part about this is that, like, Hamas and its involvement and its influence is directly the result of both Israeli violence and also direct Israeli interference. Like, its inception is the responsibility of Mossad. Okay? It was propped up as a counterbalance against secular PLO and secular revolutionary communist and Marxist forces inside of Palestine. But even then, there have always been secular alternatives. Israel just refuses to even deal with them as equal partners and basically uses them as another part of their security apparatus. You know? And whenever you say killing innocents is not going to give a good message too, yeah, no shit, except, you know, exactly. Israel is not exactly a willing partner in this situation. They're doing it on the Gazan front, and they're also doing it on the West Bank as well. So if you're Palestinian, why the fuck would you ever think like, oh man, Israel definitely wants our best interests at heart? They don't. They've shown that they don't. Hamas invited the ICC to investigate war crimes multiple times. Israeli government refused. Yeah, Hamas tried to do a rebranding in 2017 and like updated its charter and shit. Obviously, that doesn't really matter because there's still plenty of like Islamist attitudes internally. You know, I'm not a believer in the modernized Hamas theory, at least. Okay, that where they went from being like, by Allah, Israel and the Jewish scourge will be wiped, to Islam is about coexistence peacefully over the course of like 19 from the 1980s to like 2017, 2018 is very different. And there's of course factions inside of Hamas as well because it's the governing body. But ultimately, the only reason why the more fundamentalist elements take root and take hold is because it is seen as the singular emancipatory force. Okay? I am going to Christ U.S. Knock Folger. Aren't you afraid of the U.S. government that they might fuck your shit up one day and say you're a terrorist for these comments? I don't know, brother. It is what it is, you know? If one day I have nowhere to go, then all is lost anyway, okay? That is a world that I do not want to live in anyway. So if that happens, then that fucking happens. I do not foresee it happening anytime soon. Okay? Ujube. I haven't heard that term in a while. So. Occupy West Bank blocked. Israel restricts movements of Palestinians.
Israel
Of course
has
they
blocked
do.
travel routes inside the occupied West Bank. Imran Khan has this report from Ramallah.
Imran Khan? The fuck?
Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back.
Damn, bro. My man, look at that accent, brother. Look, listen.
Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back.
He said, back the fuck up.
Avanti. אתה אמרת לי
up, behind that, מאחורי הדבר הזה. אחורה, אחורה, אחורה, זוז אחורה, אמרתי לך.
The occupied West Bank is now not only occupied, it's effectively blockaded. The Israeli army has turned it into an archipelago of separation. You can't leave your home to go visit family or friends in a neighboring area. 3.2 million Palestinians are simply stuck.
That's their police force, by the way. They got like, that is supposed to protect and serve, you know what I mean? They got nothing, dog. They got nothing. Hey, these guys are... Solcular bile İsrail'i destekliyoruz. Ne yapacağız bizim bu milleti? Abi umurumda değil. Türkler masada değiller, okey? Türkler Amerika ne istiyorsa onu yapacaklar günün sonunda. O yüzden solcusu sağcısı istediğini söylesin. Okey? Ben de aynen burada ne dersem diyeyim, durumu düzeltebilecek halimiz yok. Okey? Hiç ne olursa olacak. Yapacak bir şey yok. Hamas found out the hard way that no level of victimhood to the public opinion in Western countries can save them from the brutality of Israel. They chose to stop being victims so the Western socialists could feel good about supporting them and have decided to lash out like a dog back in a corner. Their violence is understandable. I don't think they give a fuck about, I don't think they've ever given a fuck about, like the opinions of Western leftists or whatever. I think that, the rebranding in 2017 and then the march to return and the lack of interest from the Western world and like seeing them as human beings basically solidified that like any kind of reckoning with the Israeli state was only going to come through potentially violence, and if that violence didn't work out and they all died, then at least they died on their own hands rather than on their knees. That's like the attitude pretty much at this point. It's people with no options. Apparently Israel using phosphorus bombs, recent news. Yes, I've seen this on Twitter. I have not seen this substantiated. I do not believe at this time that there is evidence for it. This is similar to like stuff that you hear about like Hamas came in and did rape gangs or whatever the fuck. It's like it corresponds to your biases, but I do not know if there is evidence for it. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is similar, but on the other side, okay, is because they do not need phosphorus to fucking kill every person in Gaza, okay? Yes, I know that there are videos of it, but they might not be from this time around, okay? You have the fucking Israeli security official telling Israel's Channel 13 that Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. There is no reason to move beyond that and say, oh, they're also using white phosphorus. It's the same as there is no reason to extend the brutality and violence by making up stuff or exaggerating things. When Philip DeFranco is saying there's proof of rape, yes, I don't know where that is. I looked for it as well, and the only thing I've seen so far is the Los Angeles Times that previously said that one of the hostages was raped, actually had to retract it due to not having enough evidence for it. Do I believe that that could have happened? Of course I do. Absolutely. Do I believe that that could have happened? Of course I do. But without actual evidence on the matter, it is deeply irresponsible to report these stories with no substantiation. Philip DeFranco was also not a journalist. He's a guy like me, okay? At a certain point, he's just going to be regurgitating. He's going to be regurgitating things he has seen. The Palestine Eye has posted about it, and they tend to be fairly reliable on these issues. What did they post about it? Oh, you're talking about the phosphorus. Yeah, I think we all forgot that our friend of the show, Brace Belden, was able to get American news to believe that there was an Ebola outbreak in Burning Man, okay? And cover it as though there was an Ebola outbreak in Burning Man from the comfort of his home. And that wasn't in fucking Palestine. That was in Nevada. So Twitter and how quickly misinformation spreads is a genuine concern. Even when you have access, you have telephones, you have access to the fucking people that are there, and yet still mainstream media can get shit wrong.
I left 10 minutes ago.
I have to pee.
I am sick, but they're not letting me in. This is worse than when we used mules to move around in the old days. Now we can't even get anywhere with cars.
Israeli forces have also severely restricted the border with Jordan, the only crossing point for Palestinians who want to travel abroad, leaving thousands stranded. Suhail Khaliliya is the head of settlement monitoring at the Applied Research Institute, Jerusalem. He specializes in Israel's system of checkpoints and restrictions on Palestinians.
The West Bank is surrounded by hundreds of checkpoints, at the border with Egypt, at the Green Line, or within the West Bank. These new restrictions have turned the West Bank into small prisons, and the occupier controls all entries and exits.
This is the DCO checkpoint just north of Ramallah. It divides Palestinian territory. Now, the Israelis make it very difficult for Palestinians to normally cross this checkpoint, but now it's impossible. They've just shut it down completely. In the Palestinian town of Huwara, this road that runs through it cannot be used by Palestinians. Sometimes the Israelis make exceptions for medical or family emergencies, but even that small concession has now gone. If you're Palestinian and you visited a neighbouring area on Saturday, you're now stuck there. Many here feel this effective blockade may not be temporary, that it's simply a precursor to even heavier Israeli restrictions that may well become permanent. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank.
Sir Geoffrey Nice joins us from Canterbury, UK. He is Emeritus Gresham Professor of Law. Sir, I had a long list of questions for you, but we just heard the U.S. President. He said a short while ago from the White House, quote, "We uphold the rule of law and the laws of war. It matters. There's a difference," end quote. Presumably, he was drawing a distinction between the legality of Hamas's actions, Hamas's attack in Israel, and Israel's attack on the Gaza Strip. Can you help our viewers navigate this? What is legal and not legal in what you've been watching over the last 4 days?
He may well have been drawing that distinction. And before I come to the specific answer to your question, I was inclined to make...
Deeply moved by Gabor Mate's wisdom and truth.
But I'm personally a Holocaust survivor.
Oh, God. It's fucking Russell Brand. Look how long it took for Palestinians to elect Hamas after the Nakba to see who's been trying to solve things peacefully the whole time before being forced into violence. Yeah, I mean, they'll say that, like, all matter of emancipatory action pre-Hamas is also violent, though. I saw this, yeah. This genocide was sponsored by HelloFresh. Enter code human animals for 30% off your first month and a special falafel recipe to enjoy while you watch children getting bombed. Israel is partnering up with BetterHelp, which is, you know, a company that partners up with YouTubers. What the fuck is going on on the planet? Capitalism unironically erodes our normal existence on a fucking daily basis, okay? What the fuck is going on? That is crazy. I do not know what? Okay. Yeah, good old AI chatbot. Never let a good therapy get the waste. Weapons manufacturers hate Ilhan Omar. Yeah, I mean, didn't take Ilhan Omar long to show her terror support colors. I guess some people did something in Israel. As the world is condemning Hamas's attacks, we must also oppose an Israeli military response that has already taken the lives of hundreds of Palestinians, including nearly 2,000 children. Of course, that number has gone up by hundreds. The Israeli defense minister called Palestinians human animals and promised to cut off all electricity and food. All to fuel these, and all fuel the civilians in Gaza. This is collective punishment, a war crime, and the U.S. should oppose any violations of international law. We truly support a rules-based international order. We never have, and we never will. Let's be real. Ilhan Omar. This guy is president of World Strat and former Army Special Forces guy, weapons guy, chief editor for Middle East Forum, author of multiple books, and co-host. That's great. They fired Mia Khalifa from Playboy for supporting Hamas. Some real bullshit there? No. They fired Mia Khalifa not for supporting Hamas. They fired Mia Khalifa for speaking about Hamas in the same way that defenders of Israel and its violent actions speak on behalf of IDF. Because she was being callous. At a time when, 900 to 1,000 Israelis were dying, okay, she thought she could be as callous as those who support Israel can every single day. You can't do that. You can never do that. And I'm sorry, but every single long historied activist on the Palestinian side knows that reality, okay? You are not judged on the same metrics. After all, literally look to the media, the Western world, and our leaders right now in the way that they are baying for blood, the blood of all Palestinians, talking about full-scale genocide as the only solution, the final solution, the only option out of this situation. You can't do that. This is not even, I'm not even saying you mustn't do that. It's like fucked up to do that. I do think it's fucked up to do that. To be callous is not great. It is definitely not good. It's still human beings fucking dying. Okay. However, and that is true. I agree. I think that it is fucked up to celebrate people dying. It does not matter. Children dying. It does not matter. Okay. Except there is a double standard there. There is a absolute double standard there. If you do not recognize that, you are blind, okay? What she said was wrong. She called an image of Hamas randomly murdering people a Renaissance painting. I agree. I know. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that what she said was wrong. Listen to my words. Are you oblivious to how the Western world has reacted to the IDF actions? Are you aware of how the Western world has always reacted to IDF actions? You can never say America deserved 9/11 in the media and get away with it. You can, however, say Iraq deserved the American invasion. As a matter of fact, they say it every fucking day. They said it every day, and they even still sometimes choose to say it. But there's no punishments for that. There is a double standard, and there always will be a double standard. But you should know that there is a double standard, and if you truly want to defend Palestinians, as many Palestinian activists know, you have to play inside of that double standard. There is nothing you can do about it. Okay? What is this? Oh, yeah, we covered this earlier. Security official tells Alon Ben David, Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. The ground maneuver will surprise Hamas. So, understand. Yeah, I mean, Israel's total Gaza blockade of war crime is true. It is true. It is a war crime. By the way,
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור.
yes, collective punishment of a civilian population is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. It doesn't matter because America does it all the fucking time, and America's allies do it all the fucking time too. Why were most Westerners on Ukraine's side, but in this issue, most are on Israel's? Explain like you're talking to someone with 2 brain cells left. Easy. Russia is due to, well, first of all, make no mistake. The bad actors in both of these situations are the larger force that has a colonial interest, okay? An occupying force that has a colonial interest, imperial interest, irredentist interest, doesn't matter what you call it, okay? So make no mistake, Russia and Israel are the responsible parties in this circumstance. Having said that, if you want to understand why Americans do not have the same opinion in either direction, it's because the Palestinians are Muslim. It's a multitude of different factors. Americans obviously empathize more with a colonial occupation, considering that they live in the imperial core, a colonial occupation full of people that are also American too, like a lot of them have dual citizenship, versus those who are colonized and those who live under horrifying circumstances. One side is considered more brown than the other. For the record, Israelis are fucking brown too. The people that say brown people bad do not recognize that, like, Israelis and Palestinians do not look different than one another, okay? There are plenty of Mizrahi Israelis, Mizrahi Jews, that look exactly like the Palestinian Muslims do and the Palestinian Christians do. So the difference is Palestine is Muslim. Israel is supposed to be a Jewish nation state. But more importantly than religion is America's interests, okay? America's interest in the matter. America's interest in the matter is Israel is Israel is basically a second base, a destabilizing force in the Middle East. This is good for America. That's it. It's good for British interest when it was first designed as a state and partitioned, and it's good for America to continue on with that Western colonial legacy. Have you seen the Hamas charter? Actually, some insane stuff in it. Yes, I have. I have seen it. I've seen the original charter, and I've seen the revamped charter as well. It ultimately, to me, even the revamped, more liberal charter that talks about a peaceful coexistence that they rewrote in 2017 is also not exactly real, okay? Currently 187,000 plus Palestinians are hiding out in UN-run schools. You think the UN will evacuate them if stuff keeps getting bad? The thing is, this has not stopped this has not stopped Israel from bombing those positions before. So we'll see. The beheaded children in kibbutz being verified by a bunch of independent journalists is going to fuel an unreal amount of violence. I want to vomit and my heart is broken, and I know this is just going to kill more Gazan kids and then more Israeli kids. Fuck this. Fuck Bibi. Yeah. I said earlier that I am waiting for verification, and the verification so far has been the last update was from Anadolu Agency, but I don't know if this is a good enough verification for whether or not those babies were beheaded or not. However, it doesn't matter. Children were killed, okay? They were. Having a conversation about like whether they were beheaded and lined and beheaded or they were simply just shot is insane to me. But here we are. I will inform you when more information comes out. Okay? The taking of hostages is prohibited.
This is not a war between Netanyahu and Hamas. Gaza is full of 2.3 million Palestinians.
What would you...
All member states of the international community, according to the 4 Geneva Conventions, have an obligation to respect and ensure respect to protection of civilians. Every Palestinian today is target to the Israeli military machine.
Do you think something like they will behead the babies and frame it on Hamas? No, man. What the fuck are you talking about? No. Okay? I think what ultimately is going to end up happening is there's a lot of mistranslation and a lot of miscommunication. What is going to end up happening is it's going to come out that like in that village, some people were beheaded and a lot of children were killed as well as babies, and that the mistranslation and the misinformation spreading dramatically all over the internet turned it into 40 babies were lined up and beheaded by Hamas. But it doesn't matter because they still fucking died, and it's still cruel and awful. Like, that's my point. It's awful versus more awful. Do you see what I'm saying? It's unimaginably awful versus even more unimaginably awful. That's my speculation, but it doesn't matter because it still happened. The gruesome details will be spread back and forth, but that doesn't change the reality that it still happened, okay? Like, lives were lost. Who says that 40 children actually died, though? There's no evidence of them dying yet. No, not all 40 are going to be children. But it doesn't matter. There are still definitely children that died. Guys, children definitely died, okay? Israel says it blocked its borders to protect its citizens from Hamas.
We are looking at increasing amounts of violence, but also an unrestrained Israel that is now getting a carte blanche from the international community rather than hold Israel to account. All law must be enforced through political will. And so the more political support we see in this moment for a just solution that addresses far more than the current crisis, but also addresses the structure of violence.
It does matter because there is a media war going on that will affect the public opinion. Brother, you are crazy if you think that like this is going to move the needle in either direction and even have like some kind of change in what America was going to do anyway. I'm sorry, maybe I'm a little bit more cynical than you are, but you must recognize that America already sent the fucking carrier into that part of the Mediterranean Sea. All Western leaders have gone so far as to not only say Israel's violent retaliation is totally just and we're 100% in support of it, but also on top of that, some European leaders tried to cut funding to Palestinians across the board in an extension of, with an extension of the cruelty. Like we already in the Western world have a lot to do with the situation, okay? But on top of that, we're like, oh, we can't go there and directly bomb Gaza, so we might as well also try to help out with the death and destruction as best as we can. The gruesome nature of the rumor that they were beheaded specifically serves to reinforce the racist canard against Palestinians and Arabs, and it will move the public to forgive more brutal collective punishment. That's why it matters. I understand that, but collective punishment is going to happen regardless of whether the public sees it or not, regardless of whether the public agrees with it or not. Guys, in 36 states in the United States of America, asking to boycott, divest, or sanction the state of Israel for its continued apartheid is literally illegal, okay? It is not legal. That is a violation of the First Amendment, and yet no one knows about it, no one has talked about it, no one understands it, except Dianne Feinstein, rest in peace. She did actually criticize that alongside Bernie Sanders, okay? There is no external support for the Palestinians, with the exception of Iran, okay? And it is a reality that they recognize. They recognize it. It's a race to the bottom, and it is basically a race to the bottom. And what I mean by that is it's either going to be full-scale genocide now or full-scale genocide tomorrow. Okay? But it is at this point an inevitability, at least from the perspective of the Western world. The distinction between whether you're right, the racist canard of beheadings of babies is true or not is simply for internet arguments. That's it.
More likely we're going to see the law be useful as a tool, not necessarily as a savior.
There's a humanitarian corridor, like there's a need for humanitarian corridors, urgent medical aid in the Gaza is overwhelmed
Israel
hospitals.
Has bombed the Rafah border crossing, the one crossing that they don't control between Egypt and the Gaza Strip, which means that not only are Palestinians denied a humanitarian corridor, they will be trapped within the Gaza Strip.
For the record, I am warning you now. Obviously, this is not going to end well. But while what is happening in Gaza is continuing, there's another side to this story. As far as I understand, Ben-Gvir has authorized the arming of settlers in the West Bank. Settler terrorists in the West Bank are now armed, and they were already armed, but now they have even more small arms. And the violence will escalate in the West Bank as well, and those people have no recourse. They have no way to defend themselves. So that is also coming. What is this? Breaking and very important. Hold on. Oh, never mind. That doesn't show any violence. Okay. There's a reasonable possibility that Jerusalem is about to explode. 2 Palestinian youths have been shot to death by border police in Silwan after firing fireworks at the police. Ben-Gvir is already boasting about it. Clashes all over Jizlem. Several sources have told me that 2 youth congratulating the MGB fighters who eliminated the 2 residents of Silwan who launched fireworks and hit the MGB fighter during the Palestinian Authority in East Jerusalem. This is a clear message to the terrorists. Don't try us. Any attempt to hurt and harm at the same time as fighting in the South will be met with determined response and zero tolerance. Well done for warriors. Oh, it's done. It's over. Well, it's already happening. This is a genocide. That's it. And remember, this is a genocide. The West Bank is occupied, just like Gaza is. But the West Bank is technically supposed to be the peaceful collaborative effort between the Palestinian Authority and Israel. If this is Trump, wait, what? If this is Biden's doing, can Trump make it worse? No, this isn't. Biden is continuing Trump's. Biden is continuing Trump's policy. We have a singular, unified response on our foreign policy. And both Donald Trump's administration, which greatly accelerated the tensions, obviously, and the Biden administration that continued the same policy of like aligning with the Gulf nation states and not necessarily changing course on the treatment of Palestinians or trying to even remotely criticize Israel, even when they fucking killed an American journalist, a dual citizen, a Palestinian American journalist was sniped, executed, in broad daylight, if you remember, and I've covered this multiple times now, Shireen Abu Akleh, right? Am I saying her name right? And then the IDF came in to her funeral and beat the shit out of all of the people that were trying to mourn this loss. And the world looked, the world just stood aside and waited for people to forget.
Yeah. But what I saw, hundreds of terrorists with full arm, full gear, with all the equipment and all the ability, make a massacre, go from apartment to apartment, from room to room, and kill babies, mothers, fathers in their bedrooms.
You were telling me some of them, when you went in, their hands were tied together.
Some of them lock themselves in the protection rooms of the barn, their house, and people run out with their children and they kill them. They kill babies in the front of their parents and then kill the parents. They kill parents, and we found babies between the dogs and the family that killed before him. They cut head of the people. And
this is the first time. I mean, when did you?
Yeah, this is why I think. No, I don't think he's lying, man. Shut the fuck up, chat. What are you talking about? Like, listen, I don't trust the IDF at all, but this is, you know, this is most likely real. Okay, calm the fuck down. The difference is this is probably where the confusion comes from and how it spreads from, people were killed, some people were fucking beheaded, and babies were dead, to 40 babies were lined up and had their heads cut off. Okay? That's the difference.
You secured this area here. It was late last night.
So we fight here, wave after wave of terrorists until last night.
And is this area here? We're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the dog get shot. Like, I know that part is real.
Is this
I saw
completely
it.
clear? Can you be 100% sure no Hamas activists here?
I learned in the last 3 days that 100% it's not part of the game.
40 babies was their maternity ward? No, it's not. But that's what people are saying.
But we try as we can. And now it's more secure, and we wait to the switch, to switch ourselves from the defense to the attack, because we defend our people, and till now we collect their
and
body.
when you say you're going to attack, will you be going into Gaza? So we can see it here. Look, it's on the
now
horizon.
I look to the next 100 yards. This is my
You
mission.
take care of the next 100 yards.
Next 100 yards, and I fight to the next 100 yards, and then look forward.
Did anything in your career prepare you for what you saw here? I mean, we've come in and houses are blown apart.
So first of all, I prepare myself to everything, and yes, I have all the skills, but I never saw and I never imagined.
There was no mistranslation. Just soldiers said it as clear as day in another interview. This is just propaganda. Wait, what? This is the POS that started the beheading rumor, by the way. Yeah, he said it to a fucking French journalist, to I-24. I think that's where the beheading stuff came from. But ultimately, children did die. I don't know what the fuck, what he's saying in this interview is correct, okay? It does not matter that IDF lies all the fucking time. We know that they lie all the fucking time, but he is not lying here. It's ridiculous to say that this is a lie in and of itself. Okay? I don't know why people say this is a lie. First of all, part of the reason why I know this is not entirely untrue is because I saw the videos as well. Okay? The other reason why I'm saying that is because, yes, 1,000 Israelis were killed, okay? And now, in retaliation to that, in the past couple of days, through a relentless bombing campaign, 700 Palestinians have been killed, murdered, okay? I think people misunderstand my perspective when I analyze where this violence begins. And so far, yes. So far, it's over 800 now? Okay, so far, it is going to get much, much worse. But ultimately, the point remains, okay? Do you believe that when one side's babies are fucking blown up to bits by bombs, that is justifiable? Okay? Or do you believe that neither is justifiable and there is only one way out of this cycle of violence, and only one group has all the power to stop said violence? That's it. That's the question to ask. Not, I am a proud Israeli and you are so disgusting and fucking brainwashed, like what this guy is saying. That's so crazy, man. I'm brainwashed to say that what? Palestinian babies are being blown to bits at home? Like that's brainwashing? That's propaganda? Damn, how crazy. What's happening in Gaza right now? A tickle party? You think that's what's going on? Like how? Or do you feel like maybe there's a semblance of humanity in you and you fucking recognize how gross and disgusting that is? So instead of just like meeting the reality and saying, yeah, this needs to stop, actually, even when it actually fucking serves your own purpose of wanting to live peacefully, okay? You refuse to recognize that the only way to end that violence is by ending the apartheid. You refuse to hear your own Israeli papers of record and Israeli organizations that tell you that that is the reality. You refuse, just like the Netanyahu far-right government, refuse to listen to its own internal security assessments from Shin Bet. How can you not see that seeing blood and seeing red in this circumstance is directly directly the cause of the original violence to begin with, and has been since the inception? It's crazy. Why did the Palestinians decline the offer of separate states 5 times? I love this question. Look to the West Bank right now. Look to the West Bank. Do you feel the Palestinians are free in the West Bank? Do you feel like that was a genuine offer? It's 5 times now. Tomorrow it'll be 10 times. Palestinians have declined 10 times. Palestinians have declined 100 times. Palestinians live under Israeli occupation in the West Bank every fucking day of their lives. Do you think that being fucking partitioned off and having a bunch of rabid, psychopathic settler terrorists, okay, control their lives, kill them, bully them, take their homes, have bulldozers come to their fucking houses and destroy it, with the occupying force coming in and protecting those terrorist settlers, is a peaceful coexistence? Is that what you think? Do you think that that is a decent way to live? Do you think that Israel has made a genuine effort in allowing Palestinians to live? If that is the case, why do they have an open ethnic cleansing agenda in Jerusalem, where they say we want to make Jerusalem 60% Jewish, which is like the mandate of the government, and also on top of that have ethnic displacement measures in place in the West Bank, where if you are a Palestinian living in your family home in the West Bank, you fly away from the West Bank, you cannot come back in. But if you're from fucking Brooklyn, okay, if you're a Jewish guy living in Long Island, living in Brooklyn, living in Massachusetts, and you fucking fly to the West Bank, the government will give you a fucking house and will defend you? You think that that system is not a direct an open way to ethnically displace Palestinians from their own fucking homes? You think that that is just? That's peaceful coexistence for the Israeli state. What is true and what isn't true? How can we figure out what's going on? I've seen so many different reports of what's happening in Gaza with the hostages, and also hearing that it's all lies. I don't know what to believe about what Hamas is doing. You have to listen to what either party says, okay? Hamas's own communications has declared that the tactical reason as to why they took hostages was so that Israel would not bomb the Gaza Strip, and that they could engage in a prisoner swap as they had done before. They did not think that the Israeli policy would be to declare the hostages as good as dead and choose to bomb areas where there might be Israeli hostages anyway. Here's another thing that's going on. The Israeli military is taking foreign press on tours of sites where Israelis were killed. Israeli media reported that only international outlets have been allowed to these government-sponsored tours. No local media has even been allowed to approach. Foreign press taken to towns where Israelis were slaughtered. Rocket fire persists. IDF is bringing international press to massacre sites near the border. They're not letting their own local press get there. At the same time, no foreign press are being allowed in the Gaza. And so audiences in the West are constantly being fed constant images of their favorite reporters cowering on the ground to take cover from rockets being fired from Gaza. It's why we're seeing countless reports like this one, where journalists are regurgitating lines and talking points fed to them by the Israeli army about decapitated Israeli babies, claims that are going unchecked and unverified. Not only that, but you don't even see the fucking Palestinian side of the situation on the ground, because the remaining Palestinian journalists don't even have fucking access to the internet and are dying due to constant fucking shelling. By taking only foreign press into these sites and feeding them info, Israel is again taking control of the narrative on the international stage. Western journalists are more than happy to play along, failing to do basic due diligence in conveying these stories to their audiences. Because after all, nobody wants to be the fucking guy who's like, wait a minute, you're saying mass rapes have happened and hundreds of people have fucking died. Is it true that, is there any evidence on this? Like, can we investigate this a little bit further? No one can be that person in that situation. One, because there's no energy or no interest in that. And two, it doesn't matter because so much chaos has occurred already, whether there was a rape or not. So the non-outlets, the non-news media can go along with the racist canard of Muslim mass gang rapes occurring in Israel, as though they're doing tactical rapes or something, okay? And then the media could at the very least say, we think that rape did happen here to this one person, and then retract it quietly, just like the Los Angeles Times did. But guess what? The fucking president repeated it, so it's over. And even if it was real or not real, it doesn't matter because it doesn't change the American perspective regardless. It doesn't even change and move the needle. It doesn't even change and move the needle. It is a likelihood that it could have happened. I am saying that. I've said that from the jump. There is an absolute likelihood that it could have happened. And yet I have seen zero verifiable evidence to it. This feels like a bit when extreme right-wingers pose a question. Yeah, the difference is I'm already condemning what has happened. And moving beyond that to look for solutions as to how to stop the violence. Solutions that happen to align with even Zionist liberal outlets. An end to the occupation, an end to the apartheid regime, an end to the far-right Israeli politics that have gotten worse and worse internally for Israelis and certainly much worse externally for the Palestinians that have to live under Israeli rule. None of what I have said over the course of the past 3 days has been an endorsement. Not a justification. It's not an endorsement. It is pure analysis. And not only that, but also it's due diligence. It's demanding due diligence from the fucking media. So much misinformation has spread so quickly. It's fucking crazy. And by not allowing local Hebrew-speaking media into certain areas, Israel is shielding itself from the criticisms and growing frustrations of a population that could easily eventually turn on the government for failing to protect them. That is what is going on. That is the other side of this. The Israeli media right now is literally more to the fucking left than Western media. Israeli Zionist media is more critical of the Israeli government right now than American media. Think about that. It's nuts, dude. Does Hamas not have any public platform where they can endorse or deny these claims? No, of course they do. They go on Al Jazeera, they speak. Nobody believes them. It doesn't matter. They still have the hostages. And even when I look to what Hamas's takes are, and I bring it up, everyone goes, oh, you're justifying what the fuck they're saying. Yeah, of course. Their take is we have hostages specifically so that whatever violence you subject us to, they experience as well. If you blow a building and an Israeli person is inside of that building, that person is going to die alongside the Palestinians. And it doesn't matter because Israel has decided, like I showed you even 3 days ago, the immediate retaliation and reaction was, okay, those guys are as good as dead. Okay? The far right was saying those Israeli hostages are basically dead. We have written them off. Okay? That is now a matter of official policy. Okay? They thought maybe the baby human shield thing wasn't working, so we might as well use the Israeli human shield technique, and Israel did not give a fuck. So then, Hamas said yesterday, Hamas officials said yesterday that we will start executing hostages if you keep bombing. Okay? It was a miscalculation on their behalf. A grave mistake. Okay, so Hamas is taking hostages to protect themselves. Why is Hamas killing civilians? Because they are irrational. They are not a rational force for like, they're not making this, they're not like, oh man, we sure did a tactical mistake, or this is a tactical misstep. They're breaking out of a concentration camp. They are irrational and reactionary. Of course. And yet they are seen as the only thing the Palestinians have. When you treat someone like a cornered animal, eventually they will lash out. One important lesson here, in my opinion, is that perhaps organizations funded by Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, oil firms, Gulf dictators, and Western governments, as the Atlantic Council is, may not be genuinely committed to human rights. Here is a fellow at the Atlantic Council. Oh, I love this. Does anyone have the original post? Here's a fellow at the Atlantic Council who wrote a book about surveillance, openly stating that he sent screenshots of social media posts of asylum seekers of the FBI so they can get deported. Yeah, this guy wrote the book on like Uyghurs being genocided by China, only to literally tell the FBI to not let those Uyghurs seek asylum in America because they were supporting Palestine. Awesome. Awesome stuff. I'm a leftist Israeli and I despise the government and where it brought us. It doesn't care at all about Jewish lives. If it did, it would end the occupation and give Palestinians equal rights. Exactly. Exactly. We have no way of understanding how someone living in Gaza feels. You know what I mean? We just don't know. I live in Los Angeles, okay? The most oppression and cruelty I face is when my Uber delivery goes to the wrong house. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, we have no way of comprehending this. Of course they're fucking radicalized every goddamn day. You're out of your goddamn mind if you think that you would be normal. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, so fucking good. When I wrote The Perfect Police State, I hope to help shine a light on the genocide that the world had overlooked, the largest internment of a people since the Holocaust. Now I write with deep disappointment of so many friends in the Muslim, Uyghur, Rohingya, in the Rohingya and Syrian refugee communities who stand with Hamas, praise the violence against Israeli civilians, and advocate for the genocide of the Jewish people from the river to the sea. That's always also funny. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Oh, that means genocide. Or, no, that means the people that live in that area will be free. You are the one who is dropping the genuine opinion that you have, which is that, like, Israel will never let these people be free. It can only mean a genocide in either direction. I love that that is, like, legitimately a take that people have that has been so, that is so strong that people legitimately believe it. They just believe it. They straight up believe it, and they think that that is the case, and that's what that means. And there's nothing else there. He said, last year, the FBI contacted me to give a talk about the Uyghur genocide and ask for advice on vetting refugee applications. They asked about how to identify spies, saboteurs, and terrorist sympathizers among the sea of legitimate asylum seekers. You should know better. For those of you who have open asylum applications, I have taken snapshots of your deplorable posts and advocating for the death of Israelis. I have sent them to my contacts at the FBI, whose job is to flag asylum candidates for special review and deportation proceedings. If you stand with terrorist violence and genocide, you're an enemy of the state. Bro, this guy literally wrote a book. It goes to show you that he does not give a fuck about the Uyghurs, dog. Like, not even a shred of a fuck. Okay? He's like, I'm doing the Canary Project, but to literally people who are trying to come into the United States of America. Speaking of which, I have talked about this. This is one of the most deranged. This is one of the, of course, most deranged fucking institutions that exists, and it is literally a Israeli project. As a Palestinian, I'm telling you to be careful about how vocal you are about your support because of websites like the Canary Mission. Canary Mission documents people in groups that promote hatred of the USA, Israel, and Jews on North American college campuses, and they dox children. Okay? They do. I've talked about this quite a bit before. They are not wrong either, because I remember many students getting outed, doxed on here. It's insane that they go through all these measures to humiliate these people. Yeah. Kalawas says, Canary Mission doxed me when I was 18, and now the first thing about me on Google is that page calling me a domestic terrorist. Palestinians on Canary Mission have lost their jobs and livelihoods. It is designed to intimidate us out of pro-Palestine activism through harassment and lies. Here's the overview for Kala Walsh, by the way. Has spread hatred of the police and America on Twitter, idolized a domestic terrorist and promoted a terrorist organization. Walsh has justified violence, promoted an anti-Semitic campaign, and demonized Israel and Zionism. As of June 2022, Walsh was an organizer with the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions movement and a member of BDS Boston. Also that month, Walsh promoted the Mapping Project, the BDS Boston campaign targeting Jewish and pro-Israel institutions in Massachusetts. Her infamous quotes were, kill the cops inside your head and kill the boss inside your head. Cambridge pigs are still pigs. They serve to protect capital and empire. History makes a lot more sense when you understand the U.S. has never been fundamentally opposed to Nazism. In fact, it served as its very inspiration, has been keeping the leading force in keeping Nazism alive after World War II. Yeah. Wait, which one is those promoting hatred for the USA, Israel, or Jews? It don't matter, brother. Why is it that this insane doxing apparatus that they've created to dox students, nurses, teachers, and the like, why is it allowed to operate inside of U.S. borders? Why is it allowed to operate in the way that it does? Well, guess what, dude? Not only is it allowed to operate, but it also is fully funded. You know what I mean? But you know, they look at anti-American sentiment too, right? Yeah. Canary Mission does not publish any information about who runs or funds the website. It's a nonprofit organization and is registered with the IRS. Anyway. Controversy. Just for perspective, when people hear from the river to the sea, they think it refers to a Palestinian state reaching from Jordan to the Mediterranean, as in that the Israeli state should be destroyed. That's why it sounds scary to them. No, it sounds scary to them because people have been presented with the only option out of this, a singular state, a singular solitary state that is secular, that defends both Jews and Muslims alike and Christians as well, that defends the interests of the Israeli Jews, but also the Palestinian Muslims, Palestinian Jews, and Palestinian Christians. Okay? That in and of itself is seen as an impossibility because those people are terrified. They're terrified, just like apartheid South Africa was terrified of the scary reality of ending apartheid, just like the slavers were terrified in the Reconstruction era of changing the racial hierarchy. They're terrified of democracy. They're terrified of you being an equal rights having citizen. That's the reason why they're terrified. Okay? When someone says the Israeli state as it stands should not exist in that way, this is what they are talking about. They don't, most people I know, at least, all people I know that are in this battle, do not say do not say that Jewish people need to be murdered or whatever the fuck these people are fantasizing about. That is an insane thing to say. To them, equality is oppression, yes. I think that the reality is not that ultra-Zionists are afraid of the past. I think they are afraid of those who have done cruelty to turning around and doing it to themselves. It is no different than some American conservative white people who are racist, thinking that if white people are no longer the majority, then they will be treated in the same way that white people historically treated minorities. This is an unfounded fear based in hypotheticals about a possible future, and it's purely motivated by projection. The real fear you should experience is at the top of the hour when there is a 3-minute ad break. Thank you, Dr. K, for the raid, by the way. Hope you had a good stream. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. Here we have little Marco, again, openly calling for genocide. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. By the way, the white phosphorus footage is being paraded on the Ynet app front page, so I doubt it's really white phosphorus. Like I said, there is going to be misinformation on both sides. This is not a centrist take or anything like that. This is just normal. It happens. And I do think that I mean, I don't know. I don't think that like Israel needs white phosphorus to fucking eviscerate Gaza. They are already eviscerating Gaza without white phosphorus. It just adds to the additional cruelty. It could be real, just like all of the other things that I've talked about before. It could be real. There is a likelihood that it could be real, but I have yet to see evidence. It is not confirmed.
Against the innocent.
Israel has used white phosphorus before in their 2009 war in Gaza and is well documented. That's part of the reason why I think they're using old footage as well.
People of Gaza. There are more than 2 million people in the Gaza Strip, and roughly 1 million of them are children.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way Israel can be expected to coexist or find some diplomatic off-ramp with these savages. I mean, these are people, as you've been reporting and others have seen, that deliberately targeted teenage girls, women, children, the elderly, not just for rape and murder, but
Dude, you're a Nazi, okay? There's no two ways about it. You're a fucking Nazi, straight up. You're literally a Nazi. You're a monster. Jake Tapper, in a moment of rare clarity, goes, there's mostly children in Gaza. What do we do about this? He goes, they can't coexist. They have to be eradicated.
They're dumping their bodies off in the streets of Gaza where the crowds can then defile their lifeless bodies. I mean, just horrifying things, and I don't think we know the full extent of it yet. I mean, there's more to come in the days and weeks ahead. You can't coexist. They have to be eradicated. And you've pointed...
They can't coexist. They have to be eradicated. Like...
I don't think we know the full extent of it yet. I mean, there's more to come in the days and weeks ahead. You can't coexist. They have to be eradicated. And you've pointed out to the very difficult challenge ahead. This is going to be incredibly painful. This is going to be incredibly difficult.
Oh, it's going to be so challenging. You know, yeah, it's going to be really challenging genociding, like culling the Palestinian masses, guys. You don't understand. Oh, man, the difficulties. Oh, the difficulties of genocide. It's just like really going to hurt Marco Rubio's feelings, you know? Yeah. You know what it's going to hurt? Marco Rubio is going to be hurting from how hard he nuts at the fucking prospect of like dead Palestinian children. That's what he's like gearing up for. He's like, "Oh man, I don't have enough lotion." Fucking piece of shit dog, dude. Absolute fucking monster. At least they have better help to really get them through the moral dilemma of eradicating children. Yes. Palestinian Health Ministry says the reports that 900 people have been killed and 4,500 wounded in Israeli strikes in Gaza since Saturday. Among the dead are 260 children, according to the ministry statement this afternoon. He was talking about Hamas, right? No, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Brother, first of all, let's be real. This is interchangeable, okay? The idea that, like, oh, he's just simply talking about Hamas. No, man. Whenever someone says Hamas needs to be eradicated in Gaza, they mean Palestinians need to be eradicated. You want to know why? Because it's basically interchangeable at that point. There's nowhere else to go. And the end result is always the same. The end result is Palestinians fucking dying. And also, for the record, here is the non-Gaza side, okay? At least 23 Palestinians, including 4 children, were killed in raids in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. So go ahead. That's even less related to Gaza. So how does it work? What's the two-state solution right now? B'Tselem said, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, by the way, it is an Israeli anti-Zionist Israeli group organization, and they're very good. Check your Twitter, bro. What do you mean? They said, revenge policy in motion. Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. On Saturday, hundreds of Palestinian militants entered Israel from the Gaza Strip, killing hundreds of civilians, soldiers, and police officers, burning down homes and kidnapping more than 100 people. The full extent of these horrifying crimes is slowly coming to light. At the same evening, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated that Israel is at war with Gaza and will forcefully avenge. He promised to reduce Hamas locations to rubble and told Gazans, get out now. We will act everywhere and with full force. Zionism is the act of giving Jewish people a home. It is not an evil word. Israel has granted Palestine land that they paid for several times, and Israel has been the homeland of Jewish people for 2,000 years, which we have records and proofs of. I am Jewish and proud to stand by Israel. Hamas livestreamed the beheadings of toddlers. I feel for the innocent Palestinians. No, you don't. No, you don't. I wish this never had to happen. No, you don't. You wish this would happen. You just wish it would have happened more fully in 1948, so you didn't have to fucking deal with like even the morality of the afterthought of Palestinian babies being fucking burned by Israeli munitions that I paid for with my taxpayer dollars, by the way. That's the other part of this process. No. Israel saying that, oh, we have been living there for 2,000 years also immediately gives the fucking game away, okay? Yes, there were Jews living in Israel and peacefully coexisting alongside Muslims and Christians under the Ottoman Empire. So that part is true. But since British occupation and the UN Charter, that existence has never been peaceful. In 1948, the Nakba happened, after all, where almost 1 million Palestinians were forcibly expelled from their homes. Okay? The notion that, like, oh, you have 2,000 years of nativity claims to Israel is a silly one. It's like saying, you know, the Afrikaner had a claim to South Africa. After all, we are all from Africa. Nuts. I don't know why you do this thing, okay? You can just be honest. The far right in Israel, who openly ask for genocide of all Palestinians, of all Arabs in general, of all Muslims in general, is far more honest than this bullshit, okay? Like, at least they're fucking honest. They're honest. They're disgusting, but they're honest. You just, like, sneak in a couple talking points and go, Hamas brought this upon the Palestinian people. It's bullshit. Also, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break when I said I was going to run it. Oh, no, I did run it. Never mind. It's Christian Arabs too, right? Yes. Just casually ignore the beheadings, though, says Goyim. Really? You think I haven't offered extensive coverage to the veracity of said claims, talked about how no children were actually killed, and the semantic difference or possible miscommunication doesn't change that reality. Not only that, but also the Western media doesn't care about it regardless, because they are already fucking fully in support of Israel committing genocidal acts in Palestine. You know, it makes you feel better about your circumstances, okay? And it's silly. It's silly. You should not, like, if you want it to exist in the way that it does in violent ways, then fear not, you know? You're getting your hopes, you're getting your goals met. Geliyorum dur. If you believe that Palestinians have a right to exist and they are human beings, okay, then you can't fucking look to the actions. You can't look to the fucking actions of the current Israeli government and say, no, they're actually forcefully retaliating. They have to do this. They simply have to genocide the Palestinians. You don't think every life is the same. You do not value it in the same way. I do, but you don't. What did this guy say? His name was Goyim, which can go in either direction. 40 infants beheaded, Jesus fuck. I am pro-Israeli for thinking both sides are fucking disgusting for involving civilians, and does that make me anti-Palestine? Serious question as a second-generation Jew from Poland. The death statistic is mental. Of course, the side with backing in advanced technology will have fewer deaths. It doesn't make either side right. They're both wrong. That's so funny. Yeah, dude. The side with advanced technology, okay, has simply no way to stop that violence, okay? The side with advanced technology simply is a machine. They have no way of stopping the violence, even though they have a disproportionate amount of power. And yet, the West Bank is always not mentioned in this conversation. Ask ultra-Zionists what they feel about how they feel about the West Bank and the treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank to understand the situation. You will not hear this in the Western media, and you will not hear this from ultra-Zionists. They hide in shame. Because they have done a quiet ethnic displacement in the West Bank. Ask them how they feel about peaceful coexistence in the West Bank and how that has turned out for them so far. It's insane to say, of course, the side with better technology is just better at killing. It's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous. If you are the occupying force and you have the capacity to fucking dial it back and you don't do it, then you are at fault.
Wow. You can see rockets being fired from Gaza. Our reporter, Nick Robertson, is just over the border from Gaza in Israel, in Sderot. Nick, why don't you tell us what you're seeing?
Yeah, we're seeing a massive barrage of Iron Dome intercepts in the sky. Here you can just make out the tiny puffs of white smoke in the sky. Each one of those puffs is an intercept of an Iron Dome defensive missile system taking down Hamas rockets. And you can see over my shoulder there some of the traces of the rockets themselves that have been fired through the sky. It looks as if those Iron Domes were...
You're right. After killing 1K Israelis and kidnapping about 100, Israel should just chill. Yeah, I am right. That is my take. Not only chill, but also scale back the violence that it's currently dishing out. Yeah. Yeah. I said the same thing about 9/11 too, by the way. You can suck my entire dick if you have a disagreement. I've been writing about this for years and years and years, as a matter of fact. Go back to fucking 2017 and you'll see my Huffington Post article about 9/11 was terrible. What we did after was significantly worse.
stopping the rockets going to the two big Israeli towns along the coast there. Ashkelon with the power station and Ashdod further up the coast there. You could see the missiles coming out from the Iron Dome and intercepting with the rockets in the sky. So literally in less than an hour from here, there's been attacks, Hamas missile attacks on this town, Sderot. There's been missile attacks on Tel Aviv as well. We saw those rockets going out. And there have been these rocket missile attacks on Ashkelon and Ashdod, it appears. So at this moment this afternoon, Hamas is clearly showing it's got firepower left. It's got the longer range weapons that it was always difficult for it to produce, that can reach as far as central Israel. It's got the shorter range ones that can come in here, and the mid-range ones that can reach up along the coast. So Hamas is showing that despite all the strikes on it so far, it has the capability and the reserves of rockets to continue firing out.
Nick Robertson, stand by if you can, and it is safe. I just want to give people a sense of where you are. You can see in red here is Gaza. If we can put Nick back up there. This is Sderot right here. This is where Nick Robertson is, just over the border from Gaza. He could hear Iron Dome, that is Israeli air defense missiles being shot up into the sky to get rockets that were being fired from Gaza. And as Nick was explaining here, some of the targets of these rocket attacks from Gaza appear to be Ashkelon and Ashdod here, Israeli cities right on the Mediterranean coast. Nick Robertson, again, back to you. How constant is this? And do you feel like you're hearing more outgoing? Can you distinguish between the outgoing from Gaza and the air intercepts from Israel?
Yes, the outgoing from Gaza you see because there's the white trails behind the rockets. So you see them, particularly the longer range ones. At night you see them outgoing because of their sort of the orange burner trail on the back of the rocket. And the intercepts start out as, well, you could actually, I have a rough idea of their firing positions now because you see them come up, you see a little.
It's funny to do this when, like, if it bleeds, it leads, right? Like, there's plenty of blood that you can fucking cover in Gaza, but instead they're spending the limited amount of time they have in covering everything with, like, an ad for the Iron Dome. But I guess, like, it makes sense. We did pay for it after all, right?
Red dot flying through the sky, then it explodes into a puff of white smoke. You hear the percussion from it when it intercepts with that rocket. So the dynamics of how this works, we have a very good vantage point here.
All right, Nick Robertson, stand by. You're in Sderot. Let's go over to Clarissa Ward. We can see her shot up right now. Clarissa, if you can hear us, you're in Ashkelon. Also rockets firing. What are you experiencing?
Yeah, so Kate, we had seen on the Hamas Telegram channel that they were warning that there was going to be some kind of a threat, that they told people.
I didn't say the Iron Dome was bad. The Iron Dome is great. I think the Palestinians deserve an Iron Dome too. If I'm paying for it, might as well, level the playing field a little bit, right?
People to leave by 5 p.m. We got here literally at 5 minutes to 5. Air raid sirens sirens started going off. We were immediately dragged into the bunker by another person here, and massive amount of missiles just slamming in all around. We also heard, hi Fred, we also heard, there's other journalists here as well, obviously. We also heard the Iron Dome intercepting some of them. You can actually smell the smell of the explosives coming from some of the balconies out there. So unclear at the moment how.
0 people have died. When 900 have died on the other side of that fucking border wall since this coverage started. And they're talking about the fucking smell of the interception missiles. Yeah. How about the smell of burning babies, Of course, if she was allowed in the Gaza, maybe she would go, probably not. Someone could go and report from there, but they can't. I wonder why. Most would not go anyway because they're fearful, not of Hamas, but of being blown to fucking bits by Israel. But they can't even go anyway because Israel's not letting them.
How many of these rockets may have made impact, or what the damage may be, what the casualty rate may be, but certainly a lot of rockets were fired. The hotel was, a relatively secure location. Okay, we're hearing more sirens.
The Israeli military is mobilizing a record number of reservists, some 360,000, as observers are anticipating a ground operation in Gaza. The IDF is also amassing tanks and other military vehicles near the border with the Palestinian territory, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed retaliation on Hamas like never before.
See, let me tell you something, okay? Perhaps if you weren't such a fucking disgusting pig monster who like automatically assumes, and you are substituting Hamas with Palestinians, let's be real. And the real reason why you fucking hate Palestinians and Hamas isn't because like Hamas is violent or anything. It's because they're Muslim. Let me tell you why. If you weren't such a fucking racist little piglet, you would know that Clarissa Ward herself has literally interviewed Hamas, Taliban, and even, if I'm not mistaken, ISIS members. You could also perhaps look at one of the most famous Palestinian journalists in the entire Muslim world, Al Jazeera's very own Shireen Abu Akleh, who was viciously executed, mercilessly murdered by Israeli snipers. The real threat to press is not Hamas, who wants to get a message out to the Western world anyway. The real threat to press has always been Israel. 100%. I will stand by that all fucking day. You might not agree with their tactics. I certainly do not agree with their ideology. And yet I understand why they would want to not kill journalists. But again, it's your invention in your mind that is more important. I'm not going to pull up the list again of like the hundreds of journalists that were killed by Israel, okay?
Keep in mind, a ground operation could get complicated. Gaza is very densely populated. It puts civilians in the middle of urban warfare, where Hamas can utilize narrow city streets and a complex network of tunnels that can be used to move fighters, store weapons, and launch a series of attacks. We want to discuss the situation now with a military expert who knows firsthand the hazards of urban combat. We're joined now by General Wesley Clark. He was the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO during the Kosovo War. General, thanks so much for sharing part of your afternoon with us. We saw this drone video of Gaza earlier today. This is the aftermath of the operation.
Move armored vehicle city, snipers and other people on the high ground. Now, you've created a lot of rubble in the city right now, so you got to stay away from those streets if you're trying to move armored vehicles in there. So that adds to the obstacles there. It's going to be a very tough, slow, painstaking operation. You've got to do it with maximum protection for your own troops, because you have to understand that Hamas, this is not going to be a surprise to Hamas. They knew that this is what they were going to get. This is what they want. They want to bring that Israeli ground force in and attack it from every direction and put more casualties on it, show that it lacks credibility. So Israel has to do this, has to do it well, has to maintain its military credibility. It's an extremely difficult operation coming up.
General, you described the targeting of tunnels and areas along that border. There were civilians in Gaza that were trying, or rather we're told to evacuate a certain crossing, and this Rafah crossing right here. And it's been complicated partly because it was targeted.
Dude, I love, listen. Hamas does unjustifiable shit. Okay, the media's like, they're literally doing nuclear holocaust to Israel. Israel does clear-cut definitional war crime. It's really complicated how the Israeli War Crime Brigade did yet another war crime, but I will do everything I can to not say that it's a fucking war crime. Dude, they bombed a border crossing. What do you say to that? It's not complicated. It's a fucking war crime.
Targeted. Obviously, you mentioned some of the complications regarding a ground operation. What about the fact that Hamas is holding some 100 to 150 hostages, potentially some American citizens? How does all of that, the difficulty of getting civilians out, and the fact that there are hostages in Gaza, alter the calculus for the Israeli Defense Forces?
Well, obviously, you'll have teams standing by that could do an emergency hostage rescue operation. If you could identify where the hostages are, if you could get entrance into that area with sufficient force to rescue them. But those capabilities will be there, and we'll be monitoring all the electronic and visual intelligence we've got. We'll be looking for other people talking and communicating, people on the ground. We'll do everything we can to locate them. But, you know, it's in Hamas' interest not to execute those hostages. Yeah. They need those hostages as bargaining leverage at the end. So you're going to hear a lot of threats. You may have some out-of-control people who do want to kill the hostages, but my bet would be that the Hamas leadership will not want to give up those hostages.
For the sake of the families of those missing, General, I hope you're right about that. I do want to share with you some new satellite images we have of the Erez crossing complex. So essentially what we're looking at.
This is the most honest assessment I've ever seen. This is the first time I've seen in Western media where they're even talking about like Hamas as like a. I mean, obviously they're saying Hamas is bloodthirsty and whatnot, but at least they're like recognizing that there was like a tactical purpose. This is a military guy, so he has to fucking be like, here is the tactic as to why they're doing this. Everywhere else, including Joe Biden, has been like, no, they just took them because they're like horny to do like gang rapes on all the hostages or some shit.
Looking at this right here is Gaza, and this is Israel. This is part of the border, and on it you can see craters in some areas where Israel launched retaliatory strikes. What really stands out to me are breaches in the border wall where Hamas broke through, and you can see them in these circles I'm drawing. This is where Hamas militants were able to get into Israel. It's striking partly because of the scale, General, of the attack. They executed an attack unprecedented in the history of Hamas without Israeli intelligence having a clue that this was going to happen. How is that possible?
It's possible by just working with people you trust, keeping the circle of knowledge small, and only talking face-to-face. No electronic communications, nothing in writing that can go out. If you do that, you can maintain security. But, you know, Hamas has been there for a long time. We cannot underestimate their sophistication. It's a mistake to think that they're just terrorists out there waving AK-47s. This is a sophisticated military force. It's had training. It's had assistance from the Iranians, maybe some Russian equipment in there for all we know. They can monitor communications. They have cyber. They have anti-aircraft missiles. They have anti-tank missiles. Got a lot of stuff buried underground. They prepared this for a long time. So I think, you know, we have to anticipate this is not like going when the United States Army raced through Baghdad in 2003, shattered the Iraqi guards, and the people in Iraq were like, hey, well, some of us liked him, some of us didn't. Let's see what happens now. That's not what this is. This is a fortress area that's been prepared. Now, how many Hamas fighters are there? 15,000, 20,000. We saw maybe 2,000 committed in this operation. So they've got lots of forces left behind and ready, and no doubt will.
He's literally 100% right. Except for when he said Hamas is very well trained. I think this last military operation was the first time Hamas, or at least all the Palestinian coalition, the Palestinian forces, looked well trained. But every other aspect of it is correct. Yeah. I don't think he was right when he said Gaza is a fortress. No, he's right when he says Hamas and Gazan forces are preparing for a ground invasion. Dude, I don't think you understand. Counterinsurgency is very difficult. So difficult that the United States of America's military cannot hold it and do it for years. It is pure Israeli arrogance to suspect you can do it to people in your own fucking backyard for as long as America has occupied Afghanistan and even longer. Okay? It is delusional. There is no good mechanism to consistently occupy a nation state that does not want you there, or to consistently occupy people. The only thing you could do is slow ethnic cleansing. Cannot win a counterinsurgency. You cannot win with counterinsurgency. You cannot win against an insurgent movement unless you just nuke it. That's it. Can't do it. You just have to ethnically cleanse that area, which is what Israel is going to do. It's going to try and do it. Or just put a wall around and starve it. I mean, they did that. They've been doing that. And now they're doing the other thing because that demonstrably didn't work. It didn't work well enough. They did it so fucking hard that even their own internal security said, stop doing this. You're hurting our own security apparatus.
Willing to sacrifice their lives to take Israelis with them. So this is going to be a tough fight. And at the same time, of course, we've got the northern border to worry about. The president's talking about maybe sending another carrier battle group in. And don't forget, the North Koreans are now shipping artillery and ammunition by rail to the Russians to put the pressure on Ukraine. We can never neglect that, because that fight in Ukraine.
That part's important too. I'm going to keep it $150. Like, America is spread too thin, boys. I'm telling you. America is spread too fucking thin. We don't have enough munitions to supply Ukraine. We have to go to our client states to help to supply Ukraine. We do not have infinite resources. And here it is.
Well, meanwhile,
this is important too, because even Iran is saying Iran was not behind the Hamas attack on Israel. That's what Khomeini said.
Iran's supreme leader has denied any involvement in the Hamas attacks on Israel. He told an audience at a...
All I'm going to say is this. If China doesn't make a serious move towards Taiwan in this period of time, everyone should remember it as an important, a critical moment, and one that is truly truly a sign of goodwill, I would say. Think about it. Fucking carriers are predisposed in defending Israel against like a possible Middle Eastern World War III. America doesn't have infinite resources. Like, there is no better opportunity for China to just be like, hey, Taiwan's ours, by the way. It's always been ours, but like here it is. It's definitely ours 100% now. There's never been a better time. There's never been... Dude, we sent 2 carrier strike groups. We have 11. So... Like, bro, at a certain point, you're going to run out of bullets. At a certain point, you're going to run out of fuel. At a certain point, you're going to run out of munitions. That's why I gave you the example of Ukraine. Ukraine is an example where, for example, America does not have as much artillery munitions, right? Why would they? They don't use it as much. They use other types of explosive ordnance. So they ran out of artillery munitions, despite the fact that we had a decent amount of them. So we had to go to South Korea, who has artillery. South Korea has artillery because of the DMZ. South Korea and North Korea both have a shit ton of artillery pointing in either direction as a security assurance for either party. So now Russia is getting their artillery from North Korea, and Ukraine is, at the behest of the United States of America, getting its artillery from South Korea. This implies, to me at least, that there is only a finite amount of resources, and that eventually, if war is never ending, especially if there are unforeseeable circumstances like the one that we just saw, with a contingency plan, certainly, which you are experiencing at the moment, like their contingency plan is sending 2 fucking carriers to immediately control the area and defend Israel. What are they going to do if China moves at this very moment?
Military academy that Tehran supports.
Would be so funny if they do. They would never forget after the Ukraine thing. What? Okay, I'm just saying, like, this is an opportunity for China where it has the most amount of leverage. It has maximum leverage to do that if they would want to do so. I'm not saying that that's a good thing. I'm not saying that they should do it. Obviously, I don't believe that they should do that. That would be fucking horrifying. I don't, but ultimately, they've never had better leverage than right now. So if they don't do it now, that means, that's a demonstration of good nature, in my opinion.
And defends Palestine and its resistance.
Supporters of the regime and some officials of the occupying regime have said some nonsense comments over the past few days. They introduced Iran as the one who is behind this operation. They made a mistake. We, of course, defend Palestinians. We kiss the forehead and arms of the brave fighters and youth of Palestine. Yes, it's true. But those who say that non-Palestinians were behind what was done, they do not know Palestinians well. They have underestimated the nation of Palestine. That is their mistake.
John?
Let's speak now to Dorsa Jabari. She joins us live from Iran's capital, Tehran. Dorsa, give us an idea of just how significant it is that we've got the supreme leader coming out himself to deny any involvement from Iran in this Hamas operation.
Well, it's certainly significant. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces. But his comments weren't just about this specific denial. He spent about 10 minutes or so talking about the events that have unfolded over the past few days at the graduation ceremony at Imam Ali Military.
It's pretty fucking significant, dog. Like, actually. Or the Jewish people demand support for Israel in return for ongoing support to Ukraine, or justify bailing on Ukraine because of Israel. China supports Palestine? No. China is a is a classic two-stater, very, very China of them, where it's like the most even-keeled. Hey, you are out of control. What are you doing? She's trying to break through the fucking barriers and shit. Okay, this dog is insane now. Being a bad dog. I think you're definitely right about U.S. and Israel not wanting Iran to get involved. Iran is a much bigger player than Hezbollah and Hamas. It literally trains them and many other militias in the region. Plus, Iran has a much stronger economic ties to China, especially with Russia, that they wouldn't want to risk a war in the West, so they could get them involved in as well. Isn't Iran the only state that supports the one-state solution? Iran and myself.
Academy here in the capital. He highlighted the fact that there was many people are calling what took place a failure in terms of the Israeli military intelligence, but he said it's irreparable what has happened, meaning that the Israelis will not be able to fix the damage that's been done to them. He also highlighted the fact that this was by the will of the Palestinian people themselves who carried out the attacks. And he said that right now what is happening is that Israel is using the narrative that they are the oppressed. They've turned things around.
See? If China doesn't invade Taiwan now and they have supposed leverage, they never will, and it continues to prove that the economic bottom line is the only thing that matters. I'm pretty staunchly anti-China, but even I know they have logical concerns. Thank you. And Show Sleepy and I have duked it out before. Exactly. China responds to provocation more because they just want to keep doing what they're doing. I think it would be very shocking if they were like, yeah, we're going to take advantage of this and like go fucking take over Taiwan when America is spread too thin. If their legitimate goal was to just like overtake Taiwan, this is it. This is the best time to do it. What would be the nightmare scenario right now for Israel? What do you mean? The nightmare scenario right now for Israel is one that most likely won't happen, which is every Gulf state turning on Israel and like magically deciding and turning on America and magically deciding that like they're going to align with Russia and Iran to wipe out Israel. I mean, it's a fantasy. This would never happen. This is pure insanity. But it would be like Hezbollah from Lebanon, the IRGC from Iran, and Syrian forces as well, through Golan Heights and onwards, and maybe even some of the Gulf nation states, which probably wouldn't even do that regardless, all fighting Israel on a multiple front war, backed by Russia, backed by China. That would be its nightmare scenario. The other nightmare scenario for some Israelis is a end to the apartheid regime, an end to the apartheid, and a one-state secular nation that protects all citizens under the historic Palestinian borders unconditionally and offers reparations to Palestinians. So those are the two like scariest options. I think the second one I just described is probably even more terrifying. The thought of like living next to Palestinians who have the same rights as they do. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how scary that would be. But I will not stop wishing equality upon them. But yes, you have Syria, you have Hezbollah, you have Iran engaging in a multiple front war against Israel. That would be the most terrifying prospect for Israel.
The oppressors have become the oppressed, and he said they're using that as a justification to carry out the strikes on Gaza. And he said that this will also see a harsh blow to them, really serving as a warning to the Israeli officials who have been pointing the finger at Iran and the supreme leader himself.
Not to get too like spiritualistic about this and idealistic, because like everything is rooted in materialism here, but there is something to be said about the will of the people. Okay, there's a reason why we live in a post-colonial world, unless like conditions are at least somewhat better for territories that the United States maintains. Like it's fairly difficult, if not impossible, to maintain colonies. You can engage in neocolonialism, neo-imperialism. You can, do other things. You can hurt people through trade. But it is really, really difficult. It is really difficult to occupy a nation, especially when you're like really far away or even right next door. It's really hard. If America can't do it, nobody can. Okay? You just have to do full-blown nuclear holocaust. That is the only way to permanently occupy a space, I think. Or through the way France maintains its colonies, economic control. Because or through the way America maintains its CIA client states. We don't say colonies because they're not black. So we'll say client states instead, because we at least see the humanity of America's allies globally, but we don't see it if you're, a French colony, of course. And in that circumstance, the client states are maintained through more peaceful means, mostly economic control, military bases, and that kind of thing. But if you are to go and add on a country that does not want to be a part of your world, like Afghanistan or Iraq, and they refuse to privatize their extraction industries like Iraq, for example, and you want to privatize them forcibly, you could just go and do war, build certain areas, build an extraction industry, privatize it in its entirety, and then move out. But you cannot occupy it permanently. Israel cannot permanently occupy the West Bank and Palestine and Gaza. That much is clear.
Himself taking the opportunity to deliver his own warning back to them.
And the Supreme Leader also expressing solidarity with the Palestinian people. Just tell us, give us an idea of what support Iran actually gives.
Well, officially, Iran has not admitted to providing financial or military assistance to the resistance groups in Palestine, but they have said that they do provide humanitarian assistance over the years, and that it will continue. The Supreme Leader highlighting the fact that it is the duty of all Muslim nations to come to the aid of the Palestinians in whatever shape or form they require. So he really left it very vague in terms of how, in what form the assistance would take place, but he said that it is their duty to do so. I think it would be up to the Palestinians to decide what they require and what they ask for. But I think it's certainly the relationship Iran has had with Palestine has always been very strong and very close.
No, Israel cannot go too far in the West eyes. What do you mean? Look at the last couple of days, brother. And guess what? Why should they feel like they can go too far in the West eyes? Look at the Western reaction. It is just a lack of reaction, or a straight up justification, or even worse, a demand for more bloodshed.
The leadership here since the revolution of 1979 has seen it seen Israel as one of their number one enemy. they don't recognize the state as such, and they believe that it is the Palestinian people's right to live freely in their own land. So the relationship has always been a very close one, and now it appears that that will continue.
Okay, Dorsa Jabari joining us there from Tehran. Thanks very much for bringing us the latest there.
You were explaining this, but you were explaining China's stance. No, China is a two-stater. They're shit libs. That's China's stance.
We want to get right to our top story, breaking at 8. The war in the Middle East is escalating. Death toll is climbing on both sides, and Israel is now preparing a ground incursion. 300,000 reservists have been called up, and many concerns that hostages could be executed and the conflict could spread.
Bro, everybody's saying GL. Dude, Israel's got a lot of surveillance tech, baby. They got a lot of startups. They got a lot of surveillance tech. You fucking kidding me? Iranian here. I have a short clip to demonstrate in American words why this whole thing is failing. And I'll demonstrate if you let me. It's also hilarious. Go ahead. Someone give Mehmet Walsholu a fucking description, please. My man's already fucking, operating out of, I don't know. I don't know if he's still in Iran or not, but give him a subscription so we can avoid the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. You got one now? Okay, go ahead. Send it. And no, I'm an Iranian German from Germany. Thanks, brother. Wait, what? This?
This is Afghanistan. Alexander the Great tried to conquer this country. Then Genghis Khan. Then the British. Now Russia. But Afghan people fight hard. They never be defeated. Ancient enemy.
Brave Mujahideen, baby.
Make prayer about these people. You wish to hear? Very good. It says, may God deliver us from the venom of the cobra, teeth of the tiger, and the vengeance of the Afghan. You understand what this means? That you guys don't take any shit.
Yeah, I mean, people's perspective can't be shattered. You know what I mean? It's not so easy to break the will of people, no matter how hard you try. Especially when they have more skin in the game. I'm sorry, at the end of the day, a lot of Israelis, if not all Israelis, due to the simple opportunity of being able to go back to a different country, for example, oftentimes because you have dual citizenship with said country, you literally have the opportunity to leave, right? Palestinians do not. They don't. I'm not saying you should leave. I'm not saying I'm not saying you should leave. I'm not saying that you're fake or phony or whatever. That if you were born into Israel, I understand why you identify with being Israeli. You identify with being in said country, growing up in said country. I get all of that. Ultimately, though, you do have an option of being able to. You have an exit strategy, and most people will take it if push comes to shove. Palestinians don't. They have to stay there. They have nowhere else to go. They don't, and this is their home. They're too poor to leave in many instances, or they're fucking trapped. And the reality is that, that's the reason why they will fight to the very end, and that's a scary reality that many far-right ultra-Zionists understand, and that's the reason why they fucking demand ethnic cleansing. Yeah, I mean, the problem with all these Gaza and documentaries about the West Bank and shit is that there's a lot of TOS, chat.
Palestine!
What is
Palestine
this?
to my dick!
think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza?
Kill all Palestinians, all of them. Not one left from the river to the sea. Palestine will be deceased.
Bro, you think people are going to get mad at this guy? Are you fucking stupid? What do you mean? That's like the perspective of Marco Rubio. There is no singular standard for this. No one will denounce this. Get the fuck out of here. Why would Israelis denounce this? They've been saying it openly in the fucking chat.
And Israel need to do like this. You see? Now Gaza. Like this. Gaza need to do like this. Or like this, but all this Jewish. Two options.
What do you think the response should be to Gaza?
We gotta wipe them off the fucking map.
I'm
talking about every fucking flatten them like a parking lot.
Yeah, wait.
Flatten them out once and
There's
for all. Get rid of that.
nothing else you can do. They proved to us there's nothing.
I mean, I'm sorry. This is not, I can't even feign shock here, okay? I can't feign shock here at all, bro. I've heard this so much. Come on, dog. Like, it's fake. If I sit here and go, wow, how disgusting that these guys are saying such genocidal things, then I would have to act like I didn't hear the Israeli government say these exact same things. I would have to act like I didn't hear every American fucking politician say these things. Like, oh man. That's crazy how much these guys want to assassinate and eradicate every fucking Palestinian. That's crazy. That's so crazy. This is so new. This is so new to me, right? It's new to you too, right?
Nothing else you can do. We tried everything. It doesn't work.
It's just funny because, like, brother, look at yourself, okay? Those very same white supremacist elements are going to come for you. And inevitably, they're going to come for the Jews too. But they're going to come for you first because they're not even going to think you're Jewish. They're going to think you're a fucking Arab terrorist, okay? Like, you are not on the team, homie. And neither is Israel nor the Jews in Israel. They're not on the team of the evangelicals who support them. Because the evangelicals ultimately, once the rapture happens, think that every Jew is still going to burn in hell in eternal damnation. IDF would take him by mistake? No, IDF would not take him by mistake because he would be dressed up in IDF colors because IDF also looks like this. That's my point. If you have ever seen like how diverse Israel is in general, okay, you would understand what I'm talking about, with the exception of like black people. You know, some, but not a lot.
And we tried everything. It doesn't work. We have to wipe them flat off the fucking map, like a fucking parking lot. I'm not stopping till all Arabs are wiped out.
I think now it's the time that we need to embrace Gaza.
Bro, I thought, dude, like every single person here would get most likely hate crimed in Alabama, and not because they thought they were Jewish, okay? Like, they'd be like, oh, this guy's Dominican, I think. The other guy was an Arab, and this one's a Dominican. Like, racist people would not know what race they are, but they'd be like, they're not white, I'll tell you that. By the way, if these guys heard me say this, they'd get so fucking mad. Especially because, like, you know, I'm also Hassan, Muslim. You know what I mean? But it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny when, you know, you hear this kind of thing. And then you learn about like the internal conflict amongst Mizrahi Jews and Ashkenazi Jews in Israel, And, you know, get a better understanding that fascism is inherently self-defeating. It's a cancerous ideology that will always look for a different outgroup. So all of those allegiances can be exploited, and all of those allegiances are on borrowed time unless you move towards peace.
There is people inside, our people inside, that kidnap, and now we need to kill all of them and free Israel. All of their belief is killing Jewish and killing and murder our people.
Flatten it, flatten Gaza.
That will be the last war in Gaza.
This will be.
Yes, it should be.
Bro, they got the NYPD drones and shit. I really think the Israeli government could have done more to defend the people who were brutally murdered. I think they just wanted an excuse to finish what they started to speak. No, man. No, I think it's arrogance. I think it's negligence. I think it's arrogance. I think it's probably not an NYPD drone, by the way. I don't know what kind of fucking drone that is, but I think it was arrogance. I think it was hubris. I think it's comfort. I think people just literally, it was an unimaginable incursion. Like, there was just no way that it could have ever happened. Where is AOC to condemn this? Wait, I wanna tweet about that fucking I wanna tweet about that. Hold on. Explain your one-state solution, please. Bro, I did. Oops, I had the wrong thing. Isn't it Control-Shift-T? Oh, there's a full video of this.
Following the October 7th.
Oh, we saw most of it. Never mind.
Protesters with Israeli flags in hand organized a counter-protest and followed the Palestinian activists across Manhattan.
By the way, this is a counter-protest, dog. Like, they didn't even need to be there. Like, they just chose to be there. Hold on, I'm going to tweet about this in a second. I have to go pee so fucking bad. Hostage fears as Israel ramps up attacks.
I want to go to James Longman on the scene in one of the towns that Hamas raided. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, George. The bombardment of Gaza continues this morning. Entire neighborhoods have been wiped out. There's mounting concern about those hostages in Gaza. Hamas saying they will execute them if their demands aren't met. Meanwhile, here in southern Israel, we're hearing extraordinary stories of survival.
This morning, Israel carrying out total siege of Gaza, cutting off power and blocking food and water from being delivered. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responding to this weekend's shocking attacks, saying what is done to our enemies in the coming days will resonate with them for generations. The IDF says at least 1,500 Hamas militants were found along the border, killed in fighting with Israeli forces since Saturday. Israel now bombarding Gaza with a hail of rockets. The area, controlled by Hamas, is home to roughly 2 million Palestinians, one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Rescue workers digging for miracles. Is there anyone alive? This man shouts. From this pile of debris, 6-month-old Sama Al-Wadia pulled out, still alive.
No one feels safe. You feel bombing is just random. I mean, it happens everywhere, anytime.
Also inside Gaza, Israeli hostages kidnapped by extremists during the assault over the weekend. Now Hamas is threatening to execute one hostage on video for every airstrike fired without warning. And this morning, stories of incredible survival. Rachel and David Edim were held captive in their home for 20 hours. Their son Evi, a policeman, part of the operation to free them. His parents doing what they could to survive. Rachel even cooking for her captors.
I want to show you this, because one of the ways that they stayed alive was Rachel cooking them food, trying to entertain them, trying to keep them occupied, knowing that if she could do that, she could stay alive.
Evi tells me he found one militant with his arm around his mother's neck, threatening to kill her.
And this is Rachel and David's home. Take a look. You can see bullets all across the front of the building. Around me, just complete chaos. We can see bullet casings everywhere. There's a TV here. I mean, remember, they were in this house for 20 hours while hell was raging all around them. They made it out, thankfully, but for so many other families on both sides, the tragedy continues.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robert.
Let's do Jonathan Greenblatt, by the way. I want to talk about this because ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt blasted MSNBC and said that they were ridiculous for calling Hamas fighters and rationalizing terror attacks. They're explicit. Sorry, I'm tweeting. Am I writing explicit wrong? Oh. No one was expected to condemn these counter-protesters because they're explicit. Are championed through. Did I say championed? Our mainstream media, our entire IDF officials, the president, single elected echoed throughout our mainstream media by IDF officials, the president, and almost every single elected representative. In almost, yeah, that's a good way to put it. No one is expected to condemn these counter-protesters because their explicit calls for genocide are echoed throughout our mainstream media by IDF officials, the president, and almost every single elected representative. This is a double standard every Palestinian knows all too well. Remember what I said earlier today. Remember what I said earlier today, chatter. Remember, I told you, I don't agree with what Mia Khalifa said, okay? But make no mistake, if Mia Khalifa was a defender or supporter of Israel and she said those things about Palestinians, she would not have lost her job. 100%. She would not. Just like I got canceled for saying America deserved 9/11, but I would never in a million years get canceled for saying Iraq deserved the American invasion. It is a double standard. You must now examine why there is said double standard. How is a porn star's opinion relevant on the matter? It's not. she just was very callous about openly supporting Hamas and openly supporting Palestinians when they were killing Israeli citizens. She said it was like a Renaissance painting and asked them to flip their phone to horizontal so she can watch it better or something like that. And the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure she just thought, and for the record, sex workers can have well-read and well-thought-out opinions, okay? So saying that, oh, she's just a sex worker, who cares, like, ridiculous. Don't shit on sex workers. That's number one. And number two, are you going to say why there's a double standard or no? What do you think, man? What do you think the double standard is? What do you mean? What do you think the double standard is? Yeah, there are guys, okay? Yes, Americans love us doing blood and soil conquest. But if you are, God forbid, a defender of those who stand against American hegemonic power, you literally have to explain away every single sentiment all the fucking time as you withstand a barrage of just asking questions from dudes who do not even ever demonstrate the moral standard that they have against Palestinians. They just openly will, in the same breath, be like, every Palestinian is a dog that deserves to be ethnically cleansed and wiped out in the Gaza Strip. Explain yourself. Why did you say you think that this kind of, why are you implying that this kind of righteous vengeance? Why are you saying it's righteous vengeance? Why are you implying that you are on the side of Hamas? Explain it right now. Explain it right now. Explain it right now. Condemn Hamas. Condemn Hamas. Condemn Hamas. Condemn the violence. Condemn the violence. Condemn the violence. Condemn the violence. Just curious. Why won't you condemn the violence? Just curious. Why won't you condemn the violence? Nazis trying to bait you into shitting on Israel from the viewpoint of them being Jewish? Yeah, I know. But what they do not understand is that I am aligned with many of my Jewish brothers in also criticizing Israel, and I am certainly not aligned with any motherfucking Nazis on any point whatsoever. Okay? What comments Mia Khalifa made that you disagree with? I disagree with the way Mia Khalifa responded to the Palestinian operation. Why? Because I have been an advocate for Palestinian liberation and Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 years very publicly. And if you have been in this fight for a very long time, you should fucking know better. Okay? You can't be callous. What did you think? You were defending Israel? You can't talk like that. You can't say things like that in the Western world. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy? I also don't agree with her. I don't think that it's like, I don't think that it's super sick to see random fucking Israeli civilians dying in the streets. Okay? I don't. But even from a tactical perspective, she can say what the fuck she likes. No, you can't. Because every activist, every anti-Zionist activist knows, okay, that you have to always be on a fucking tightrope. Always and forever. That's why whenever people go, Hasan, why hasn't the ADL come after you? Because, like, what do you mean? I will not be caught slipping. And that's precisely why so many of my fucking haters have been trying desperately to find something that they can shit on me for, and they can't, so they move beyond, like, clipping me out of context to, like, talking about how my audience is, like, reacting in a certain way or whatever the fuck. You have to be very precise. Every single fucking... They Photoshopped me? Wait, they did? Wait, what did they Photoshop me as? What did they Photoshop? Yeah, as a Hamas fighter? Wait, no shot. That's funny. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, it's very racist, but it's whatever. You know, I'm used to it. Again, you will eat a metric ton of bullshit What is this? Turkish-American streamer Hassan the Hun seen in Gaza Strip with Hamas rebels hate to break this before Kurz Chiki or AG Cat. Who are these people? Yeah, your biggest op posted it this morning. He's such a cornball. Nice, dude. Good one, dude. Thanks. The day the fighting broke out, you were offline. Your haters went batshit saying you started the fighting, lol. People are calling me HasanAbi too, I think, right? Anyway. Yeah, bro, if your whole fucking worldview, if your politics is like, you know, quirked up white boy from Iowa who picks whatever flavor of the month 4chan poll is going along with, yeah, you're gonna hold a lot of like the same fucking resentments that you probably did not that long ago when you were openly fucking alt-right. You know what I mean? It is what it is. The Muslim rape gangs narrative will go a very long way in a community like that. Just like Hassan is a defender of Hamas and he loves to see Israel burn, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Why? Well, you know how he is. You know how he is, dude. Yeah. No, come on, Hassan, Hamas. Come on. Think about it. I'm saying they're being fucking racist, dude. What do you want me to spell it out? This guy goes, oh, you said I do know what you mean, my broski. Okay, never mind. I thought you were saying I don't know what you mean. Okay. They're being fucking Islamophobic and racist. Yeah. Can you explain to me why the Iranian government, which is always doing the literal worst, is in this one instance supporting Palestine, is doing the right thing? Many Iranians are blindly hating on Palestine just because the government is in support of them. They're doing it because they see... I mean, in a way, it's kind of like America with Ukraine against Russia. It's a destabilizing force for Hamas. I mean, Hamas and Palestine is seen as a destabilizing force against Israel. Israel is their enemy. It's a regional power broker that literally fucking executes their scientists and shit. Why wouldn't you use anything and everything against them? You know? Don't let Hassan see this. What is this? Oh my God.
Let's make one of our last snacks together a good one.
Oh my God, this is literally, oh my God, this is me and Kaya. Where did you guys get this footage? Where'd you guys get this footage of me and Kaya?
The Bears are going to go to...
What is the probability of Israel nuking Gaza? No, bro. You can't fucking nuke, like... Bro, it's like you nuking your next door neighbor, okay? What are you talking about? There is no... like, there's nuclear fallout and shit. Like, you can't just... It is literally next to one another. Gaza is not like Japan, okay? The proximity between Gaza and Israel is nothing. There is no proximity. They are on top of one another. They are, after all, the same fucking singular state. You can't do that. Not like America versus Japan. I've been meaning to watch it for like 2 days now, or a day now. Let's see what ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt, what kind of normal takes he had about MSNBC's coverage.
Tell us, if you will, just what these last few days have been like for you and why it's so important that you are appearing here today with the Reverend Sharpton.
Well, so I will be honest and maybe a little more.
Yes, Israel is an apartheid state. Wait, this guy said the most successful anti-colonial actions have been sucking up. No, chatters, mods. You can't ban every guy, especially if they're like coming across with like, if they're coming up with like really funny takes. Okay? Where is the guy? Jinzo the Trap Lord's name, I think. No, that's like a really funny. Don't ban every fucking. I mean, you guys have been doing an incredible job so far. Okay. But this one was like really funny. This guy said, yes, Israel is an apartheid state. In what context is violence acceptable? The most successful decolonialization efforts have been nonviolent and intellectual, in parentheses, sucking the West. It should be natural to denounce Hamas's actions. First of all, Israel is an expression of the West. So no matter how hard you suck, they are the ones who are genociding you. So that's number one. And number two, that is so wrong. You're just wrong. Entirely wrong. There is a very close example that you can use or in apartheid South Africa, which was not non-violent, okay? It was violent. So that's number one. And number two, you can also use the other decolonial action or the other country and its anti-colonial action that actually ended up influencing the ANC's actions in apartheid South Africa. And I'm, of course, referencing Algeria against France or Vietnam against France. There's a lot of France happening because they're not great. Anyway. So, let's hear what ADL had to say about this.
These have been some of the hardest days of my adult life. I don't ever remember a moment like this. I have family in Israel right now under siege and being deployed to the front lines. I have staff who can't locate their family. I have friends who are gone.
Like, if this is, it's so hard for me to be like, it's hard for me to feel bad because it's Jonathan Greenblatt, okay? These are still human beings. His friends are still human beings. And his employees are still human beings. But like, his entire job at the ADL is to literally say any kind of anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. You know what I mean? Like he's like, oh man, my life is so hard. You're literally describing the Palestinian existence, the Palestinian daily existence, whether it be in the West Bank or whether it be in Gaza, with no opportunity to relocate whatsoever for either of those people, especially as like a person who has quite literally played a fucking significant role in making sure that any kind of counter protest, no matter how peaceful, is immediately slapped with the anti-Semitism sticker and has to be squashed.
And I think Ambassador Danone put it well in a context that Americans can understand. 9/11, the evil that was perpetrated here. But the scale, Jonathan, the right comparison is Nagasaki. This was like an atomic bomb. And as 40,000 people were killed in Japan when they dropped that bomb in Nagasaki.
Okay. He said this is Israel's 9/11, right? So Israel's population is 9.3 million, 1,000 people died. Okay? Palestine, or at least Gaza's population, is 2 million, and almost 900 people have died so far. If this is Israel's 9/11, Israel does 1,000 9/11s, 1,000 Nagasaki's, and 1,000 Hiroshimas to Gaza since fucking 2008. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Do not start this conversation and make population comparisons, okay? That is so crazy to me. If we're going to do math, what the fuck kind of math is that?
So too with the hundreds upon hundreds of people who were killed in Israel. And so while I am sad and trying to cope, I'll be honest, I am angry. I am angry with the world that allowed the dehumanization of Israelis and sanitized the terrorism of Hamas. I must say.
I'm not kidding, bro. I swear to God, like, you swap the words Israeli and Palestinian, and all of a sudden, I think you have a more coherent argument, okay? I do. I legitimately believe that. Because the numbers show that. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Not only do the numbers show that, but every single person who even dares to say Palestinians are human beings that deserve dignity and emancipation is put up to the task. Every single fucking thing. He's saying Hamas, not Palestinian. Yeah, dude, I know. Except you're fucking ridiculous if that is not being utilized interchangeably. Because when Israel says we are ridding Gaza of the Palestinian scourge, they do not mean that they're going to go kill Gazans. They do not mean that they're going to go kill Hamas. They mean they're going to kill every fucking Palestinian, and they are doing that.
I love this show and I love this network, but I've got to ask, who is writing the scripts? Hamas? The people who did this, they are not fighters, Jonathan. They are not militants, and I'm looking right at the camera. They are terrorists. It is a barbarian.
Meh, not true, but okay. Bro, come on. Come on, chatter. Okay, what about the West Bank? Are they also Hamas? What about the West Bank? Are they Hamas? Are they ruled by Hamas? Is Hamas there? So why has there been ethnic displacement there for the same duration that there has been ethnic cleansing happening and a siege occurring in Gaza? What is going on there? Are they also Hamas, or are they just simply Palestinian, which is the worst crime that you can ever do, is exist as a Palestinian inside of historical Palestinian borders? Come on, dude. Go ahead.
Who rapes and brutalizes women, who kills children in front of their parents, and then brings them over to Gaza, who literally, we've heard all these reports, and we know these aren't just reports. These were filmed gleefully by the...
What is this? So if I send you a video of an IDF soldier laughing after killing a child in 2018, will you change your mind? When does every Israeli deserve death then? Because that did happen. You can Google that. Shaklon, after seeing the clip of sniping a child and celebrating, I cannot feel bad for this. He's blaming the world for their own evil and their incompetence. Yeah, I think you misunderstood what Shaklon was saying. Shaklon is talking about watching the exact same footage that you watched. Wait, isn't Shaklon the one that always shits on me too? Yeah, this is like a very rare Shaklon, very rare normal Shaklon take. What's happening? That's crazy.
The barbarians who committed these grotesque crimes.
Everyone shits on me. Yeah, bro. I know. I know. Because I'm right about everything, okay? Always. And very consistent.
Crimes. They filmed, for example, an elderly woman in her home in one of these towns. They burned her alive in her house because she was too infirm to take out. And, you know, parading women, bleeding from the crotch because they were raped throughout Gaza while people hoot and holler and cheer.
Oh.
So look, you know, when we...
Like, he doesn't need to do that. You know what I mean? He doesn't need to do that at all. But it's fucking... It's just, like, good to add that in there. You know what I mean?
Say, oh, this was an escalation. It was bound to happen. I am sorry. This was a massacre that was pre-planned.
Is any of this true? Yes. A lot of what he's saying is true. Yes. A lot of what he's saying is true. Some of what he's saying is not substantiated and have been retracted from mainstream media, but that won't stop him from saying that because, yeah, you're right. It is great television, so he's going to say it. Yeah, he's talking about the specific picture that has been going around with a woman who had blood on the back of her pants and saying that, like, that person was raped. That was... At first, I thought, like, there was actual valid evidence because these things do get tracked, and it is likely for things like this to happen, okay? So I thought that there was more substantiated evidence on that, except every single person that has been asked, from no opinion to everybody else, is like, it has only used that image as the reason for it, as the reason for why they're saying mass gang rape is occurring. Surprisingly base Gal Gadot. Wait, what? What is she saying? Oh, what the fuck? Whoa, is this fake or is this real? Bro, I'm telling you, motherfucker, I'm telling you, dude. Israeli people in general have a fucking more reasonable perspective on the matter than American politicians, dude. There are Israelis in this chat that have a more reasonable perspective on the matter than American politicians. I wonder if it's from today or from before, from a different time. I don't know what's going on, but I'm telling you. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know, it's not on her story, but she has all this. Israel's brutal apartheid state and colonial occupation is unsustainable. Okay? It's unsustainable. And I mean, I don't know if that's like Gal Gadot herself saying it or whatever the fuck. I don't care about Gal Gadot's perspective, but that is the perspective that is shared by at least the Haaretz editorial board. Okay? It is the perspective shared by Shin Bet, not exactly an ally of mine, or not exactly a group of individuals that, like, I would agree with in every other circumstance. They recognize that Israel's apartheid state is unsustainable, and it's actually creating a security flaw. They recognize it. Americans do not. How fucking crazy. Americans living in America are like, no, go all the way, blood and soil. Fucking rid the entire strip, flatten it. It's crazy to me that Americans watched Israelis fucking duke it out in the streets with their own police and security apparatus because they were frustrated by the Supreme Court decisions, or they were frustrated by potentially neutering the Supreme Court that is seen as like a secular institution, okay? And still, many people did not realize that that is a ramification of the maintenance of an apartheid state, okay? They can manipulate you always and be like, your enemy is Palestinians. We can take your rights away. We can put cojones in positions of power. Fuck you. Before you know it, there's blood on your hands as well as everybody else. Okay? American Zionists that love Netanyahu are literally identical to German Turks that love Erdogan. Yeah, because they don't have to fucking live in Israel. Israel is a fun place to visit. But the other part of it is just like Erdogan and the German Turks that love Erdogan, Erdogan loves the German Turks and Israel loves the American Zionists. You're wrong. Brutal apartheid state is sustainable in today's world. It's not. It's demonstrably not. You're watching it be not sustainable. It's odd when I see someone who is a Zionist living in Israel, okay, have a more reasoned fucking take on what's going on in Gaza than the motherfucking Miami Heat. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's going on? What is going on in America? The Miami Heat believe that Gaza needs to be reduced to rubble. And it's like, and on the other hand, you got like I said, Shin Bet being like, hey, we should stop fucking murking people in the West Bank because like you're pissing off every fucking Palestinian on the planet. We need to give them money. We need to like make sure that they're at least like relatively well taken care of so they don't stop fucking, joining the cause and aligning with Hamas. Meanwhile, Miami Heat is like, reduce it to rubble now. Gaza must be purged. An aberration that must be excised. It's like, why is the Miami Heat taking this position? What the fuck is going on? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
And this was not destined to happen. It is not normal to shoot teenagers in the back, hundreds of them. So I just think, like, guys, get the story right. And all these pictures of like
Ben Gvir getting dumped into QRTs by Israelis after gloating about border police killing kids in the West Bank. Yeah, that happened today. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like there's a reason why Israel cares more about the foreign policy perspective because I feel like they think they have enough reactionaries on the ground that are also baying for blood. So now they want to clean up the foreign propaganda. But I think in their endless thirst to keep bullying and killing Palestinians, they are missing the forest for the trees.
Hundreds of them. So I just think, like, guys, get the story right. And all these pictures of like, missiles or the rubble in Gaza, please talk to the Israeli mothers and fathers.
Bro, what are you talking about? Have you seen mainstream media? This motherfucker's only watching the HasanAbi Broadcast, I think. Outside of like Al Jazeera and myself, I feel like most of the footage is just that, right? Am I crazy? I've yet to see mainstream media cover. I think he is. He's just simply just watching me, I think. He must be.
Who lost their children. Talk to the grandchildren whose grandparents were seized as hostages. And please stop calling this a retaliation. This is a defensive measure against an organization that is committed to one thing.
This is an American Jewish thing. I was always taught that the media is biased against Israel. I know. I mean, another like super far right ultra Zionist take is also hating Barack Obama. Like, Barack Obama sucked for Israel. And I hear it all the time. And I'm like, what do you mean, brother? He gave $38 billion to Israel. Like, what the fuck do you want? What are you talking about? Nah, he hates Israel. Like, what? I still don't even understand where the Barack Obama hates Israel came from. I guess maybe, is it because he's black? Like, I don't know. Because he's a black Kenyan? Oh, because the Iran denuclearization agreement. That probably is, right? Yeah. He's a Muslim Kenyan man with the middle name Hussein, so. Israelis are pissed at Bibi and Ben Gvir. Says, Mr. Prime Minister, go outside, face the media, and apologize. 1,000 people were murdered on your watch, sir. And where were you, Ben Gvir? You're the world champion in bullshitting. Where are you, Mr. Handgun on Twitter? We will never forgive you, never. Dude, this is why I said, for the record, this is why I said I think that if they blow up the fucking hostages that Hamas has currently, can you imagine? You're Israeli, okay? You know that your family member is currently being held hostage by Hamas, okay? Inside of Gaza, which they are, okay? And then the fucking far right security apparatus literally says, oh, you're done. Like, they're as good as dead. They're as good as dead. We're just going to kill them by our own hands, or we're going to keep bombing, even after Hamas said, like, we're going to start executing hostages if you keep bombing Gaza. Okay? That's why I said, I don't believe Israel will be the same after that. I know that there are a lot of people out there who want to fucking kill all the Palestinians, but I still think that he has a lot to answer for, especially when one of the first moves that the IDF did, instead of securing the southern towns, was to start bombing Gaza. When your people are dying in the streets, okay? When your people are fucking dying in the streets, and and you can't even take back your fucking precincts, and you immediately hit the one button that you know, which is like genocide Palestine button, okay? And you keep hitting it over and over and over again. That is an insane response, dude. It's like, oh shit, do we have to secure our own towns where our citizens are being killed? Wait, hold on. There's a journalist right there. Let me fucking snipe him in the chest, because that's what I know best. Like, that's insane. What are you doing? That is not a state. That is basically, at that point, not a state that cares about its own citizens, a state that cares about anything but genocide. Because Bibi Netanyahu doesn't care about anything but his own fucking ass. That's all he gives a shit about. All he cares about is maintaining power. All he cares about is literally staying in power. That's why he put Ben Gvir and many other right-wing, further to the right people in his coalition. Okay? Yeah, here is the former Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Ya'alon, who says, I call on the opposition not to form an emergency government with Netanyahu, but to demand his resignation. He was warned several times. He did not let the chief of staff speak to the cabinet. There is no trust in him. How can you lead a people to war like this? Every hour he remains in office is a detriment to the country. Literally, like, he's not even good at doing the apartheid state at this point. Like even other people who are like, dude, what are you doing? Like, let's do the war, are like, you can't even do the war. He even proves it in this video. Why are you guys spamming me? A leaked video from 2001 shows Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu talking about how Israel intentionally strikes Palestinians painfully, how he deceived the U.S. to break the Oslo Accords, and how Americans will always support Israel if it faces backlash.
שהמחיר יהיה כבד מנשוא, כרגע המחיר לא כבד מנשוא, התקפה רבת היקף על הרשות הפלסטינית.
Hold on, but then again, the world will say that we're the aggressors. I mean, yeah, because you are.
ואז רגע, אבל אז השוק מהעולם יגיד מה אתם כובשים? אתה לא מפחד מהעולם, ביבי.
במיוחד היום עם אמריקה, אני יודע מה זה אמריקה. אמריקה זה לא שאפשר להזיז אותו בקלות, להזיז לכיוון הנכון. לא יכניעו.
America is something that you can easily maneuver and move in the right direction. And even if they say something, so then they say something. So what? 80% of Americans support us. Because they don't show what he said in a 15-minute interview before this, that they attacked us so much, we have to answer. Okay. Wait, I don't get it. So does that change the dynamic of this or what? What's happening? Bro, dude, stop saying dumb shit like this, bro. Jesus Christ. I feel like ultra Zionists have one speed, you know, where they always go, it's a retaliation. He's saying we need to give reaction to Hamas, not innocent Palestinian people. Bro, he's not saying any of those things. The fuck are you talking about? He's currently talking about how we can do whatever the fuck we want. I don't know why you even still try to maintain the presence that like there is no genocidal appetite in Israel or specifically the Israeli fucking cabinet and the IDF. I don't know why you're still trying to maintain this appearance. This is in 2001, brother. What the fuck do you mean? He's talking about 2001. He said, I wasn't afraid to confront Bill Clinton. What happened with the Oslo Accords? The Accords, which were ratified by the parliament, I was asked before the 1996 elections, will you fulfill them? I said yes, subject to reciprocity and minimizing pullouts. There was no Hamas in 2001 in Gaza. Yes, I know there was. They just weren't as... Hamas existed at the time. It was just like incredibly marginal, nowhere near as popular as or as organized as it is now. They were just a party. I give my own interpretation that will allow me to stop the race back towards the 1967 borders. What? Why do you completely discredit the possibility of Netanyahu ignoring the warning on purpose to be able to retaliate? They're speeding up the displacement right now at the cost of a few Israeli lives. Because they don't need that. They don't need 1,000 Israelis to die and also in an embarrassing fashion. Like a lot of those guys were IDF. You know what I mean? IDF commanders and shit. They don't need all of that to get Israel on board. It's 1,000 Israelis. That's a lot of fucking people. I do not think that they purposely ignored, and more so, I believe, the Israeli argument itself. Here it is. First, they said, no, Egypt did not actually warn us. And now Channel 13 is confirming that the warnings came from Egypt, including confirmation from Israel. But the wording is, of course, already the wording of the Commission of Inquiry that will be established. The Egyptians warned of something happening in Gaza, but something happening in Gaza can be interpreted in many ways, so they say in Israel. And I believe them when they say that. I don't think that they took us seriously because they were like, we have the best border security. So much so that we can move our resources around. We can focus on protecting Ben-Gvir's psychotic, bloodthirsty settler monsters out there, you know, so they can spit on Christian tourists as much as they want to without having it be considered a fucking hate crime or kill as many Palestinians in the West Bank as we want. It was hubris. Okay? It was fucking hubris. They had grown far too comfortable thinking that no such operation could ever happen. Strawman donates and says, Hassan's arguments are strawman and videos that support his cause. He does not entertain proper arguments against his view. It is anti-intellectual. It is very sad that the American youth turn here for information. Hassan is not a scholar. Yeah. There you go. I read the donation. shit's getting crazy. Majority reports like the only channel that thinks raising Gaza is bad. Even Soyboy David Pacman is apologizing for Israel's attack on Gaza. Wait, what do you mean? David Pacman has always been more liberal than other, like, than mainstream media. What? I don't get it. Literally a dumb bimbo. Are y'all new here? First of all, I never said I'm a scholar, but I do think I'm right. I'm a scholar, and I agree with Hasan. Thank you, real Parmesan. Yes, David Pacman will support most of the actions of the Israeli state, but he recognizes when it goes too far as well. Just like, dude, a lot of the other sources of information that I've used to describe the situation on the ground. Oh. I had to say this, but your own uncle says apartheid is an exaggeration. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I've debated him every single time I've had him both here or even in general. I do not agree with many things that he says. Anyway. But I also define them as the entire Jordan Valley for me is a military facility. Yes, like the Beit She'an Valley. You see, go figure. But then there was a question of who will define these military facilities. I received a letter from the Secretary of State, Warren, to me and to Arafat at the same time, saying that Israel and Israel alone will define the military facilities, their locations and size. Now, they didn't want to give me this letter, so I refused to ratify the Hebron Accords of 1997. I stopped the government meeting and I said, I won't sign. And only when the letter has arrived during that meeting, to me and to Arafat, I signed the Hebron Accord. It's better to give 2% than 100%. And this is the choice we face. It's pretty funny because a lot of people are like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, but like Netanyahu's always been pretty open about his perspective of like never wanting the formation of a Palestinian state, leaning on Hamas to ensure that that never happens. Like it's not like he has to hide it. I don't know. I feel like we rely on him speaking in English a little bit too much. Like, just because he's from fucking Philadelphia and speaks very differently when he speaks English to the American media does not change the reality that he's very open. He's very open when he's speaking in Hebrew to his followers, to his friends, to his parliament, or to the Knesset, to his own party. You know what I mean? Why do you keep saying he's from Philadelphia? Wasn't he born in Israel to Israeli parents? I don't know, man. Look up where he's from. He was born in Tel Aviv. Okay. He was initially raised and educated in Jerusalem. And then between 1956 and 1958, and again from 1963 to 1967, his family lived in the United States, Cheltenham Township in Pennsylvania, a suburb of Philly, where his father, Benzion Netanyahu, taught at Dropsy College. Benjamin attended and graduated from Cheltenham High School and was active in the debate club, chess club, and soccer. He and his brother Jonathan grew dissatisfied with the perceived superficial way of life they encountered in the area, including the prevalent youth counterculture movement and the liberal sensitivities of the Reformed Synagogue, Temple, Judea of Philadelphia, and that the family attended. Oh my God. He was such a fucking nerd, dude. I didn't even know that. I did not know that he hated the liberal sensibilities of the fucking reformists. Jesus Christ. Like, when you're a kid, how do you behave like this as a child? I will never understand this. How are you such a fucking reactionary at a time when it's like, I don't know, like a young Ben Shabibo. Dude, Reform synagogues do like trash cleanup and food drives. Can't imagine hating that so much. Yeah, no, he's like, yeah, he hated concepts like egalitarianism and wokeness. But yeah, after graduating from high school, he joined the IDF. Yeah. His brother died in the IDF. We covered that before. He almost died in the same operation, but IDF had a policy at the time, and I think they still might, where two brothers from the same family can't join the same operation if they, because they don't want to wipe out the bloodline. So the world could have been rid of Bibi Netanyahu. Think about that. Can you comment on my past statement? Please comment on my past statement. Can you comment on my past statement? When Algerian revolution started, French authorities labeled the rebels as thieves and burglars. Nelson Mandela, an icon of freedom, was still the U.S. wanted list in America until 2008. Do you see the resemblance between the situation in Palestine and the revolutions that came before it? Yes, bro. I already did cover that, all of that. But yes, you're right. Yeah, I mean, this was yesterday. Israel bombed the only road in or out of occupied Gaza after telling Palestinians to escape through it. Bro, my aunt is being insane. I posted, if you support Ukraine and not Palestine, you should reflect on why. And holy fuck, she said, I don't have any basic decency. Then I wouldn't feel remorse if my Saba grandpa was shelled, and I would say it was deserved. Oh, this is another. Of course. This guy is popping off again. And yet again on British media. Oh, Piers Morgan asked me to go talk about Israel-Palestine, but I don't think I'm going to do it.
More than 800 dead in Gaza, including members of your own extended family. Do you know what happened to them?
They were just sitting at their home, and they were simply bombarded. Their entire building was brought down. My cousin, Aya, her two children, her husband, her mother-in-law, and two other relatives died immediately, were killed instantly. And two of her youngest children, a twin, 2 years old, are now in intensive
I'm concerned about the reaction, yes. That's why I don't want to do it.
Heartbreaking. And the issue here, Kirsty, is that they have no bunkers, they have no Iron Dome, they have nowhere to go. They are simply sitting ducks for the Israeli war machine.
I'm sorry for your own personal loss. I mean, can I just be clear, though? You cannot condone the killing of civilians in Israel, can you? Nor the kidnapped families.
No, we don't condone. And we are very clear, Kirsty. We reject any targeting or harming of civilians from all sides. And you are talking to a Palestinian representative, official, the ambassador, that I represent my government, the PLO, the national movement of Palestine, and we have been committed to this for 30 years, not just today or yesterday. For 30 years, since the signing of the Oslo Accords, we have committed to non-violence. We have committed to negotiations, so as you know.
Yes, and
so this is nothing new. That's why this question, we have done everything in our power to find a different path.
But we have a situation now, as you heard there from Mark, that Hamas may be an empty threat, threatening to kill hostages. Do you condemn that kind of action?
Listen, hostages must be protected and must be made safe and kept safe. Absolutely, this has no discussion whatsoever. We must return the moral high ground, and Israel must immediately cease targeting civilians. And by the way, Kirsty, allow me to say this. This is an Israeli military doctrine. They call it the Iron Dome. Whenever there is such an incident, they go after the civilians to pressure the fighters. So you've heard one of the Israeli
Well, we know there's been a lot of strikes
just 2 minutes ago. He wanted to starve the people in Gaza. He wanted to cut electricity and water. These are war crimes, collective punishment.
So there is a possibility that both the UK and the European Commission will cut aid to Palestinians. What's your reaction to that?
That would be very, very counterproductive, and it doesn't serve anything. They will do exactly what is Israel doing. They will do exactly the collective punishment and punishing the people who has nothing to do with this. My cousin is not Hamas. In fact, her husband works for the Palestinian Authority, the opponents of Hamas. These kids, 4 years and 2 years, have nothing to do.
Notice how she never has to address the war crimes. That is also part of the reason why I am annoyed. That's also part of the reason why I feel like it's just bullshit to talk to these fucking people. Their job is to just be like, dude, do you condemn, you a Palestinian man, do you condemn the actions of Hamas? That's all they want. They want the soundbite to be like, look, see, here's the Palestinian person saying Hamas is bad. Let's move on. Okay, nothing else. That is not journalism. And that personally is done deliberately to justify Israel's actions, because Israel doesn't say we're going to kill all the fucking Palestinians. They say we're going to kill Hamas. Well, some in Israel say we're going to kill all the Palestinians. But most of the time, they say we're going to kill Hamas. That's why we're killing Hamas. Oh, wait, we killed some babies in Gaza, but they were also Hamas, and they were being used as a human shield. I'm going to go up there, and they're going to be like, do you condemn the top of the hour ad break? And I can't do that. I can't condemn the top of the hour ad break. But I can tell you, you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. I can do that. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway.
With Hamas, everybody, including the silly ideas in the world, are punishing the people that have nothing to do with this.
And we know that children that are young are also have died in Israel. So, in your view, is this a contained...
Like, this person is a demon, bro. He's literally saying you never ask Israelis when they are, like, actually actively trying to do genocide, like, why they're doing that, and you never ask them to condemn it, and you justify it all the fucking time. And she's like, well, we also know that babies are dying in Israel. And it's like, yeah, he already addressed that. He literally addressed that. You asked them, and that was answered. So where the fuck is the answer to his counter? There is none. This is a very liberal way of just being horrifically, monstrously racist.
But appalling conflict between Hamas and Israel. Or do you think Hamas want to widen the conflagration?
No, it's Israel now that wants to widen the scope. It's Israel.
But Hamas might want this whole area to be destabilized.
Well, Hamas is a militant group. We are the government. Israel has a government. There is the international community. The first and the most important priority now is just to stop this madness, the atrocities immediately, and to learn the lessons.
So, where does this lead now?
Okay. I don't know if I want to do this. The PragerU video that chatter sent me. Like, it's been sitting on the docket. And I feel like it's going to kill me if I watch it. A Palestinian? Does Israel occupy the West Bank? Dude, PragerU has cut so many fucking videos on this. Holy shit. Look at this. The Middle East Conflict Part 1 of Video Marathon. The Middle East Problem from Dennis himself. Why isn't there a Palestinian state? The Middle East Conflict Part 1 Marathon. A Palestinian explains Hamas. Does Israel occupy the West Bank? Wait, which video is this one? The TikTok one. Do we know? The most common one going is a Palestinian explains Hamas.
To my Palestinian brothers and sisters, and to anyone who supports the Palestinian people, I implore you, please do not let Hamas brainwash you into thinking it has achieved anything on our behalf. It hasn't. Not in the Gaza wars of 2021, 2014, 2012, or 2008. Each one.
My Palestinian brothers, put down your arms and die.
One of these pointless conflicts has been.
Yeah, let's keep beheading babies. That's how we fight. Wait, what? I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Catastrophe.
There ain't no way you're in here fucking being like, PragerU is based, right?
Costing us dearly in lives and treasure. Hamas is not us dearly in lives and treasure.
Wow. Dude, this is awesome. Yeah, these pointless conflicts have been a catastrophe. They just keep killing us extra hard. That's cool. Okay.
Hamas is not a social justice movement, and it certainly does not care about the Palestinian people. It is a criminal gang that only cares about increasing its own power. Israel is not the main cause of your suffering.
I was about to be like, where is he going to go with this? Hold on. Hamas is the main cause of your suffering, not Israel? Bitch, who fucking helped prop up Hamas?
Hamas is the main cause. Israel is not your jailer. Hamas is. It was Hamas.
What? Yeah, dude, right now, in 2018, okay, so this video is from 2021. So in 2018, when people inside of the Gaza borders were like peacefully walking to the Israeli border, which by the way, Hamas apparently guards now, it wasn't the IDF snipers that sniped little babies and little children personally. It was actually Hamas. That's right. Hamas had infiltrated the IDF and become border guards for Israel, and they were the ones who were killing the children. Hamas famously also is responsible for the Nakba. Hamas is also famously responsible for the blockade. Hamas is also famously responsible for no desalination plants inside of Gaza. Hamas is also personally responsible for the partitioning of West Bank, even though Hamas is not in the West Bank. Yeah, it was super sick when Hamas was like, let's do the Nakba.
Hamas that led you into this most recent disaster. They told you that the Israelis were evicting innocent Palestinians from their homes in the Sheikh Jarrah area of East Jerusalem.
Wait. Wait, what? So who was doing that?
Easy lie. The people living in those homes weren't tenants. They were squatters.
Yo! Yo! Dude, this guy is awesome. Okay. I mean, this is literally basic. This is super fucking ultra Zionist propaganda. He's just doing an accent. That's the only difference. He's like, I've heard this like 1,000 times over. I guess it hits different when it's like someone who says that they are Palestinian. I guess he is Palestinian. That's it.
They hadn't paid rent for decades. They told you that the Israelis plan to destroy.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Palestinians that watch this will definitely go, yeah, no, you're right, actually. I can't believe that. That's why some guy from Long Island should live there instead. I got it. That's so awesome.
Destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. This too is a lie. The mosque is still there.
It's just that when you try to pray during Ramadan, or if you want to go to the mosque from Gaza, it's impossible. If you want to go to the mosque from even occupied West Bank, it's still entirely too difficult. And once you finally get to the mosque, they'll beat the shit out of you. Sometimes kill you, but it's still there.
It will be there tomorrow. Say what you want about the Israelis. They are not stupid. They know that if they actually attempt to destroy Al-Aqsa, it would lead to war with every Muslim country. Yes, Hamas.
They will 100 one day. If left to Ben Gvir's control, they would literally bomb it today. They have bombed it with like hand grenades and shit like that. I'm talking like straight up destroy it entirely.
Take actions and thus look strong next to its rival, the corrupt Fatah party. But the only act.
I get it. Oh, the Fatah party is bad too, which by the way, that is a shared perspective amongst Palestinians, at least now. But he's like, they just happen to not have a single good party there. No one is actually out for your own. No one actually has your best interest at heart. Okay, the corrupt Fatah party is also bad. The Hamas is also bad, and they're lying to you. When you get when you get bludgeoned in the head with an Israeli baton on your way to work, going through the 11th checkpoint, okay, on your way to to get to work on the 11 checkpoints, so you can work for fucking $8 to $10 a day, all right, and a settler scumbag looks at you in the wrong way and spits on you, and you go, what the fuck are you doing? And then you get destroyed by the IDF. Remember, that's just a lie. Hamas made that lie up, okay? Remember, do not believe your eyes, do not believe your ears, do not believe your skin, do not believe the feelings that you have in your heart and your soul. Believe me on YouTube at PragerU.com, okay? That was a lie that Hamas made up. It was also Hamas. It was not the IDF. It was also Hamas that did that for you. That's great. Okay. And then he says the Fatah is bad too, which, he's probably not going to say it's bad for the reasons that Palestinians think Fatah is bad, but let's see.
Action it takes is to lead us into chaos. Hamas has no ability and, in fact...
Oh, he just said they're bad and moved on. Never mind.
No desire to govern. The water isn't safe to drink. The power goes out for hours at a time.
Wait. Yeah? But that's not Israel's fault? What the fuck?
Raw sewage washes up on your beaches. The Israelis are not responsible for these dismal failures. Hamas is. And everybody in Gaza knows.
Yeah, no. This video, no. This video is not made for, exactly. This video is not made for a single Palestinian person to watch. This video is made for those who are Zionists and supporters of Israel, not even in Israel proper, but literally globally to watch. I don't always agree with Prager University, but nailed it completely, every word. This is coming from a Palestinian human rights activist who started his career criticizing Israel and is now criticizing Palestine. Says a lot about Palestine. My man has a human rights activist career, chat. He's like, I'm a professional grifter. Great content, Pager. When I think the channel exhausts all topics, something new springs up. Thank you for the informative video. More people need to know the truth. You said that Israel wouldn't destroy Al-Aqsa because they are afraid to go to war. The truth is they wouldn't simply because it's a state of religion, the Holy Land, and every religion is accepted and protected there, unlike Hamas that would happily destroy synagogues and churches because they are haram. Awesome video. One thing I wish Mr. Aid had spoken about was the fact that when Israel withdrew, arguably from their own land, says Island Boy, in 2005, they left behind massive hydroponics industry for the people of Gaza to use. So what did the people of Gaza do? Did they take possession of millions of dollars of glass houses and equipment to get the work prospering? No, they destroyed it. All of it, which Israel famously did not destroy when they fucking bombed it and destroyed the water desalination plants, as well as every other fucking... They bomb hospitals. What are we talking about? Wow, this is incredible. No PR value in that, and no way they ever want Israel to look like anything other than a bunch of tyrannical murderers.
It is Hamas that steals the imported cement meant to build houses for you and uses it instead to build a massive network of tunnels.
Yeah, no, that's not true. They literally do not allow concrete into Gaza for this reason. They say they're building a massive network of tunnels, and that is the reason why you can't have concrete.
From which it hopes to terrorize Israelis. It is Hamas that makes sure humanitarian aid meant for you is diverted to its favored elites, who then sell it for a profit.
Yeah, no, famously, so much humanitarian aid is making it into Gaza. Also, like pasta, illegal, made illegal by the occupation.
On the black market. And it is Hamas that uses you as a human shield, stationing rocket launchers and missile arsenals in your apartments, office buildings.
Which is why Israel has no option but to destroy residential buildings. But again, it's Hamas's fault. Everything is Hamas's fault. Dude, did you step on a Lego? Hamas. Okay. Did your school get bombed? Hamas. It was an Israeli bomb, but it was Hamas's fault. Yeah, once again, there is no singular Palestinian person who will watch that and go, yeah, no, I agree with this. This is great. Even Palestinians in diaspora, which there are many of, okay, all around the world due to Hamas, I guess, and not Israel. It's like even they are completely aware of the reality. Like no one would ever look at this video and go, "Wow, this is a banger. Thank you."
School.
This video is made for white people.
Schools and even hospitals.
You are so dumb and insane. You are not living here. You don't know shit. You are not living here. So you're tuning in from Gaza or the West Bank. Hello, I am a Palestinian in West Bank. Please, I am not typing this from Israel, or I am not typing this from Langley, Virginia. I am actually typing this from the West Bank. I am a Palestinian. Where you coming from? I'm from Israel, Mr. HasanAbi Proud Guy. Okay. So what happened? Did Hamas cut the electricity in Gaza? Did Hamas take over the fucking leadership of the military to say all the all the people of Gaza are human animals who do not deserve to have food or electricity? Was it Hamas that bombed the checkpoint, the only way out of... Wait, there is progress before this? Wait, what do you mean? Was it Hamas snipers that sniped in 2018 almost 50,000 Palestinian protesters, including killing little children like little babies and shit at the border? There was progress before this. What kind of progress has there been? The only progress, by the way, I love when people in Israel are like, Hasan, you're unfamiliar with this. It's like, bro, I am relying on, oftentimes, literal Israeli sources of information. Okay? This what you are saying betrays the notion of education. What you're saying betrays the reason for reading books, because you must see it with your own two eyes. Okay? You have to see it with your own two eyes. That's a weak ban, though? No, I didn't ban this guy. He's not banned. He just stopped talking. How can you support Hamas? I don't even support Hamas. But this, in and of itself, is ridiculous. This guy is like, hey, guys, it's not Israel that is bombing you right now. It's Hamas that's bombing you. Get the fuck out of here.
Israel uses rockets to defend its people. Hamas uses people to defend its rockets. As for its war strategy, Hamas doesn't have...
Yeah, this guy can only do this if he is living in Israel. They're so progressive, they need to call Palestinians inside Israel Israeli Arabs so they don't feel like living among the terrorists.
One, it fires missiles at the most highly populated regions of Israel with no specific target. Yet, I know from my sources...
Bro, okay, give them better targeting systems, dude. I'm on board with that. I am down to give Palestinians... I already pay for the Iron Dome. I'm down to give the Palestinians the Iron Dome and better missile targeting systems so they can hit military checkpoints instead of indiscriminately firing rockets into random areas. Like, what's up? Yeah, okay. Straight up, let's level the playing field. America loves selling guns. Do it.
In Gaza, that as much as 25% of all rockets launched by Hamas in May 2021 crashed within Gaza.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, their shit sucks. Their tech sucks. Are you making an argument to give them better tech? Because, let's do it. Let's see how that works. Before this statement, you need to understand that the IDF doesn't want to damage the Palestinians. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right, man. Yeah, when the IDF said... Yeah, no, America, when they went into Iraq, they actually were welcomed as liberators because they wanted to bring democracy to Iraq. When the IDF sniper sniped a famous Palestinian-American journalist in the neck, even though she had a press vest on and a helmet on, so like the only way that she could be effectively assassinated was her neck, that was actually done not because they just wanted to fucking kill a famous journalist, but just... I don't know, really. Why? What does that chatter think? How did that happen? See message. There was no progress. You can only think that there is progress if you're totally so fucking blinded. As a matter of fact, let me tell you something. Your own internal security does not agree with you. Okay? The idea that there was progress in relations with the Palestinians is an abject lie. Okay? That's a lie. The treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank under the occupation that is illegal. Okay? Bro, stop. You're going to get canceled. I am from Gaza and you know shit about Israel polices. I like when, listen. I appreciate ingenuity, okay? I appreciate it. When you have Hasbara trolls hitting different lines of attack, I like it. Like, at least it's something that I haven't heard before. Because, like, most of the time we are the most moral military. Like, we do the most moral genocide. We let you know that genocide is happening when we do it beforehand. Like, ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement is actually super sick when we tell you that we're going to do it. Like, that part I've heard a million times over. Okay, we're done. I can't watch the rest of this. This is so boring.
Places like Jaffa, Abu Ghosh, and Lud.
Yeah, he's literally saying Hamas missiles actually end up fucking killing like Arabs, which is true. That part is true. Again, give them better targeting systems. Okay, got it.
Where Arab Israelis live. Palestinians living in Israel are as likely to be killed as Israelis there.
That's actually a lie. There's a higher likelihood. Why? For example, there are areas where Palestinians living in Israel live inside of that are severely underserved, like where the Bedouins live, okay? Another thing that you don't really hear about from most people that describe the situation on the ground. So, areas where the Bedouins live do not have bomb shelters, okay? They don't, because the Israeli government doesn't give a shit. So oftentimes, the reason why Palestinians living in Israel are as likely to be killed as Israelis themselves, which is a fucking disgusting way to say this, because they are Israelis, you fucking donkey, okay? I thought that they were Arab Israelis. What happened? But look at the distinction that PragerU is making. Despite the fact that Palestinians living in Israel are technically supposed to have all the same liberties and amenities, guess what, dude? They're still a little bit different than Israelis themselves. And they are. They are bullied. They are fucking, they are discriminated against. But also, areas where they live, what the fuck? How are you supporting or justifying Hamas actions in any way? Okay, are you actually justifying Hamas actions? You are coming to that conclusion. If I tell you the exact situation on the ground in Israel and in Palestine, and you go, holy fuck, you're supporting Hamas, you just made that up. You came to that conclusion. You are the one who thinks Hamas's actions must be justifiable. I did not say that. You did. You came to that conclusion. I came in, I'm asking, why? You heard a couple things that I said that is routine practice inside of Israel, and you immediately went, so are you justifying Hamas? You made that assumption. Why? Did it for a brief moment make you feel like it was justifiable what Hamas is doing? Is that why?
Themselves. Hamas couldn't care less. And what was gained? Palestinians living in these 4 buildings in Sheikh Jarrah will still eventually be evicted. A fact that has been known to those...
Bro, he's really saying, like, no, they're going to continue doing ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement in Sheikh Jarrah, and everybody knows that, but it's still Hamas's fault that that's happening. Hey, dumbass, these fucking takes do not align with, once again, Shin Bet's own opinion on this, on the matter. That's great. Good script. Hassan, stop praising China. I'm from China. You know shit about China. Thank you for saying I know shit about China. Anyway. Here, let's do the does Israel occupy the West Bank?
How many times have you heard that Israel occupies the West Bank? Probably more times than you can count. But have you ever asked yourself whether it's true or even what it means? Let's do so now in the most objective way possible. That is, in the way that all territorial questions everywhere else in the world are resolved. To do this, we must look at the law. But first, we need a little history.
Bro, what's going on? Does he need to do a poopy? What's going on? He's coming across like he's got a dookie that he's holding in.
Until 100 years ago, the areas now called Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, and all the countries around them were part of the Ottoman Empire.
True. Okay, based.
Which ruled over a vast area and many peoples.
And fucking everyone there were perfectly happy and lived happily ever after, right? That's what you're going to say? Got it. Okay, cool.
Neither the Jews nor those Arabs we now call Palestinians had a state, though the Jews had a nationalist movement calling for one. Everything changed after World War I. The Ottomans fought on the losing side with Germany. By the end of the war in 1918, their empire had disintegrated, leaving the British and French in control of much of its territory. In earlier times, the victors would likely have kept this land as colonies for themselves, but there was a new spirit of democracy in the air. The Allies, including the British, French, and Americans, agreed.
They were just super democratic, dude. They democratically did the Nakba. They democratically, ethnically cleansed the land, rid the land of people that used to live there.
That the former Ottoman...
Yeah, they were doing democratic rapes in villages. Wait, hold on. They did give a pamphlet beforehand, warning everybody that lives there that they need to get the fuck out.
Lands should be allowed to become independent nation-states. After the war, the nations of the world created the League of Nations, a precursor to the United Nations. Meeting in San Remo, Italy in 1920,
he just blew past, there are no Arab Jews. Dude, he's doing maximalist Israeli racism.
They set up what was known as the Mandate System. The colonies of the defeated powers, Germany and the Ottoman Empire, were converted into distinct geopolitical entities, which became the countries now known as Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. None of this is controversial. There was one other mandate issued, the Mandate for Palestine. Now, Palestine was merely a geographic label, the name the Romans gave the Jewish kingdom of Judea after they conquered it. There was nothing exclusively Arab about it. The mandate provided that Palestine...
They just happened to live there, you know? There was nothing Arab about it. I loved it. I love that he says 2,000 years ago, Jews lived there, but also, like, you know, pre-1948, Arabs lived there, but it's not their land. That's crazy. Okay? How? What level are you on? This is such a funny way to look at situations. It's literally the classic, you know how right-wing Republicans will say, like, I bet you didn't know that the Republican Party defeated the Confederates. I'm like, okay. So why are you wearing the Confederate flag t-shirt right now? Like, you vote Republican and you got the stars and bars on you. What's happening? You got the, like, what do you mean? Like, you're literally wearing the Confederate flag. It just doesn't have to make any logical sense whatsoever. It's just, yes, Jewish people lived there 2,000 years ago, okay? And that's valid and important, but, you know, maybe go back 75 years ago, who lived there, nobody knows.
Palestine would become a national home for the Jewish people. There was a simple reason for this. The League recognized that Jews were the indigenous people of the area.
That's bullshit too. Theodore Herzl and other formative founding fathers of Israel, other formative Zionists, have openly stated, as we looked at the other day, openly stated that this was a colonizing, this was an ideology of the colonizer, and that the Palestinian people were referred to as the natives of that land that would not leave on their own volition. So that's bullshit. Palestinians being descendants of Arab invaders who didn't live in the land 2,000 years ago is a Zionist talking point, and it isn't even true. No, I know. That's why it's like Felix always makes jokes about Bibi Netanyahu finding fucking coins and shit to be like, this was my This was my paternal familial coin that I found 2,000 years ago. This archaeological finding proves that I actually am not like from Hungary, and instead or from Pennsylvania, and instead I actually have been living here permanently. Yeah. It's literally this Joseph Smith shit, basically. Yeah. Things would have been anti-Semitism. Suck my dick, dude. Shut up. Shut up, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no, totally. You're right. There's anti-Semitism. Yeah. Myth-making of that sort to justify my apartheid state. Do not call that out. That's anti-Semitism. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, even if it was true, it's still a ridiculous take, okay? Even if it was true that this is like supposed to be this land that was supposed to be a land specifically left for Jewish people, okay? It's ridiculous to like continue the maintenance of an apartheid state. And that justification, if we're going back long enough in time, like, give me fucking Palestine, okay? You know, it's the Ottoman Empire. Suck my dick. Yeah, give it back to the Ottoman Empire. It's not yours. I think he's saying that because of the Jew with a coin anecdote. No, that is a real thing that Bibi Netanyahu has done, and not like Jewish people money coin type shit. That is like actually a thing.
All the mandatory territories in the Middle East transitioned to statehood in the 1930s and 40s, with Israel the last to do so, declaring independence in May 1948. Now we get to the legal stuff. What were the borders of the State of Israel when it declared independence? International law has a simple and universally applicable rule for determining borders of new countries. It's called the Uti Possidetis Juris principle. Lawyers love Latin phrases. The rule provides that when a new country is created, its borders match the borders of the previous geopolitical entity in that territory. For example, the borders of Ukraine, Latvia, and Azerbaijan are exactly what they were when they were parts of the Soviet Union.
Wait, so you cannot be serious. Is my man literally saying that historic Palestine in its entirety belongs to Israel and not historic Palestinians? Okay.
Union. Other considerations, such as demographics.
From that perspective, it's just like, he just basically said, sorry, the British gave it to us, so technically it's ours. Okay, well, they also claim Jordan too. Yeah, give it to the Palestinians then. Okay, got it.
Are not taken into account, because without a simple, easily applied rule, a new country's borders would never be settled. A recipe for permanent conflict.
Okay, bro.
Applying this rule to Israel means that it had sovereign claims to all of Jerusalem, Judea and Samaria.
Yeah, I can't watch this. This is fucking mind-boggling. This is insane. It's ahistorical. I don't know how to fucking... Like, I don't even know how to counter it. He literally is just lying. He just said, no, the entirety of historic Palestine is ours. It's almost here. 2 minutes. It's here, actually, I think. No, he's right. Palestinians and argue with international law all the time. It was the law. First of all, international law is 100% on the side of Palestinians. It's just that nobody wants to fucking legislate it adequately. That's bullshit. That's exactly what they're saying. If you considered having a state that declares people that already live there to be second-class citizens, that might be a recipe for constant conflict. Yeah, he's making an advocacy for genocide, for the record. It's crazy. It's like trying to evict and steal the home of a dude from Ethiopia because all humans evolved in East Africa 200,000 years ago. Like what the Romans did 2,000 years ago was beyond fucked up. At some point, you're not native to the land anymore. Maybe Arabs living there continuously for 1,300 years are, lol. Exactly. He literally is brushing past like multiple generations. Okay? 50 fucking generations of history and saying that no, the actual historic Palestine borders are correct, which is what the Palestinians say, okay? But then saying it's actually Israel's, though. That's fucking psychotic. And also, international history doesn't agree. International law doesn't agree with him. That's why there are areas specifically designated for Palestinian people that, of course, he doesn't even abide by, I guess. International standards don't mean anything. But after all, why would it mean anything as long as America is the big dick daddy in the room that can just turn around and fucking say, no, we're going to veto everything you ever say. There is no mechanism to enforce that. All you can do at the end of the day is go, Israel, don't do genocide, please. And then Israelis can fucking cry about it and be like, oh God, it's so anti-Semitic that the same governing body that has no fucking power that gave us this fucking land is now also calling us anti-Semitic for further taking more land and doing active genocide. It's crazy.
Because those were its borders according to the Mandate of Palestine. To be sure, the United Nations proposed a resolution in 1947 with different borders and a much smaller area for a Jewish state. But that resolution was a non-binding recommendation, nothing more. It did not have the force of law.
I love that. I love that some rules are more rules than others. He's like some of these legal justifications that absolutely zero people would abide by, I recognize as real rules, and other fucking rules are just simply suggestions. It's literally giving, not Geneva Conventions, Geneva suggestions. That's what he's saying.
We know what happened next. Upon declaring independence, Israel was immediately invaded by 5 Arab armies seeking to destroy it. Israel survived, but Jordan managed to seize parts of Jerusalem, as well as Judea and Samaria, which it dubbed the West Bank.
Oh my God.
All the Jews living in
it dubbed, wow. It's weird that they dubbed that the West Bank. Wait, hold on. What did this map say real quick? Because it sure does seem like this was a forcible recognition of the 1947 UN partition. I don't know. It just looks exactly like the same on the fucking map. Why is he saying that?
Dubbed the West Bank. All the Jews living in these areas were expelled, or to use the contemporary term, ethnically cleansed.
What? Here. Okay, no, I'm done. I can't watch this. I will die. I will perish. I will cease to perish. He said Nakba never happened. And then he said, it's actually Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the West Bank. Oh my fucking God, dude. If there is a God, you should be struck down immediately. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, wow. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right, let's watch this.
This is what I experienced minutes after setting foot in my family.
That guy's a professor. Bro, that he's saying the Palestinians are ethnically cleansing Jews from historic Israeli land.
His hometown.
We literally just got here. We went through the first military checkpoint, and a bunch of soldiers stopped us, started yelling at us.
I'm in the old city of Hebron in the occupied West Bank, a place that once bustled with life. But I'm about to see what Israel's occupation and settlers have done to the heart of this city.
Yeah, that was a settler with a gun, just firing, by the way. He won't go to jail.
And to the people who live here.
I don't know if there's TOS in this. I'm a little scared.
I'm a Palestinian-American journalist, and I've spent much of my career reporting on the occupied territories. But Hebron, one of the West Bank's largest cities, is also my roots. My father was born and raised here. I've returned to learn how the occupation has decimated his beloved hometown, a place.
The amount of American Jews I've seen on Insta saying never again is happening again. These people are lost in the sauce, bro. Yeah, no, totally. Never again is happening again. They're not wrong. It's just, you know, Israel is doing it to Palestinians. Straight up.
place he hasn't been back to in years.
I had a mixed feeling, nostalgia with anger, despair over despair. What can I say?
I know it's really hard for him to see this, and so it's emotional for me.
So we're officially on our way to Hebron. My team and I are going to Hebron's Old City, which is ground zero of Israeli apartheid. Today, 33,000 Palestinians live in this part of Hebron, which is under full Israeli military control and fragmented by checkpoints, military outposts, and around 1,000.
Like, can you imagine that's supposed to be your land? That's the marginal amount of land that they left for you. And then they slowly but surely, because this is not what it used to look like, slowly but surely over the course of the past couple of decades, literally partitioned your entire fucking state. They occupied it and they partitioned it. They put checkpoints everywhere. Okay?
And Israeli settlers who.
But that's not what this is claiming. Wait, what? No, I thought he said it was Jordan, but that's not what this is claiming. Yeah, that guy was lying. He's talking about why Israel had to occupy the West Bank. He was going to get there, but I couldn't watch the rest of it because he literally said Jews were ethnically cleansed from the West Bank. That's so insane.
Who live here in violation of international law.
اللي حصل في البلدة القديمة في مدينة الخليل هي كارثة بندفع ثمنها كل يوم.
حياتكم هون صعبة.
هي صعبة ومستحيل وحدة تقعد محل تجرب تقعد أسبوع.
إحنا عايشين هون بس باعتبار السجن.
But before we get into all of that, let me back up. It wasn't always like this. This is my dad. He was born in Hebron in 1947. He lived up the hill from the Old City, where his father and uncle owned a quarry. The year after my dad was born, Israel was established in what Palestinians refer to as the Nakba, or catastrophe. That's because hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were expelled from their homes to clear the way for the creation of a Jewish state.
If you asked Palestinians today if they would be fine taking back 17,000 Jewish people that were expelled from the West Bank and Jordan in general, if they could go back to their own homes, but then there's a single state solution, that would have unified 100% support. Okay? 100%. Because 800,000 Palestinians were purged. Fucking ridiculous. Not even a point of contention. And by the way, the people that are settling in the West Bank now are not those people. They're coming from America. Okay? Or inside of Israel, where they are like the ultra-nationalist, hyper-Zionists who are religious nutcases who think that it's like God telling them that they have to put their ass over there and live there and destroy the Palestinian communities there. What remains of the Palestinian communities there. Get the fuck out of here.
But the West Bank, including Hebron, fell under the control of Jordan. My dad was 19 in June of 1967 when Israel captured the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights and began a military occupation that still has no end in sight. My dad was in college in Jordan at that time, so he wasn't in Hebron to witness that or to see how Jewish settlers took over parts of the Old City. A few years later, he moved to the U.S. for graduate school. I was born and raised in San Francisco and grew up hearing my dad reminisce about his childhood, like how he raised chickens and rabbits on the hill as he watched the vibrant city below. When my family would travel to Palestine in the summers, my dad couldn't come because of work. Now, even though he's retired, he says he doesn't want to return because he refuses to be humiliated by Israeli soldiers. He's only been back to Hebron 3 times. But I'm returning to see with my own eyes what has become of this city that made my father and me who we are today. And that all begins with me actually getting there. It's only about 20 miles from Ramallah where we're starting out. But we can't, as Palestinians, access parts of the main north-south highway because that's reserved exclusively for cars with Israeli license plates. So here's another checkpoint. Instead, we have to take narrower roads and cross through several Israeli military checkpoints. There's another checkpoint. That means it takes much, much longer to get there.
We're finally in Hebron. I'm sure my dad knows these streets inside and out, and he used to walk all over here as a child, so this is literally retracing his footsteps, but it's very different now than when he grew up.
Today, many parts of the city are off limits to Palestinians.
All right, gonna go through.
Because I'm Palestinian, I'm not allowed to enter parts of the old city. So I'm meeting former Israeli soldiers who, I hope, will help me access my family's hometown.
Hi, how are you, Ori? Nice to meet you, I'm Dina.
Ori and Joel are with the Israeli anti-occupation group Breaking the Silence. They used to serve in the Israeli army, but now they give tours of Hebron to expose the reality of how Israel treats Palestinians.
Come here.
But before they could even start showing me around, this happened.
היא אזרחית ארצות הברית ועיתונאית, כן? רק שתדעו. היא אזרחית ארצות הברית ועיתונאית.
אין שום בעיה, הוא צילם עמדה ביטחונית, הוא צריך למחוק את הסרטונים האלה.
אני לא צילמתי את העמדה, צילמתי רק אותך.
לא, צילמת את עמדה. זה לא משנה, אם היא עמדה ליד העמדה, אתה מוחק...
דבר ראשון, אתה מפריע לנו בעבודה, בוא תעמוד שם עם המצלמה. דבר ראשון. עכשיו דוחף איתי.
Bro, that's an American Palestinian, remember? Well, they also fucking assassinated an American Palestinian journalist recently, so... Here it stars, baby. Here we go.
My Palestinian film crew, who have the proper credentials, are sadly used to experiencing this kind of nationalistic harassment and taunting.
So I've been in the old city for about 5 minutes, and we were already stopped by... We literally just got here, and a bunch of soldiers stopped us, started yelling at us, started harassing my cameraman. They just asked to see our IDs. I showed my US passport.
Yeah, that's not scripted at all. Nice script. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no. All of the daily harassment that people in fucking people in the West Bank experience from an occupying force is a script, dog. Just a script. Or maybe it is so fucking commonplace that, well, first of all, why the fuck would the IDF participate in that? Even if it was a script. It's just a prank, bro. Do you not realize both parties script a lot of this shit? Yeah, dude. Yeah, the IDF staged this to make themselves look bad.
To all of a sudden have like 6 or 7 armed Israeli soldiers just swarm.
I mean, if you're saying they're fucking bots, and they behave like a goddamn, if you're saying they're bots and they behave like fucking bots, okay, you're right. You're right.
From you, it's honestly really upsetting that this is how you get welcomed to your own home city.
The former soldiers I'm spending the day with say this is a typical scene.
When you consider the fact that they grew up in Israeli society, they have education and media and the political system, all of those elements are telling them that Arabs are scary, you know, Palestinians are bad. And then they get an opportunity when they're in the army, they have power in their hands, and it's not surprising that they use it.
Finally, the soldiers give us back our IDs.
Let's continue, right? It's a very classic demonstration of one of the elements of the occupation, which is complete arbitrariness, right? And every soldier in the occupied territories has the authority on his own decision to detain anyone for 3 hours. Yeah?
Awesome.
So we were not delayed here for 3 hours, and we are going to continue our tour, obviously, but it's an example.
But what a way to start the day.
I'm about to learn that what I just experienced is nothing compared to what the Palestinians who live here go through every day. This is Fadil, who has lived in this home.
Damn, another script, bro. Don't you guys realize this is another script? You know what I'm saying? Classic scripted checkpoint. That's not even a real checkpoint, actually.
His whole life. In the 1980s, Israel set up this checkpoint in front of his house. Fadil now has to check in every time he leaves or enters his own home.
كيف بتضايقوا عليكم؟
زي ما انت شايفه بخلوش قرايبنا يجوا علينا.
خطرة.
يعني بنتي متجوزه مين مسموح لها تيجي جوزها لا.
واو. وهلا لما بتمرق ايش لازم تفرجيه؟
اسمه ورقم هويتي.
وانت بتقدر تمشي
لا.
هون مش ممنوع.
بس لحديتهم.
Wow.
هون ممنوع.
Fadil isn't alone. Thousands of other Palestinians in Hebron are also forced to pass military checkpoints just to go home. The military also bans Palestinians from using certain streets, as Ori shows me.
On that street over there, Palestinians are allowed to walk and open businesses, but not allowed to drive. The yellow street on the map.
Guys, remember, the entire world, and this isn't even like pre-Nakba, like historic Palestine shit. This, at this point, is Israeli occupation, okay, that is universally, by the entire planet, according to the law, an illegal act, okay? I need you to understand, this right here, this occupation is extra illegal. You might have a difference in agreement on like the Israeli state formation, but what they are doing here is objectively illegal. And also on top of that, it's in violation of multiple international laws, but also on top of that, it was maybe like 2 decades ago, not even official Israeli state policy. This is a Benjamin Netanyahu. This is 100% the one of the worst things that Benjamin Netanyahu did was like openly, slowly but surely change the attitude in the Israeli government from like privately defending occupations in the West Bank to straight up colonizing the West Bank. Okay? This entire area should be completely rid of IDF presence and no singular settler should be there. Okay? Not allowed. But because they know that it is completely and wholeheartedly illegal, and it is a practice known as settler terrorism, okay, they have to arm all the settlers. They have to utilize the occupying force of the IDF to constantly maintain these checkpoints and shit. Because technically it would be legal and allowed to fight back against those settlers. That is an act of terror. According to international law, fighting back against those who live there right now, okay, the settlers who came after, would be perfectly legal. 1,000%. Of course, Israel knows this, which is precisely the reason why, even if you look in the direction of a fucking settler, they will go in and they'll fucking harass you and they will arrest you.
Is a street where Palestinians are only allowed to walk, not allowed to drive, and not allowed to open businesses. The streets that we're heading towards are mostly sterile, yeah, meaning that no Palestinian in the whole wide world can walk on those streets. If you do one step over here, no Palestinians are allowed here. If we take one step here, yeah, here Palestinians are allowed. And I don't know any other word to call this than apartheid.
All these restrictions help Israel maintain its hold on Hebron. But they're also in place to protect Israeli settlers. And the ones in Hebron are known for being among the most violent in all of the occupied West Bank.
100%. Like, these are some of the most freakish of the ultra-Zionists, dude. I remember reading of a time when the Israeli government was conflicted at the very least, or at least the Israeli people were conflicted about these guys going and living in the West Bank because they were seen as freeloaders. They were seen as freeloaders who went and just fucking settled on this territory. Okay, bro, you can't call Israelis terrorists. That's anti-Semitism. Suck my dick. How do they tell who is Palestinian and who is not besides skin color? Great question. That is also part of the fucking reason why they have to have such rigorous checks and checkpoints and slap license plate stickers on Palestinian cars, because you can't tell who's who is Israeli and who is not. You can't tell. That's why they have to do constant fucking ID checks. Settler terrorist, wild phrase, but it's the truth. Yes, this is considered by the international community to be an act of terror. By international law, what these guys are doing is an act of terrorism. It's called settler colonial terrorism. It demands this apartheid state, unlike the apartheid state in South Africa, also demands round-the-clock surveillance. Now, of course, the apartheid state in South Africa also had round-the-clock surveillance as well, and they had different methods of finding out exactly how not white you were. Like I said before, the pencil test. Okay, dude, name language for a start. Yes, language, but if you learn Hebrew, how the fuck are you going to distinguish that? And also, name. Nobody's name is on their fucking forehead. That's why they need identification and papers all the time. That's the point I'm trying to make. In apartheid South Africa, they used to have a test called a pencil test, where because miscegenation was illegal, in order to figure out whether you were non-white or not, they would stick a pencil in your hair. And if it's stuck in your hair, that meant you are not white. And therefore, you were not allowed in areas where only white people were allowed. That is how it works. There are, and this is no different than the rigorous testing and the checkpoints that Palestinian people living in their own fucking land in West Bank have to go through on a daily basis. This is the Peaceful Collaborative Project. Okay? Remember, this is the collaborative project. This is supposed to be what happens when you actually say that you can coexist with Israel. This is what Israel does to you.
Our order in Hebron is protect the Jewish settlers, right? We don't have an order protect Palestinians if settlers harass
The
them.
soldiers never protect the Palestinians.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not in our order.
This is kind of a common sight here in the Old City. There's a Palestinian family that...
Yeah, these are some of the most devout people. Don't they have an obligation to live their lives according to religious laws, such as life is precious? Yes, these are some of the most devout people. So, one other thing I must explain to you, chatters who are unfamiliar with this. If you're Palestinian living in the West Bank, okay, and you lived there your whole life, if you leave for any reason, you are not allowed back in to the West Bank. You're not allowed in. Because the Israeli state's official policy is forcible displacement, ethnic cleansing.
lives at the end of this alleyway. Above them is an Israeli settlement, and because the settlers throw garbage down at them, they have to put these nets here to protect them.
يعني هون لما اجى اعتقلوني هون بالضبط اعتقلوني.
كنتي هون بالضبط؟
كنت بالضبط.
He was arrested.
لما اجى اعتقلوني بالضبط هون كنت.
The family at the end of the alley is the Sidrs. Just a few weeks before I arrived to Hebron, nearby settlers accused their 13-year-old daughter Selwa of picking a knife up off the ground.
فقد كل جيبتي معيش ولا سكينة
أنا. Liar! You have the knife. A lot of this stuff is, for the record, a lot of this stuff is very well documented. You can see it. I mean, they film it. Everybody's got cameras. You know what I mean? I mean, you might not be able to see it at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Like I said, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. So there is that. Here it is. Maybe this is why they weren't prepared for the attack, because they were too busy bothering kids. No, unironically, that is part of it. Yes. With Ben Gvir, who is a Kahanist terrorist dog, okay, given the West Bank territory and its interior security, okay, he wanted to move more security forces, more occupying forces in the West Bank, so that they could keep killing the Palestinians that live there and deal with the inevitable backlash that happens in that circumstance. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 5 get the subs. This is part of the reason why. They did not have enough interior. They did not have enough resources internally to defend the southern areas.
אבל שלא מלך. הכל זה אני עכשיו לוקח. איתי אצלי. יאללה, תביא הזיכון. אמנוע.
اعتقلوني واخذوني على عمل 6 ساعات.
Oh, another fun fact, obviously, of course, the IDF trains the American police force post 9/11. So, just remember that. Remember this insane Harvard professor spewing?
You will say, what? You want us to make you look good? That's not my job. Your job is to make us look good. Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it. Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3 years in the army of words. You've got to learn to fight the political battle, which is even more important at this point than the military battle that we are. We'll fight the military battle. We're not asking you necessarily to come and be lone soldiers, although some of you can. You've got to learn how to fight back on the campuses, how to make the arguments. Now, they keep shifting.
It's pretty funny because, like, in spite of all of that, Israel has, unfortunately for Hasbara trolls, Israel's actions speak for itself. And if it wasn't for the mainstream media constantly carrying all of the fucking burden of manipulating people and refusing to cover the real situation on the ground, when you come into a community like this, you hear their arguments. It's fucking bullshit. You cannot argue against the cruelty of an apartheid state. You can cry and piss and shit your pants and say the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International and former Mossad and former prime ministers of Israel and all these fucking people are actually secretly anti-Semitic for calling Israel an apartheid state. You can do all of that. But the truth will still prevail when you say we're cutting off the fucking food and the water and the electricity to the world's largest concentration camp operated by Israel, open air concentration camp. When you say that, or when you openly show that that's what you're doing, it's impossible to argue against. You can say, oh, well, the Hamas did it, and Hamas is responsible. Hamas is responsible. But it's like, okay, on this part of the planet, there is no Hamas. You think this little girl is Hamas? This is the West Bank. This is supposed to be untouched, untarnished Palestinian territory. So what the fuck is IDF doing there to this little girl?
You know, the ground keeps shifting under us. They keep changing the language.
The ground doesn't keep shifting. What keeps shifting is Israel's violent actions, which become increasingly more violent, and that is by design. It's not because like it is the inevitable conclusion of any fascist ideology. Okay? Any fascist ideology inevitably has to keep squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and keep making more violent actions the reality. That's how it works. You have to keep cranking the dial slowly but surely and become more violent. Violence is a necessity for any state development, of course, but additional violence that even most human beings will comprehend as violent outside of the norm violence is a necessity for the maintenance of an apartheid state. Direct violence in the form of annexation, constant military presence, a surveillance state. These are all necessities for the maintenance of an apartheid state, and Israel certainly is one. It's not grandma's fault. Well, I guess it is kind of. Grandma's justifying it, so she's willingly a participant of it. But ultimately, this is a reality that everyone has to reckon with. This is a reality that people who are participating in this apartheid regime have to reckon with. These problems will not simply go away. They will not perish.
Intersectionality wasn't even a word 10 years ago. Now suddenly it's intersectionality. You've got to stay on top of it. And you know how we train for the army? We don't train for defensive warfare. If the war against Israel ever had to be fought on Israeli soil, do I have to tell you? It's an impossibility. So it's the same thing. Don't let the war of words ever be fought about Israel's nature. Let it be fought about why you can't accept Israel, why you have to single out this tiny people.
Bro, she literally is being like, she's like, yeah, just say everyone is anti-Semitic.
Try to find Israel on the map. It's hardly there. You know, we used to play this game, Where's Waldo?
Everything you say about Israel, you can say tenfold for Palestine. Try to find Palestinians on the map. You literally can't. Israel wiped it, okay? Why do you care so much about Palestinians trying to survive?
There's, where is Waldo on the map? Are you going to really tell me that this is the country you want to blame? Push them, teach them how to defend by attacking. Teach them really what one says as in fencing.
Oh yeah, by the way, she is a Harvard professor, tenured Harvard professor.
You've got to make demands on them. They've got to serve for 3 years in the army of words.
Well, I cannot even start with this to compete with this passion. And
wow, thanks, lady. Anyway, let's get back to peaceful coexistence project in the West Bank with under the Israeli occupation. This is the daily realities of Palestinians living in their own fucking homes in their own neighborhoods.
قعدت ساعة لما فلتوني قعدت ساعة لما فلتوني يعني كثير ساعات لما فلتوني وحققوا معي.
بتخافي يعتقلوكي كمان مرة؟
أنا حسيت إنه وأنا نايمة حسيت إنه بدهم يعتقلوني بنص الليل.
So we're standing here and I'm talking to her in front of her home, and every time we hear a noise she looks up, and I asked her, are you afraid the settlers are throwing something down at you? And she said, yeah, لأنه بصير كتير إنه بيرموا عليكم.
كتير بصير. يعني إذا شفناهم بيلعبوا خلاص بدهم يرمونا بدهم يعملونا يرموا علينا.
Look at that. Effective propagandist, this little girl, you know? I bet she actually scripted that, that Gestapo stopping her just so she could film it on a phone camera and show the world how fucked up the IDF is. It's just like they keep pushing us to do fucked up shit. It's fucked up. Scripted.
حجر وإحنا بنقعد نتفرج عليهم يعني.
أولاد المستوطنين.
طبعا أولاد المستوطنين، يعني أخي صار يحكي لي إياه يطلع محل ألعابهم
حرام.
كيف بيلعبوا وإحنا نفس خلينا ننزل عندهم نلعب. قلت له كيف ننزل، هذا احتلال. كمان إحنا ما بنقدرش يعني ننزل من مرة من هون 24 ساعة في الدار، يعني زي باعتبار السجن.
Just talking to her, it's really you don't feel safe at all. Like it's not a life that people should or can accept.
So how did Hebron end up feeling like a prison for its people? After the Israeli occupation began in 1967, Hebron was among the first places Jewish settlements were built. This illegal land grab captured international attention.
Now there's pressure for large-scale Jewish resettlement. And to some people, this looks very much like colonization.
Some settlers said they were coming to Hebron because of its sacred place in Judaism, as the burial site of Prophet Abraham and his family. Others said they moved there in response to a massacre of Jews that happened in 1929. That's when rising tensions over European Jewish immigration aimed at turning Palestine into a Jewish state led to violence. More than 60 Jews were killed, and homes and synagogues were destroyed in the ancient city. But even after the settlers moved in, Hebron's streets weren't segregated. Then, in 1994, everything changed. An American-Israeli settler armed with an assault rifle.
It was Baruch Goldstein's a piece of shit ass that Ben Gvir had a photo of, right? It was him, right? Fucking animal, dude. Fucking animal. Scumbag. Sick fuck. Piece of shit. Okay? Just wait. Just wait. For those of you who do not know who this man is and what he did, it is the archetype of what I talk about regularly.
Entered the Ibrahimi Mosque during Ramadan and killed 29 Palestinians.
Palestinian fury as the victims of the mosque massacre are rushed to hospital in Hebron. Doctors say most were shot in the back as they knelt to pray.
The shooter was ultimately overpowered by survivors and killed. But today, many Israelis in nearby settlements continue to honor him. In response to
they honor him, bro. They honor him. Ben Gvir had a photo of him in his fucking house, bro. Once again, Ben Gvir, too extreme for the Israeli military. Ben Gvir could not serve in the IDF because he was a Kahanist terrorist dog, okay? Like, understand this. Understand where Israel is now politically, okay? Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Ben Gvir responds to Bennett, fine, I'll take down the Baruch Goldstein picture. So he reluctantly had to take down the photo. What are you doing? What are you fucking insane? Yeah, it is like being like, oh man, oh fuck, you really want me to take down the fucking photo of the mosque shooter, the Christchurch guy? Shit, dude. I guess.
To this massacre and the unrest that followed, Israel punished the victims, closing off roads and choking the economic lifeblood of this Palestinian city.
You know, we're just seeing so many.
Yeah, and by the way, Baruch Goldstein won. Okay, like he fucking won. Like, he got his goal across. He accomplished his goal. Like, what? There is no world in which, like, the people that are occupied get punished after after a terror attack, after they withstand a terror attack. Like, that's insane. But of course, there is no logic in apartheid. It's always fuck the underclass.
Empty houses, empty storefronts, Israeli flags everywhere, soldiers stationed everywhere checking us. Since the crackdown, over 1,500 Palestinian-owned shops have closed for good, and more than 1,000 Palestinian families have moved away from Hebron's city center. They have decimated the old city Israel has. And it's really unfortunate to see. I mean, this should be a thriving, bustling marketplace.
Oh, for people asking who the fuck Ben Gvir is, he is the Minister of National Security. And Netanyahu gave him a fucking SS Praetorian Guard. Itamar Ben Gvir, with his very own Praetorian Guard. He recently was in the news again because everyone is yelling at him. Everyone is yelling at him. No, he's not the one who asked to cut the power. Okay, no, there are plenty of demons in the Israeli government, brother. No, Ben Gvir is not the one who asked to cut the power. That's the head of the military. That one is also a psychopath. But Itamar Ben Gvir, is the right-wing Kahanist terrorist extremist who was too extreme for the IDF. They would not let him serve in the military. He is a fan of Baruch Goldstein, who wounded 125 worshipers and killed 29 in Hebron, as you saw. NBC News, U.S. officials, Biden urged Netanyahu to reduce civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip. This is the very latest news, Lamont. Why would they? Why would they? America lets you do anything. 10% of Israeli Jews think he's a national hero. For the record, just want to point something out here once again. This is too extreme for most Israelis, okay? Like, there you go. 57% of Jewish Israelis polled said they thought Goldstein was a terrorist. Well, about a third of the respondents did not know whether to regard him as a terrorist or a national hero. Like, it's varying degrees of Zionism in Israel. It's like from the most liberal all the way to the most reactionary. It only goes to the right for the most part. But, oh, this is what I was going to show you. Ben Gvir says 10,000 assault rifles purchased for civilian security teams. These are guns, helmets, and body armor to be distributed to hundreds of residents of border regions, mixed Jewish Arab cities, and West Bank settlements. That's what he's doing. Israel also, a while back, implemented a very interesting border patrol policy where they put bounties, okay, where they put bounties on civilians to go out and capture undocumented citizens. It was so well received by Americans that Tucker Carlson said we should do it in America. Yeah. Doesn't America already do bounty hunters? No, this is specifically so you can forcibly detain and be rewarded by the government for detaining people you suspect are undocumented.
Place right now, and it's completely empty.
Look at these empty homes. Used to be the prime real estate in the West Bank. Here,
She's harassing a Palestinian right now, just because he's
basically
sweeping.
What
He's
we
sweeping.
can just see here, the Palestinians cleaning the street. They just tried to clean around the military post to do their job. Yeah, because this is still a street where Palestinians are allowed to walk. And this settler woman told them that they shouldn't enter. They shouldn't enter there. They cannot enter this, even though it's a military post.
Please don't touch our camera. That's wild. The settler woman got mad at the Palestinian for sweeping the street, and then she attacked us and our cameras and tried to block us from filming.
Many of Hebron's settlers moved here from the United States. Sadio came from Brooklyn a few years ago.
Does it bother you that you're living somewhere so heavily militarized where Palestinians that have been here for generations are getting kicked out of their houses and can't walk on certain streets?
So I'll ignore the use of the term Palestinian since there is no such nation or people.
Dog, you're from Brooklyn. Shut the fuck up. You're from Brooklyn. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so hard. I knew there was going to come a point in the fucking conversation where they were going to talk to a fucking American settler and I was going to lose my fucking mind. It's always a guy, dude. There's always a dude. There's always a fucking disgusting American pervert there who's like, oh, sorry, dog. Like, fuck, this is my city now. Oh, I don't care that like your family supposedly lived here for hundreds of years. Okay, hey. We're manifesting destiny so hard that we're manifesting it here, dude, in fucking Israel, my boy.
It doesn't bother me at all. Militarization is a thing happening all across the world. I'm not up to anything and nobody's...
Yeah. It's like militarization happening everywhere, bro. This is how all states are formed. It's like, yes, but not in front of our eyes. You know what I mean?
Invading my space for no reason, I don't care.
يعني أكثر من مرة بأولادي الصغار كان عندي تومي بوقف نزل المستوطن كان دا يدبهم على تحت.
يحملهم ويدبهم؟
والله كان دا يحملهم على تحت.
كيف بيعاملوك المستوطنين اللي عايشين هون؟
هون معاملتهم يعني من مرة مش بني آدمين يعني بيعدوا بتفوا بضربوا البنت بتخاف تنزل المرة بتخاف تنزل.
أنا بقول كمان يوم أخوي.
Yeah, you can't do shit too. They'll spit on you. They're fucking gross as shit. They'll beat you up. Now they have more guns than they ever did before. The IDF is there to literally defend them. They spit on you and then you get arrested. Once again, want to point out, this is not Gaza. This is not Gaza. Gaza is even worse than this. Gaza is what happens when you don't cooperate with Israel. This is what happens when you do cooperate with Israel. I need you to understand. This is the West Bank. This is where Israel should not even have the IDF positions. And yet, for some reason, year over year, they have developed directly inside of Palestinian towns and have put highways directly in between Palestinian towns, put checkpoints directly in between Palestinian towns, and then slowly but surely turned most villages into fucking parking lots so that people can get cheap and free real estate.
حجر صوان هون انتفخ كمان.
مين رمى الحجر؟
المستوطن.
So why do you give these tours?
It's extremely important to show people what the occupation looks like because this word is very vague for most people, right?
How do we know a one-state solution wouldn't lead to the same racist society? There's a couple different reasons. Because there's a fuck ton of Palestinians. That's part of the reason why one state is like not even discussed, and people consider that to be ethnic cleansing of Israeli Jews. Because there's a lot of Palestinians. So if there was a democratic process, if there was a democratic process, they're worried that like Palestinians would have rights and therefore could stop this kind of partitioning from happening. But make no mistake, even when there were significantly less Jews, there still were Jewish people and Christian people and Muslim people peacefully coexisting in historic Palestine. Of course, before the Nakba and before the British occupation, British mandate. This is, you know, the moment this stream died, busty Jewish boy. What? Palestinians would roughly be 28% of an integrated population, 4 million versus 10 million. That is, of course, if Palestinians got the same liberties that Israelis have currently or Jews have currently to be able to freely freely immigrate into Israel, because obviously one of the goals is to, you know, maintain if Palestinians have a right to return, then that number would even be larger than that. Yeah. There are 4 million Palestinians in Palestine. Okay, 2 and 2 in Gaza and the West Bank. I think that those numbers are right. And then there are 5 million in diaspora displaced. More Palestinians are displaced from their ancestral homes than living in Gaza or the West Bank. So it would most likely be a 50-50 split. 9 million, well, I guess it wouldn't be 9 million Jews because the Israeli population also has Palestinian or Muslim Israelis as well. The 1948ers, the ones that actually did get the first and last time Muslim Arabs were given first and last time that Muslim Arabs were ever given citizenship. So yeah, they would be, while they are second-class citizens now, I think if Palestinians had a right to return in a single-state solution, the Muslim number would be larger. Like the number of Palestinians would be larger, which is, I think, what they are afraid of for the most part. I think ghettoization is a better term than saying partitioning. Ghettoization is stage 8 of genocide. Yeah, this is, but I don't know. I mean, okay, then Gaza is a concentration camp. If this is a ghetto, then Gaza is a concentration camp. Gaza is not the ghetto. This is the ghettoization.
Occupation. And when you see here, when you walk on those segregated streets, you cannot ignore the reality.
But yeah, now you understand why the single state solution is not likely, because Israelis would never allow that to happen. And for the record, that would not yield a fucking genocide of the Jews or anything, okay? Because Palestinians just want to exist freely in their homes, okay? Without constantly having to struggle with an occupying force, bullying them, humiliating them, killing them, arresting them for no reason whatsoever as second-class citizens in their own fucking neighborhoods. The idea that this would like flip the script and that Palestinians somehow would treat Israelis in the same way that Israelis treated them is pure fantasy. It's a hypothetical. It is pure projection. It is no different than when racist white Americans think that when the white majority turns into a white minority, that the minorities will treat them with the same fucking viciousness that they showed other people, that they showed the minorities themselves. It's the same attitude that slavers had in the Reconstruction era, that we must restore the social hierarchy between black and white people in the Reconstruction South, because otherwise they'll fucking kill us. They'll kill us. They'll treat us. They'll enslave us. Most of these people who have been oppressed are not looking for vengeance. Okay? They're looking for equality.
And I believe that it's my responsibility as someone who took part in it. The minimum that I can do is to try and show people what I was sent to do. I believe that any decent human being who will see this will want this to end.
So we're going to attempt to enter Shuhada Street right now. No Palestinians are allowed to be on that street, only Israelis and foreigners. I'm going to enter on my US passport. Of course, I'm originally Palestinian, so we'll see how that goes.
While all of Hebron's old city has been affected by the occupation, the most striking example might be Shuhada Street. It used to be the city's most important, vibrant thoroughfare. My dad went to middle
Yeah, one-state solution that's a confederation of two states with self-autonomy, a national parliament that has 50-50 Israeli, Jewish, and Palestinian Muslim Christian representation like Lebanon, reparations for Palestinians, and free access to holy sites for all three religions would be the right thing to do. I don't even think that it should be a 50-50. I don't even think that it should be a confederation of two states with self-autonomy. I think it should be a singular state.
school on this road, and his family owned shops here. But in the years following the 1994 massacre, Palestinians have been banned from walking on this street, even if they live on it.
So the Israeli military welded these Palestinian doors shut.
This is welding. We actually welded shut their doors. We send Israeli soldiers to weld shut those front doors of these families while everyone else who is not a Palestinian can walk freely.
This video shows what it takes for one Palestinian woman to leave her home. She climbs her roof and scales back down to the ground to exit on a back street where she is allowed to be.
But if you're a Jewish settler, you can walk out in the front, in front of your front door. Yeah.
Look at us. Not only if you're a Jewish settler. Everyone who is not a Palestinian.
إمتى آخر مرة مشيتي على شارع شهداء؟
يمكن من 25 سنة.
25 سنة، يعني كل يوم تطلعي عليه وممنوع.
كل ما بطلع عليه، أما هو مشيت كنا تبنا بدنا نروح مثلا هاي الكارنتينا، بدنا نطعم الأولاد، أمشي هذه المسافة كلها على الكارنتينا، كانت كلها فاتحة المحلات وسوق الخضرة والسيارات، هات ما في حدا.
No, this is worse than Jim Crow South. I'll say that. I'll 100% say that. I've actually said it before. Jim Crow South is what Arab Israelis experience inside of the borders of Israel right now. This is so much worse. Like, it's true. It's like not to say that the Jim Crow South was like great. Obviously it wasn't. It was devastating, right? But it would be a step up from the West Bank and multiple steps up from Gaza. It's not even comparable.
This is the old central bus station in Hebron, and they've turned it into a new military base that's under construction there, and behind it is a new settlement.
Over here, we can walk and have a look on the old jewelry.
That's why Noam Chomsky says that the situation with Israel's apartheid statehood is worse than the apartheid state of South Africa, because the South African population was 90% black, 10% white, and the apartheid also had an additional materialist reason for its existence, where you could basically enslave black people, and black people comprised the entirety of the workforce. Whereas inside of Israel, there are different factions and different understandings, but there are plenty of people who do not think that that there's any use for Palestinians whatsoever, and that they should just simply go away.
Market. This whole thing is a settlement.
This is how absolutely devastated it is right now. Settlers came and just ravaged the whole place and destroyed it. This is the old fruit and vegetable market. It was here, and now what does the sign say, Ori?
Now this is a settlement.
The old city has suffered. Everywhere you look, there's just deserted shops, deserted homes, destruction, broken windows. And in the middle of it all, there's like schools and settlements and Israeli settlers just living their lives with the full protection of the military. You know, one thing that's really striking being here is how incredibly silent it is. The only sound you hear is the flutter of these little Israeli flags above. I keep thinking about how, you know, I directly descend from here. Not only is it like sad on just a human level, but there's a very personal element to this street as well. I don't blame my dad for not wanting to come back because it's that messed up. So I'm trying to piece together exactly where my dad grew up. You know, I've pieced together that that's where my family's home is. And the view is of a bunch of Israeli flags and a military outpost on the hill over there. And in between them, the cemetery where my grandparents are buried and the home that my father grew up in. So, man, I wonder if he's awake right now. I should FaceTime him. Hi, Baba.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
I want to show you. I think this is where you grew up. Is this?
This is Shuhada Street. Yes.
Yeah, this is Shuhada. There's nobody here except for some soldiers and a few settlers. It's a total ghost town.
During the days, you see the people in the market, and at night, I could see the singing and the dancing. It was like the heart of the city. Sad, so sad.
It's so sad.
I had a mixed feeling, nostalgia with anger.
This is the old vegetable market. Does this look familiar to you?
Exactly. I used to go sometimes in the morning in the summer to buy cactus pear. This is despair over despair. What can I say?
How does it make you feel showing your dad?
I don't know. I feel really sad. Like, he grew up right there. You know, his parents are buried right there. And I know it's really hard for him to see this. And so it's emotional for me.
My dad wanted to talk to Ori.
Hello, my friend.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm glad you are for peace. When counting on people like you to expose the lie.
I really hope you can be here and visit your childhood home.
Listen, this is why, like, I also don't have the same fucking perspective that many others have about veterans in general, because even if you were duped into service, even if you, and in Israel, it's even more different than that because there's a forcible conscription, right? Ultimately, you have always the service is mandatory in Israel, but you always have the opportunity to also go to jail. But that's a big ask, especially when you consider that. You don't even think about that alternative. Okay. No, don't say you still participated in this shit, man. If you are an actual fucking leftist, you should literally understand reform, okay? By heart, rehabilitation by heart. If you spend the rest of your life making up for what you have done, okay, after being full-blown propagandized your whole fucking life, and then you served in the military because it's mandatory, okay? And then you literally join a fucking group of veterans, specifically, which I've also utilized as well in my coverage here. And you fight against the occupation, which is the veterans group that he's a part of, the IDF Veterans Against Occupation. It's perfectly valid. What are you supporting here? What's your POV? Is it common for all former IDF soldiers to go against the state and support Palestine after they serve? Fuck no. No, of course it's not. I see the exact same situation in America as well. Heavily propagandized group of individuals. If you served in the military due to the poverty draft or due to some hoorah dipshit post 9/11, and then you recognize that sucks. I mean, I've had Mike Preisner on the stream. He is a fucking American U.S. military veteran, also a member of PSL. He's awesome. He is married to Abby Martin, whose documentary we watched yesterday, Gaza Fights for Freedom. Like, there are plenty of wonderful people who may have done bad things in the past. It's all a matter of perspective, and it's all a matter of recognizing what that service entailed and then working to right those wrongs. I mean, yes, One of the best members of this community, of course, is Chelsea Manning, also a veteran of the U.S. military. She not only paid a very big price for her bravery, but she is living proof that there are still incredibly kind, incredibly brave individuals that serve for one reason or another, and then recognize that what they're doing is wrong and work against it.
At some point. Really, really hope.
You know what I do? I just keep looking at the pictures over and over and over again. I am physically in San Francisco, but spiritually and emotionally always in Hebron.
I'm curious, how did you feel watching me talk to my dad and then speaking to him yourself?
Like sad, responsible, that this is what the place that I grew up in, that I was so proud of when I was a child. This is what we're actually doing to people. And it feels horrible to feel that.
What most haunts you and your conscience about what you did in your time as a soldier?
For me, it's the routine way we control the Palestinians, right? A Palestinian can wake up in the morning and not know if he will be at work on time, go to sleep, not know if soldiers will invade his home. We basically control the most simple and basic elements of life.
It's designed to break down the population of Palestinians and show them who's in charge and humiliate them on a daily basis.
Exactly. How can we make 2.5 million Palestinians in the West Bank to feel that they cannot lift their head up? We will make them understand that we control their lives.
Like, do you see? This is why. This right here. When the entire state tells you that this is normal and good, it takes a lot of bravery and it takes a lot of self-criticism to be able to like snap out of your daily life and everything that you've learned and be able to rewire yourself and go against your programming. Okay? That's why I don't have the same perspective that many others do, I think, when it comes to veterans.
The segregated roads and the settlements and so forth, they exist all around the occupied territories. Military activity, home invasions, patrols, digital surveillance, they exist here and they exist all over the West Bank. The difference in Hebron is that in a very short walk, we can see examples of all of it.
All of it.
All of
we
it.
saw all of it.
It was a heavy day, but before it ended, I wanted to visit my father's childhood home. As I stood on the roof overlooking the old city, I thought about how the landscape today is completely different from the one he looked out at when he stood in this same spot. And I couldn't stop thinking about everyone I met and the price they're paying for remaining.
رغم ذلك أنت ضايل هون.
طبعا دارنا بيتنا وين اروح؟
بس في غيرك سافر وهاجروا.
في اللي معه مصاري بيطلع، احنا على باب الله. الحمد لله.
عمرك فكرتي ترحلي من هون؟
لا
ليه؟
لا. شو؟ ما هو كل مشاكلي معاهم عشان ارحل من هون. ملايين دفعوا له. اخر مرة زهقوا وحطوا لي شك مفتوح. ما قبلت.
وانتي مش راضية؟
وانا مش راضية.
ليش مش راضية؟
ما خلص.
Yeah, by the way, this is why people say Palestinians are the most resilient people in the world. Because in the face of all this oppression, they say, no, we're gonna keep living our lives.
إذا هذه راحت شو بده يضل؟ إذا أخذوا البيت شو بده يضل؟
لسه عمرك تخافي ولا عمرك في عينك تخافي. أنا بحب بنتي تكون قوية.
I want my daughter to be strong.
يا لما أجي أعطاها لبنتي أعطاني درس الاحتلال. أعطاني إياه إذا أنت ضابط إسرائيلي تتعامل مع البنت هيك. شو بدك يكون بيني وبينك السلام؟ أنا أقول لك شغلة واحدة إذا أنا مش حامي حالي.
Once again, peaceful coexistence project in the West Bank, run by the Palestinian Authority. This is important for you to recognize. And the situation has only worsened since this documentary came out 11 months ago. Okay? The reason why you have to see this, okay, is because Gaza feels so alien. It feels so foreign to people. Gaza feels like Iraq. Americans are so conditioned into thinking like death, destruction befalls upon the Middle East, on the Muslim people. They're barbarians. They deserve it. They're violent. Okay? So you look at Gaza and you think, oh, this is just like Baghdad when we bombed it. The reason why I wanted you to see this is because these people are not Hamas. People in Gaza are not Hamas either. But Israel can't even claim that these people in West Bank are Hamas. Okay? This is an even larger act of maybe not evil, but disrespect. This is their home, and they are trying by way of the Palestinian Authority or have tried by way of the Palestinian Authority to collaborate with the Israeli government. Not the people on the ground, of course. They have different opinions, but the understanding is that this is what it looks like to live and collaborate alongside the Israeli government. So this is why I always say, when people say like, "Oh, dude, if Israel stopped its violence, like they would be ethnically cleansed. If Palestinians stopped its violence, like all the violence would end." It's bullshit.
It's hard to shake the idea that this Palestinian father could have been my dad. I could have been Selwa. This could have been my life.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching this video from...
And 100%, like I said, people that are not supposed to be there but live there, the Israeli settlers, are engaging in an act of terrorism. Okay? It's called settler terrorism. This is not just my opinion on the matter. This is international law. Not that it fucking matters. Okay? Those settlers are engaging in an illegal act. It is well within the legal rights of the Palestinians to engage in armed resistance against them. Israel knows this, and that is precisely why they control that territory in the way that they do. Okay? They're calling you Hamas poker now, Sag. You can only do so much. Oh no, a bunch of fucking antisocial personality disordered losers online that never go outside, that just make memes simply about whatever fucking new trend is out there, are calling me HamasAbi or Hamas Piker. Oh no, what will I do? What will I do? Okay. They're losers, man. What are you going to do? Those people will never know a day of happiness. Yeah. HamasAbi. I know. What is this? This German guy went to the West Bank dressed as a Muslim?
So, a wonderful, beautiful day here again.
This is not a prison. This is Palestine? What? What, is he doing a prank?
Okay. Enjoy. Here in Palestine. I like Israel and I like Palestine. I like both. I wanted to see.
Yeah, bro, when he sees the fucking German passport, he's in respect mode, homie. Bad news, the stinkiest person in your high school just called you a mean word. Yeah, exactly. Sadly, brother, in Israeli eyes, the Palestinians living there are the Hamas or whatever they're called. Sadly, whatever's happening over there is an opportunity to justify massive genocide. Getting harassed by the IDF prank? Yeah. until they find out I'm German, and then they immediately respect me. I'm glad you keep covering the West Bank like this. Suddenly, every IDF bot that only knows how to respond but Hamas malfunctions. Yes. Whenever the Hasbara trolls have no answer for the West Bank and the treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank, okay? It's not just about like winning arguments online, but whenever someone comes in and tries to give you some shit, you can always literally just be like, okay, well, look at the Palestinian treatment and the displacement in the West Bank. Why is there an active policy of ethnic cleansing in the West Bank? Just ask. They have no answer for it. They will never be able to give you an answer for it. They don't, because it's cruel, it's unusual, and they can't even do the but Hamas bullshit. They can only just get incredibly fucking racist. Which, you know, most of this is racist anyway. Quick update from Israeli news. They say 1,200 dead and 2,900 injured now. It's confirmed. Yeah, the only argument they got is they didn't pay the rent in West Bank, which is bullshit, okay? They have, whenever someone says that or some shit like that, remind them that there is no court process for Palestinians to be heard. There is no judicial process that hears Palestinians. There's no housing court, okay? No, motherfuckers just straight up come in from Brooklyn and go, this is my house now. What the fuck are you going to do? Nothing. It's bullshit. Also, yeah, they some of them literally have Ottoman deeds. Oh, here, you wanted to see the other settler from Bet Salem. This is from 16 years ago. Attitudes were very different. They were, I think that the Israeli attitude for settlers back then was definitely a little bit more, definitely more critical than it is now. Yeah, why are you here? We got King David's palace, fruit trees, you know what I mean? We got the top of the hour ad break and we don't even see it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And we don't even see that shit, you know? And if you also no longer want to see that, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Do the Arabs here make trouble? If they do, then that's the challenge. This is not paradise. There's still a lot of work to do. This documentary is this documentary is even older than 16 years ago. This is from the 80s. In the center of Hebron lies the Tel Ramida neighborhood. In 1986, new settlements were established as the heart of the neighborhood. The settlers in Tel Ramida, who known as particularly extreme, live on one side of a dead-end street. The Abu Aisha family lives on the other side.
מסתכלים, פותחים בבוקר את החלון, רואים מה עוד יש לעשות. למה כל עוד אנחנו רק פה ולא שם, אז זהו. הבית הזה, בית של ערבים. ויש פה עוד בית שהיה של ערבים והיום הוא יהודי. אז עם הזמן התייהד. كل بدنا احنا على البيت. بديش اسكر البيت. تسجري את הדלת. تدخليش انت. تسجري الدلت. تسجري את הדלת. تسجري את הדלת. ما بديش اسكر الباب. לשבת פה בכלוב.
Bro, imagine you're living in your house. You're living in your fucking house, and then your neighbor that displaced someone else. Yeah, Kahana was right, was written on the door. Right? Your neighbor comes in, displaces your fucking aunt, Okay, it's her house now, and then she's coming over and doing this shit to you. They doing the exact same shit what's been done to them. Yeah, except they're not even doing it to the fucking Germans, dog. That's the point. They're doing it to some random fucking Arab family that had nothing to do with anything, okay? Some Arab family that's Christian or Muslim too. So it's not even just like that they're Muslim or some shit. So it will be okay to do this to Germans in the immediate aftermath of World War II? Yes. Because it wouldn't have even been someone else's house. It would have been just their house. You know what I mean? It would have made a lot more sense if it's your house. You know what I mean? The fuck do you mean? What are we talking about? They're gonna clip you? Really? You think people are gonna get mad at me for saying that settlers that were victims of the Holocaust would have been perfectly valid in reclaiming their homes after the Holocaust? Really? Who's gonna cancel me? The fucking Nazis? What are you, insane? Like, who's gonna get mad at me? The Waffen SS guy in Canada? He's gonna be like, dude, that's really fucked up what you said. I just got a standing salute in Parliament, okay? No modern settler was alive during the Holocaust? I know. I'm saying specifically, not this lady, you fucking weirdo. Bro, this is not... This lady was not alive back then. Sharmuta.
ديري بالك انت ما تجيش هون بدنا نطلع من برات البيت انت مالكش منا اتركيها مش عارفه شو بتعمل يا خيال
Settlers of Tel Rumeida live on one side of the dead-end street. The Aisha family lives on the other side. كوس امك شرموطه كوس اختك
للمستوطنين هذه كلها البيت كلها مستوطنين هون فيش احنا تقريبا هذا الشارع احنا بنعدي منه بس عشان المستوطنين بيلطخوا من هون والجيش من هون يعني ما فيش احنا على 4 جهات محاصرين تقريبا لانه فيش اي محل نطلع فيه يا المستوطنين بيلطخوا يا الجيش
يعني بالعيد يعني قرايبنا بدخلوش يعني قبل 7 سنين 7 سنين تقريبا.
I don't know exactly when they filmed this. This wasn't in 1986. I don't think this was filmed in 1986, chat. I think this is from 2007. There's no way. Because I don't think in 1986 you can digitize film. It is. Wait, really? No, bro. What the fuck? The Settlement is from 1986, but this was filmed in the 2000s. Was the IDF in... I don't think the IDF was active and participating in the defense of settlers in 1986. And the clothes are not from the 90s. This is 2000s.
اجوا قرايبنا علينا كان في مستوطنين قعدوا يطخوا عليهم حجار ويعني رفعوا عليهم الأسلحة كانوا بدهم يضربوهم بالأسلحة حتى يعني احنا هنا عايشين زي كنا بسجن يعني
هذا ما كانش في
1986 was when it began.
بس ضرب زين وهيك لما اجوا المستوطنين صاروا يدخلوا حجار على البيت حطت لنا اياه السلطه يعني انت اي فر كل الدار عندنا كلها عليها شبك انه المستوطنين اي محل بيشوفوا فيش عليه شبك بيطخوا عليه هذا صار عشان محطوط الشبك يجيبوا مقص يوصلنا الشبك يعني هم بضربونا هيك بضربوا احنا الولد الصغير احنا ممنوع نلطخ حجر ممنوع يعني عندهم ينحبسوا اما احنا مش نحبس احنا مش عاملين شيء بس بدنا نحبس فقط
كلهم هذول شكاوي للشرطة عن المستوطنين كل ولد له شكوى وكل هذول ساعن ولا شيء هذول في معابي كمية كبيرة اللي مقدمهم أبي هذه كلها شكاوي للشرطة عن المستوطنين لو بدي أنا أشكي كل حاجة بتصير عندي بتم قاعد في الشرطة ما بشتغل
The situation back then was literally better. Yeah. The situation back then was literally better for these people than it is now. I mean, dude, here, I'll show you a fucking map, dude. Hold on. Like, there has to be like a sliding scale of the annexation of the West Bank. You watched the interview Sam Cedar did with the Palestinian reporter Bassel Adra a few months ago. So it was very, very well done. How the political maps of Israel and Palestine have changed. Oh, wait, I have this right here. I have the B'Tselem map. 1967 war, Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza Strip. In the 2 months following the war, Israel conducted a census in the occupied territories. According to the census, about 1 million Palestinians were there at the time, 660,000 in the West Bank and some 350,000 in the Gaza Strip. The figures exclude all the 1967 Palestinian refugees who fled or were deported by Israel during or after the war. Then the annexation of East Jerusalem happened. In 1967, immediately upon occupying the West Bank, Israel annexed some 7,000 hectares of the West Bank land to the municipal boundaries of Jerusalem, an act in breach of international law. Okay, that's why that other piece of shit said this was simply a suggestion. All of this land is Israel. Okay? Remember that fucking dumbass that we were watching on PragerU? The new municipal boundaries were drawn largely in accordance with Israeli political and demographic and economic interests designed to ensure a Jewish majority in Jerusalem. This is state design. The state openly claims that they want Jerusalem to be at least 69% Jewish, okay? This is a open state policy of ethnic displacement. Anyone that tells you otherwise is a liar. They state it. It's not like, I'm not making it up. Jewish majority. This was achieved by leaving out of densely populated Palestinian areas and incorporating sparsely populated ones. The area that constituted urban Jerusalem under Jordanian rule, about 6,000 hectares, was only a small part of the annexed territory. Most of it belonged to 28 Palestinian villages and suburbs near Jerusalem. Then, 1967 to 1975, closed military zones and the first wave. From August 1967 to May 1975, Israel declared about 150,000 hectares, over a quarter of the West Bank land, closed military zones, placing them off limits to Palestinians unless they obtain a special permit. This is when the partitions began. Okay? While closure of these areas has not been immediately or uniformly enforced, their size and geographic distribution indicated Israel's plans for later use in these areas for its own purpose. This is why I say the state always had an interest. This is the West Bank. The Israeli state always had an interest in eventually ethnically displacing Palestinians from the West Bank and taking over this territory. Okay? On August 1st, 1967, less than 2 months after the occupation began, Israel declared 9 large tracts of land in the Jordan Valley closed military zones. Shortly after, Israel issued 2 more such orders in the Latrun areas, as well as for a narrow strip of land running the eastern length of the Jordan Valley. By the end of 1967, the state had declared almost 68,500 hectares of land closed military zones. In 1970, Israel proceeded to close off another north-south strip of the West Bank, this one running from Jericho down to the West Bank's southern boundary. By mid-1970s, following the closure of several areas adjoining the Green Line, the boundary between Israel's sovereign territory and the West Bank, another 81,500 hectares of land had been officially placed off limits to Palestinians. And then the settlements. In this time frame, in the first decade, over the course of the first 10 years of the occupation, Israel established nearly 30 settlements in the West Bank, excluding East Jerusalem, with an overall population of 4,500 people. As early as September 1967, the Israeli government, headed by what would later become the Labor Party, established the first settlement, Kfar Etzion. This was followed by the establishment of settlements in areas considered to be of importance in terms of security, which were relatively sparsely populated by Palestinians. These areas, which constituted nearly half of the West Bank, included the Jordan Valley, land around Jerusalem, most of the Judean desert, and a strip of land in the South Hebron Hills. Okay? See it? What is this? Warning to parents, dear students and parents, local psychologists have reached out to us and informed us that the Israeli government is urging parents to tell their children to delete Instagram and TikTok immediately. We strongly advise our students to do the same as soon as possible. Terrorists are expected to release distressing videos of hostages begging for their lives. People who follow Jewish or Israeli influencers may stumble upon them. As one Israeli psychologist has noted, the videos and testimonies we are currently exposed to are bigger and crueler than our souls can contain. Israel's so worried about social media building sympathy with Palestinians, they want young people to delete all their apps so they don't question bombing Gaza into oblivion. Yeah. Yeah, don't look. Only watch CNN, please. Footage emerges of the Israeli military using civilian concert goers as human shields as they confront Hamas. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but that's still bullshit, okay? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, they literally murked a bunch of people in a fucking festival. Just because there was cops there, it doesn't change the reality that they still murked a bunch of people at a festival, okay? Yeah, of course the fucking cops are supposed to fight back. They literally did. They They literally did their job. That's what you're supposed to do. The fuck? Anyway. Anyway, let's continue. I don't know what this website is. But let's get to B'Tselem. The interactive map. 2 highways delineated the area in which most settlements were constructed during the first decade. The Allen Road, which was built in the 1970s. Here are the highways. Along the eastern slopes of the Central Ridge, and Route 90, to which Israel added a new section in the northern Dead Sea area in order to facilitate movement between the settlements and Israel. So they started building settlements in select positions, okay? And and then they started building highways and development. In East Jerusalem, the state expropriated more than a third of the area it annexed, most of it privately owned by Palestinians. It built 8 settlements on that land over the course of its decade, calling them Israeli neighborhoods. In the Gaza Strip, Israel designed its 5-finger plan with a view to breaking up Palestinian contiguity by establishing 4 settlement blocks on extensive areas of undeveloped land that Egypt, under whose rule the Gaza Strip had been prior to 1967, had classified as government property. The southernmost finger was to be built in Rafah salient, beyond the southern edge of Gaza Strip, on then Israeli-occupied Sinai. From 1970 to 1973, Israel built 4 settlements in the Gaza Strip. So they were also doing this in Gaza as well. Some of you might not even know that. But originally they had settlement in Gaza as well, which they were forcibly taken out by is the Israeli government. Later, the Israeli army had to literally forcibly take them out because they were like, dude, we can't protect you here. We're going to keep bombing the shit out of Gaza. So remember that. There were motherfuckers that were like, no, dog, I'm going to live in Gaza. It is God's will. I have to do this. Anyway. Nature Reserve and the national parks, the first wave. So 1969 to 1997, and chiefly in the 80s, Israel declared some 34,000 hectares, approximately 6% of West Bank, nature reserves. So first they said these are military points. And then they said, we are going to do natural reserves. Under this guise of environmental concerns, Israel had been limiting Palestinian development in these areas where it prohibits construction, pasturing flocks, and new farming. Similarly, thank you for not playing Cyberpunk. Bitch, I finished it. Similarly, in the area annexed to the municipal boundaries of Jerusalem, Israel relied on allegedly environmental concerns in order to limit Palestinian development. In 1974, Israel founded Jerusalem Walls National Park on an area of roughly 110 hectares, more than half of it on annexed land. The park, which encircles the old city walls, encompasses parts of the Palestinian neighborhood of Silwan, has reduced the land available for Palestinian development. Now, one thing I have to explain to you here is that when they did this, when they did all of this, if it was perfectly allowed for the Palestinians to also use and utilize, that's one thing. When you do this kind of development and you build a highway, for example, and you're like, oh yeah, of course Palestinians can use this as well. This is for all of us. We're just doing a nice thing for you. That's one thing. But they weren't doing it for that purpose. They were very openly doing it for a different purpose, to create the West Bank occupied territory that you saw earlier in the video that we watched. And then throughout 1979 to 1992, there was a declaration of state land. During the first decade of the occupation, Israel built settlements on privately owned Palestinian land, seizing it on the grounds that it was needed for military purposes. To this end, military seizure orders were issued to some 3,100 hectares of land in the West Bank. Okay? Over the years, Israel's High Court of Justice has avoided addressing the issue of the illegality of the settlements. Nevertheless, a ruling handed down in 1979 made it difficult for Israel to continue building settlements on privately owned Palestinian land. So even at the time, like I said, it was a relatively controversial thing. Israelis in Israel proper were frustrated with money going to these developments and money going to these projects. Some people had moral considerations, of course, and others were simply upset that Israel was facilitating what at the time people thought were fucking kooky-ass, crazy religious people that were going way too far. Okay? What? It's their land, though. They were forced out originally. Plus, you can't get an oppressive government to do what you want by flying into a conflict that treat people like a Call of Duty ground war match. What? It's their land? No, it's not. No, this is literally not Israeli land at all. This is not Israeli land by international standards at all. What are you saying? If we, black, did this in America, we'd have more than just the Black Wall Street Massacre. I want to hear your thoughts on this. What do you mean? What? If we, black, did this? What are you talking about? Brother, I'm not even talking about Hamas. I'm not even talking about anything. You are so conditioned into immediately hitting like the Zionist defense line that you just went into like 8 different directions. What the fuck? We're talking about 1979, bitch. What the fuck do you mean? We black people, if we did this, worse things would happen to us. What? Hello? Black Americans. No, I understood what you were trying to say, idiot. No, address what I'm saying. This was not Israeli land. This is the Israeli government occupying land that it does not belong to them by the international community. This is not even like 1948. This is not even fucking the Nakba. I'm talking specifically at this point, 1978. There is no Hamas. There is nothing. There is no Hamas in West Bank anyway, at least officially, even to this day. But there is no, like, you can't hit the but Hamas line here. You can't do that. Talking about Jerusalem? No, you're not. I'm not talking about Jerusalem, but okay, go ahead. Talk about Jerusalem. The fuck do you mean about Jerusalem? You are trying, okay, you are trying desperately to argue against a point that I'm not even making by bringing up invalid criticism. You are shadowboxing, but I don't even know what dimension you're on at this point. We still spend over $6 billion a year developing the settlements and guarding them per population. These people have more schools, doctors, nurses, etc. Yes, even to this day, settlements are relatively controversial inside of Israel with their existence, both as a security concern because the treatment of Palestinians inside of the West Bank is understandably a radicalizing factor that pushes Palestinians towards Hamas. So that's number one. And number two, there is no international authority that you could find that would ever say that these settlements are anything but terrorism. I'm telling you right now, the legal right of the Palestinians, if they were to go to these houses where people are living, and you could say it is unjustifiable, it's brutal, it's violent, but if Palestinians armed themselves and literally went into those homes right now in the West Bank and literally forcibly removed those people, okay, they would be in their legal right internationally. I do not care. Don't come to me with the morality of the situation. They literally would be well within their international legal rights to do so. This is precisely the reason why the IDF has to be there and has to literally maintain this massive security apparatus. You can say, wow, yikes, all day. It's 100% true. We're not talking about Israel now. I'm not even talking about, I'm not talking about fucking any other part of Israel. I'm talking specifically inside of the West Bank. What do you mean, wow, yikes? You can clip me all you want. It is 100% true. What answer do you have? Just super intense considering timing? Yeah, except it doesn't happen. And the reason why I'm explaining this, the reason why I have to say this is because the Israeli government knows that that is the reality. Okay, you can say, wow, yikes, sweaty all you want. What do you mean timing? Wow, yikes, timing. Look at fucking Gaza. Shut the fuck up. Too soon, community. The reason why this part of the story rarely ever gets mentioned is because it makes Israel look kind of bad, sweaty. And it's also a point of contention even in Israel. And yes, you are correct, chatter. A lot of the settler expansion is literally sponsored by American Zionist charities. They get tax rebates on these donations. And no, they are not Jewish. The settler expansion charities are sending Jewish people, but they themselves are not Jewish charities. They are evangelical charities. Why are evangelical Zionist organizations doing this? Because they believe that the rapture will happen if Israel is in its entirety, from the river to the sea, if all of that area is exclusively occupied by Jews, then the rapture will happen and Jesus Christ will come back to earth. It sounds fucking psychotic, but that is literally the motivating principle behind why the American evangelical communities are the largest supporters of Israel and specifically the settlements. How fucking insane. Yeah, some fucking crazy ass anime shit. Yes, a lot of the settlers are American Jews, but the charities that send American Jews there or make it easier to settle there are actually evangelical ones too. It's not specifically just it's not specifically just the Israeli state that does this, okay? Anyway. So do you think that if Israel genocides the Palestinians, takes the land, and no rapture happens, that the evangelical movement will crumble? Do you think they'd move the goalposts? If so, where were you imagining them pushing it to? Brother, they would find something else. What do you mean? It's like a suicide cult. When the world didn't end, okay, in like the turn of the century, what did those suicide cultists do? They just fucking shifted it to a different date, and they only reaffirmed their position. They moved the goalpost to 2012, and if it didn't end then, they still kept going. Anyway. So. Where were we? What is this breaking news? I saw this. Unconfirmed reports have identified Ian Miles Chong has been captured by Hamas. That would require Ian Miles Wrong to leave Malaysia, which we know he never has. I think evangelicals want Israel for the rapture is a bit overrepresented. It's more simple than that. The U.S. just wants to place the land planes in the Levant. Yeah, I'm not talking about America's like State Department interest in the continuation of the settler expansionist apartheid state of Israel. I'm talking specifically about why when you go to fucking Texas, you got a king rancher that has a sticker on it that says Blue Lives Matter, and right next to that sticker, you got a fucking Israeli flag, and the guy that comes out of it is definitely not Jewish. Why? How did that happen? You know what I mean? Because a lot of people will ask this question. They'll go, how? What? Especially when that guy is definitely anti-Semitic, okay? Like 100%. Dude, I've heard some of the most insane shit from my Jewish friends that have traveled to the Midwest and to the South, where there are people who still believe Jewish people have horns and that they have to wear the yarmulke to hide their horns. Like, they have never encountered a Jewish person and are deeply anti-Semitic, but they still believe in the maintenance of the Israeli state and settler expansion, specifically because the rapture thing that I just described. Yeah. Motherfuckers literally still in the United States of America, if you polled, especially in the South, like evangelical Christians who are hyper Zionists, like ultra Zionists, and if you ask them if they think like do Jewish people drink baby blood or fucking have horns, they would say you'd be surprised with the number of people who believed insanity like that. Legit, no true hog guy here in Central Texas who hates George Soros but has a tattoo of the U.S. and Israeli flag. Yep. Anyway. I mean, guys, we have evangelical ass Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay, who, as far as I understand it, is definitely a supporter of Israel, who said Jewish space lasers caused the forest fires in California. So, you know, we have elected representatives, okay? It's just like, America is a fascinating land, okay, with an incredible amount of opinions that people are able to hold on to that absolutely make zero sense and make even less sense when you are the same person believing both of those things at the same time. It is a sea of contradictions, okay? Part of the reason why some more cynical fascists, especially those in Europe, proto-fascists in Europe, can find themselves aligned with the likes of Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, is because they also love the idea of a place to send all the Jews. So there is also that aspect of it as well. So all matter of different kinds of anti-Semites, have found different reasons as to why Israel is super sick, okay? And obviously, the most unifying factor is that they're fighting Muslims, so everybody kind of loves that too. So, nevertheless, a ruling handed it down in 1979 made it difficult for Israel to continue building settlements on privately owned Palestinian land. To overcome this obstacle, the government came up with a new idea, declaring Palestinian land as state land, which would make it possible to use the land to build settlements. By rewriting legal provisions and reinterpreting the existing laws, Israel introduced a fast track for declaring state land, which enabled applying this classification to lands that had been private or collective Palestinian property under both the British Mandate and Jordanian rule. From 1979 to 1992, this system was used to declare over 90,000 hectares of state land and then allocated almost exclusively to settlements. Notice how the settlements are growing now. Okay. Taken together with the areas already designated under Jordanian rule, there are now 120,000 hectares, which is 22% of the West Bank now, that have been designated state land and are under full Israeli control. From 1977 to 1993, on areas declared state land, successful Likud governments, including the 1984-1988 coalition with the Labour Party, established another 100 or so settlements in densely populated Palestinian areas with a view to achieving demographic and geographic conditions that would obstruct any future attempts to question Israeli dominance there. Notice how much the fucking settlements have grown. Notice how it partitions the entire area of the West Bank that is supposed to be Palestinian. What point are you trying to make? Israel bad? You're nuts, dude. Most people in the South know what a Jewish person is. You have fucked up perspective where all Southern people are bigots and not educated. No, there are plenty of wonderful people in the South. They're just not conservative. The American reactionary white evangelical Protestant movement and American Baptists in the South are a blight on American civilization. I live in the Midwest in a thriving Jewish community. I'm proud of you and I'm happy for you, baby. Okay? Keep thriving. But if you look at this map right here, we're not talking about you, okay? If you look at the situation and you go, what point are you trying to make? Israel bad? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Israel's settler colonial terror is bad, yes. Not only is it immoral, but yes, it is also completely unjustifiable and illegal. Every aspect of this, chatters, is illegal. Illegal and bad. It's really, really immoral. It's really fucked up. And it's also really illegal. Israel knows it's really illegal. And that is precisely the reason why they have to maintain a constant IDF presence there, because it would be legal to, at gunpoint, forcibly remove these settlers from their own homes. Palestinians could do that. Okay, no Hamas. Stop fucking immediately hitting the Hamas line. This is 1990. This is 1977. And this is the West Bank. Hamas does not exist yet. Hamas is not even a party formation yet. Okay, there's a couple years left for Hamas to even begin. Okay, to exist. You can fucking yell Hamas, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas all you want because you think that that is an effective counter. But we are currently looking at a map of illegal settlements in 1977. Suck my fucking dick. Notice how the counter arguments fall apart when you actually parse through the information piece by piece. Okay? Do you notice that? It's because there's no argument. There is no counter to this, okay? There is no argument and there is no counter to this. This is completely and utterly unjustifiable, and like I said, Israel knows it as well. If it wasn't, if this was a peaceful coexistence, they would not need the IDF to push every inch of territory through violent suppression. Anyway, let's continue. including the Labor Party, established another 100 or so settlements in densely populated Palestinian areas with a view of achieving demographic and geographic conditions that would obstruct any future attempts to question Israeli dominance there. The placements of the settlements cut the West Bank lengthwise along the watershed line, the Central Mountain Ridge, and adjacent areas, created horizontal settlement corridors. This was also disgusting and deliberate. They created these horizontal settlement corridors in a not dissimilar fashion to how highways and the highway structure was created to partition off black neighborhoods. These settlements thus broke up Palestinian physical contiguity, took over rural Palestinian space, and curtailed the development of Palestinian communities. So the reason why, if you noticed, they started building in to the West Bank all across the West Bank was so that they could specifically create a grid structure where Palestinian communities were partitioned off and could not even connect to one another. Okay? In order to connect settlements to one another and also facilitate the movement between the settlements and Israel, the government built 5 east-west highways that cut across the West Bank, leading from the Green Line to the West Bank's north-south routes. In the 1980s and 1990s, Israel also built dozens of roads along new routes in order to enable access to settlements without having to travel through Palestinian cities and villages. During this period, Israel also built 12 new settlements in the Gaza Strip and another 3 so-called neighborhoods in East Jerusalem. Okay? And now we get to 1970s to present. Israeli settlers currently farm over 10,000 hectares of Palestinian land in the West Bank. This land is owned by Palestinians. Cultivation of farmland by settlers serves Israel as a means of taking over more Palestinian land and of cementing its control in the West Bank. While land takeover by farming is not as fixed and conclusive as that achieved by construction of permanent structures, it requires considerably less time and resources and is therefore used as a cheap and readily available complementary method to expanding the land controlled by the settlements. Restrictions on movement was the first wave. So now we're coming to a point that you recognize as well, 1994 being the pivotal turning point. But before then, in the early days of the occupation, Palestinians could travel with virtually no restriction between Gaza, the West Bank, and Israel. Tens of thousands of Palestinians worked in Israel. Palestinians from the West Bank, Gaza, and Israel maintained family ties. Students from Gaza studied in West Bank universities, and there were extensive commercial ties through the area. In January 1991, during the first Gulf War, Israel introduced a new requirement demanding that any Palestinian wishing to enter Israel or East Jerusalem obtained an individual permit from the civil administration. The new policy was implemented gradually until ultimately a full closure was imposed on the West Bank, apart from the areas annexed to Israel and the Gaza Strip. Israel then installed permanent checkpoints along the boundary between its sovereign territory and Gaza, between its sovereign territory and the West Bank, and between the annexed East Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank. At the same time, Israel also made the criteria for obtaining permits far more stringent. So all of a sudden, every single area that they had developed now became a prison. They were slowly but surely, over the course of multiple decades, building a prison around the people of West Bank and the people inside of Gaza. This policy split Palestinian land into 3 separate areas, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, and travel between them became entirely dependent on Israeli discretion. Gaza is a concentration camp. West Bank is a ghetto. Yes, the method is called ghettoizing. The Oslo Accords. Before people say I am anti-Semitic, by the way, for describing the facts of Israel's annexation, occupation, and the slow but crippling apartheid state development and the maintenance of said apartheid state through violent means, remember that B'Tselem is an Israeli organization. Okay? The Oslo Accords came in 1995, where the division of the West Bank into areas A, B, and C occurred. From 1993 to 1995, the Israeli government and the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, signed the Oslo Accords. In 1994, under the Oslo I Accord, Israel withdrew its troops from Palestinian towns and refugee camps in the Gaza Strip and from the West Bank city of Jericho. These communities were handed over to the ostensible control of the newly established Palestinian Authority. In 1995, under the Oslo II Accord, the entire West Bank, apart from the city of Hebron, was divided into 3 areas based on demographic considerations that reflected neither geographic features nor Palestinian space. This is ethnic displacement coming to fruition. Under this division, densely populated Palestinian areas were designated areas A and B and then handed over, once more merely on paper, to the full or partial control of the Palestinian Authority. Why did Palestine reject peace offerings in the past? Please, I'm confused. Hello? Are you listening to anything I'm saying? I'm describing to you the peace offer. What? This is it. We're reading the offerings and why it's fucking bullshit. Read too monotone? Fuck you, dude. Once more, merely on paper, to the full or partial control of the Palestinian Authority. These are contiguous, constituting 165 islands scattered across the West Bank. This is where the partition has already occurred. The rest of the land, constituting some 60% of the West Bank, was designated Area C and remained under full Israeli control. Area C is contiguous and includes all Israeli settlements as well as nearly all Palestinians' land reserves. Here. This entire blue area, dark blue are all the settlements, and Area C is Israeli land now. Okay? All of this now belongs to Israel. All of the partitioned off areas belong to the Palestinian Authority. Ostensibly. But, let's continue. Israel relies on this division of the West Bank to foster the fiction that the Palestinian Authority is the entity primarily responsible for administering the life of the majority of Palestinians in the West Bank. In practice, however, Israel still retains control over the entire West Bank and all its residents. Now tell me, do you think this is appropriate? Do you think this is just? Do you think this is valid, adequate, apt, moral, legal? I'll tell you, it's not legal. All the pucks that condemned you for your Ukraine-Russia takes are supporting Israel's cleansing of Palestinians. Yes, they do not have any moral perspective on the matter. They just want to win arguments online. They don't give a shit about anything. They don't care about the humanity. Any new construction in Area C, be it building homes, industrial plants, laying water mains, or paving roads, requires Israeli approval. Israel, for its part, virtually bars Palestinian construction in Area C. Obtaining a building permit there is nearly impossible, even if construction is meant to serve Palestinians living in Area A or B. Okay? It is literally impossible to get building permits made. It's virtually impossible to get building permits in this area. You can't build water wells. You can't build any buildings whatsoever. In addition, Israel still controls all crossings linking the West Bank to Israel and the West Bank to Jordan. It also controls all roads leading to areas A and B. Israel uses this control to restrict Palestinians' freedom of movement as it sees fit, including setting up temporary or permanent roadblocks and keeping Palestinians detained at checkpoints, and administers a rigid and arbitrary permit regime that affects all aspects of Palestinian life. And then the Gaza perimeter fence. In 1994, Israel built a perimeter fence around the Gaza Strip. It thereby gained full control over the movement of people and goods between the Gaza Strip and Israel, the West Bank, and the rest of the world. While there is one crossing, the Rafah crossing, that is subject to Egyptian control, taking that route to get to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem or Jordan, entails an unreasonably long and expensive journey. Regardless, entering the West Bank from Jordan is subject to Israeli approval. The perimeter fence consists of an electronic fence, sentry posts, and patrol roads. You saw some of those fences get taken down by Palestinian bulldozers earlier this past weekend. People and goods can get into and out of Gaza via the crossing only after obtaining the necessary permits from Israel, so Israel controls all flow of goods into Gaza. As a result, daily life in Gaza has become an unremitting ordeal, completely dependent on Israel's permit regime. Israel also controls Gaza's sea space. Over the years, and based solely on its own considerations, Israel has further restricted the fishing zone to varying extents, sometimes to a mere 3 nautical miles. If you cross those 3 nautical miles, Israeli ships will blow you out of the water. Israeli ships are consistently patrolling this area. There is, of course, no fishing here and no fishing here for obvious reasons, because it's far too close to the Israeli side of the water line. And if you go beyond, without even recognizing that you're beyond the 3-mile line, Israeli ships will blow you out of the water. You can't get into Gaza from the waterway either. Mavi Marmara, a Turkish group of humanitarian aid workers, tried to go through the Israeli blockade, and Israel sent its fucking shock troopers via a attack helicopter and machine gun fired and killed every single person. This is, of course, why it is additionally silly when Turkish people who are deeply unserious and lapdogs for Western aid and Western development and all matter of Western imperialism turn around and say we support Israel in its ethnic cleansing agenda against Palestinians. This is why I called those who defend Israel unconditionally in Turkey servile dogs. This is why I've been raided all fucking day by Turkish people who came in and said that I am an Arab lover and also a racist. In the same breath, as a matter of fact, they said I'm racist against Turks and also simultaneously an Arab lover, which I the irony is not lost on me. I think and maybe you can understand it too. He's doing it now. Türkler senin ananı siksin orospu evladı. Ermeni siki yalayan piç kurusu. He says, I hope the Turks will fuck your mother, you son of a whore. You Armenian dick-licking bastard child. Now you are licking the dick of Hamas. You love terror, you bastard. Türklerin yüz kara soysuz köpek. The shame of all Turks. You familyless dog. I will fuck your wife's pussy. Israel, heart, Azerbaijan. Of course, Americans are not the only land of contradictions. Turkish people can also maintain a sea of contradictions in their political ideology, especially as it pertains to Middle Eastern politics. Thank you. Bad word in some language. Thank you for instantly proving my point. If you thought that the Indian far right was really funny on Twitter, get ready for the Turkish far right. And not even all Turkish far right, by the way. There's a lot of fucking Turks that aren't even far right. They're like supposedly liberal who also maintain the same exact position because Let's be real. There's a lot of hyper nationalism. Okay. Anyway, Turks have a different chat meta? Yes. Where were we? The Oslo Accord set 20 nautical miles off the Gaza coast as the outside limit beyond which fishermen may not go. However, Israel has never allowed fishing farther than 12 nautical miles out to sea. In addition, Israel also restricts fishing in areas bordering Israel and Egypt. Thank you, Solastro, and thank you, Pikerest, and thank you, Cheslet, for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, including even the Turkish people who are calling me an Armenian dick licker and a Hamas dick licker and a terrorist lover. All right, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I think that's because Israel helped Azerbaijan or something. Yes, that is why. Settlement outposts. Thank you, Grizzled Maggie. In 1996, in response to the political and international pressure, the Israeli government decided to stop establishing new settlements. Finally, instead it adopted a new approach, illegal settlement outposts. In theory, settlement outposts are established without official sanction. This was a short-lived. This is the period that I talk about where they would do the settlements are really fucked up. I guess we won't let them exist. Just kidding. We will totally let them exist. In theory, settlement outposts are established without official sanction. In practice, however, they receive governmental aid, protection, and funding. About 100 new settlement outposts were established throughout the West Bank via this mechanism. Although when first established, the settlement outposts are small and consist of light temporary structures, their impact far exceeds their built-up area. The settlers and the soldiers deployed to protect them use force and various intimidation tactics to keep Palestinians from accessing much of their own land when it lies near where the outpost was built. In addition, these settlers often use the Palestinians' lands themselves. This mechanism further fragments Palestinian space in the West Bank through the solidification and expansion of Israeli civilian and military presence. Look at the bright blue to understand what 100 settlement outposts looks like in addition to the already existing settlements. (2000) to present, restrictions on movement. The second wave after the second Intifada broke out in September 2000. Israel imposed new severe restrictions on Palestinian movement inside the occupied territories. In the Gaza Strip, Israel set up checkpoints that divided it into 3 separate areas. In the West Bank, Israel installed dozens of checkpoints and hundreds of physical obstacles, and including dirt mounds, concrete blocks, and ditches. These obstacles formed the most extensive and enduring restrictions on Palestinian movement since the occupation began, disrupting all aspects of the daily lives of all residents and keeping them from leading a normal routine. Some of these obstacles have been removed and others have become permanent checkpoints. In 2002 to present, the separation barrier. In June 2002, the Israeli cabinet decided to construct a separation barrier. A key factor in determining the barrier's route was the location of settlements, thereby laying the groundwork for the de facto annexation of 81 settlements, including the 11 neighborhoods built in East Jerusalem, and much of the land for their future expansion. The upshot of this underlying consideration is that about 85% of the barrier's meandering route winds through the West Bank. Do you now understand why people say that a two-state solution is a laughable idea? This is the two-state solution in display. There was never an interest in a two-state solution. It was a one-state Israeli solution where the Palestinians were purged from the land, and they have conducted this ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement operation since the inception of Israel, since It didn't happen in one big swoop like in 1948 with British forces and Zionist forces going into villages and forcibly kicking people out and killing them and raping them and doing all this shit. But afterwards, under the watchful eye of the supposed rule-based liberal order of the international community, Israel slowly but surely was able to partition Palestinian land, steal it, and displace Palestinians every step of the way. The upshot of this underlying consideration is that about 85% of the barrier's meandering route winds through the West Bank beyond Israel's sovereign borders. Israel thus broke up contiguous Palestinian urban and rural blocks, severed inter-community ties that had been forged over the course of generations, and reconfigured Palestinian space in one fell swoop. Remember, go back far enough, there's freedom of travel, freedom of movement. Palestinians can go into Israel, work in Israel, vice versa. And now, all of a sudden, no movement whatsoever. Shoot like 1 to 2 decades later, no movement whatsoever in the West Bank. You can't even leave the West Bank, or if you leave the West Bank, you are not allowed to return. The route of the barrier, including the sections already built and those under construction or awaiting construction, is 712 kilometers long, more than twice as long as the boundary between Israel proper and the West Bank. According to figures by the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, as of September 2017, some 460 kilometers, about 65% of the planned barrier, had been completed. Another 53 kilometers were under construction, and construction had yet to begin on some 200 kilometers. The separation barrier was built in the style of a border barrier. Along most of its route, the barrier consists of an electronic fence with paved paths, barbed wire fences, and ditches flanking it on either side, and is about 60 meters wide on average. In urban areas, instead of this type of barrier, Israel constructed an 8 to 9 meter high concrete wall, which runs a total length about 70 kilometers. 2002 to the present, the separation barrier in East Jerusalem. They completely sealed off the city from the rest of the West Bank, thereby stepping up East Jerusalem's isolation from areas that were not annexed to Israel. Construction on the separation barrier in Jerusalem began in 2002 during the Second Intifada and was completed in 2016. Most of the barrier in Jerusalem, an area, takes the form of a high concrete wall, in some places actually abutting Palestinian homes. Unlike the checkpoints that the military erected some 10 years earlier deep within the West Bank, the barrier completely sealed off East Jerusalem from the rest of the West Bank, heightening its separation from the unannexed areas. And yes, as this chatter correctly points out, when people say there is no apartheid, ask them what color their license plate is. Because as we said, Israel built the roads and checkpoints and also created specific routes for Palestinians only to be able to go through, routes that they did not have access to. And in order to further make this distinction clear, gave different colored license plates and different kinds of IDs to Palestinians in their own land. That is the collaborative effort when you collaborate with Israel. That is what happens when you are supposed to coexist with the Israeli authorities. This is 100% an apartheid. The fact that people fight back tooth and nail and act like this design is a necessity or act like this design is not an apartheid is fucking silly. That's why even all of these other otherwise neoliberal or otherwise American State Department backed NGOs have had to come to terms with said reality. Okay? American NGOs only like this past year, these past couple of years, have finally openly stated that this is an apartheid state. This was the same in 2002. Situation has only worsened since 2002. I don't understand how the Palestinian government just let this happen. Can you explain? I mean, every step of the way, some people tried to fight back tooth and nail, but of course they were destroyed by an incredibly effective, an incredibly violent colonial security state. Our tax dollars funded this. Our aid from foreign nations funded this. Reparations funded this. We funded this. It's a massive military base for the Western world to engage in colonial occupation whenever they see fit. It is a massive destabilizing force in the Middle East. A resource-rich area. It also has nukes. The Ottoman Empire took it from Israel. Wait, what? No. No. Theodore Herzl did beg the Ottoman Empire to sell historic Palestine to develop the Israeli nation state. But, of course, the Ottomans said, fuck no. There's people living there. Not the Ottomans' fault for losing World War I. It's the Germans' fault for losing World War I. Let's continue. So, basically, the entire goal is to take as many municipal territories as possible under Israeli control. Municipal boundaries had few or no practical implications for people living in Jerusalem and its environs. Palestinian communities in Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank had ties that crossed municipal lines, including trade, culture, education, and health services. When the barrier was built, it abruptly cut this vibrant fabric of Palestinian life. And in keeping with the underlying consideration that governed Israel's decision in drawing up municipal boundaries in 1967, annexing as much land with as few Palestinians as possible, when the barrier's route was planned, it deviated from the municipal boundaries in a number of places. In 3 areas, the route of the barrier extends beyond the municipal boundaries, going further into the West Bank and taking over sparsely populated Palestinian areas. In 2 other areas, the route of the barrier was placed within the municipal boundaries, thereby leaving out on the other side of the barrier about 40% of Jerusalem's population, some 140,000 people. Jerusalem's Palestinian population, some 140,000 people. These 2 areas have become a no man's land, suffering from severe neglect as well as extreme restrictions on their movement due to the checkpoints that lie between them. So they just starved out this area because they partitioned all around it. Ultimately, this all resulted in a winding route that adds up 202 kilometers in length as it circles in and around the area of Jerusalem. Second wave from 1997 to 2015. In 1997, Israel declared all settlement jurisdiction areas totaling 54,000 hectares, almost a tenth of the West Bank, military zones that are off limits to Palestinians. They didn't stop. Overall, there are now 176,500 hectares of land, almost a third of the entire West Bank, that are declared closed military zones. Settlement jurisdiction areas far exceeded the settlement's actual built-up space. Even though the closure had not been consistently enforced, it prevents any form of Palestinian development on these lands while securing them for future settlement use. During the Second Intifada, Israel declared closed military zones, additional land between the separation barrier and the Green Line, known as the Seam Zone, and also swaths of land around a number of settlements, special security areas. The closure orders added approximately 18,000 hectares to the areas officially closed to the Palestinians in the West Bank. From the early 90s until the beginning of 2015, the closure of some 36,400 hectares are withdrawn, mostly pursuant to the division of the West Bank when the Oslo Accords were signed. More nature reserves and national parks come with the second wave. And then in 2005, we arrive at the disengagement from Gaza. In September 2005, Israel completed its so-called disengagement from the Gaza Strip. It dismantled all of its settlements there, withdrew its military forces, and declared the end of its military rule in the Gaza Strip. They forcibly had to remove the fucking psycho settlers, like literally by force. They had to go in and rip them away because these guys were like, no, dog, Gaza is mine too. Straight up, Israel had to use its own military by force to remove the settlers from that area. It should have probably... no, they paid them and they still wanted to fucking stay there. Some of them literally did not want to leave. And for the record, every fucking step of the way, the international community said, don't do this. Don't do this. This is fucked up. Don't do this. They didn't give a shit. They did it anyway. Although Israel declared an end to its military administration in Gaza, it continues to control critical aspects of its life there. It controls all land crossings, apart from Rafah, as well as Gaza's sea and airspace. Obviously, Rafah is also controlled by Egypt. So the people of Gaza, the Palestinians living there, have no control over getting in and out of this area, which is why it is a concentration camp, a de facto concentration camp, or an open-air prison. Consequently, Israel has virtually complete control over the movement of people and goods into and out of Gaza. This is the case even when Gaza residents wish only to transit through Israel in order to reach the West Bank and other countries. 2007 to present, the blockade. In the summer of 2007, after Hamas took power in the Gaza Strip, Israel used its control over the crossings to impose a blockade on Gaza. Somewhere along the line, Israel also tilted the scales in favor of Hamas because they saw it as a better countermeasure, a counterbalance to the secular PLO and Marxist formations. They thought that this would divide and conquer. Thank you for saying Hamas Piker. It thereby made of the almost 2 million people who live there prisoners within the Gaza Strip, brought the Gaza's economic collapse, and made its population dependent on international aid, which Israel still controlled. Under its blockade policy, Israel prohibits travel into and out of Gaza, places limitations on the import of various products into Gaza, and severely restricts the exports of goods. Israel also prohibits the construction of a seaport that would allow free movement of people and goods, and prevents the rebuilding of Gaza's airport, destroyed in an Israeli airstrike in 2001. The blockade has led to the collapse of Gaza's economy. Most factories and hundreds of businesses have shut down. Nearly 80% of the population now rely on humanitarian aid from international organizations, and 60% suffer food insecurity. The impact of the blockade can be seen in Gaza, having some of the highest unemployment rates in the world, reaching upwards of 40% overall and 60% among younger adults. Gaza's infrastructure and public services are in dire straits. About 95% of the water pumped locally is contaminated and unpotable. Electricity is supplied to the residents only a few hours a day. The power shortage also impacts water and sewage facilities, which must have power all the time and become virtually non-operational on an intermittent power supply. In addition, due to the power shortages and chronic deficiency in medical equipment and supplies, the medical services available in the Gaza Strip fall far short of meeting the needs of the population, and many critical treatments are unavailable locally. What? Oh, there's footage from a protest where settlers were against disengagement. Here.
Important message, and the message is we shall not, cannot, and will not return Gush Katif. It is a part of Israel, and we all have to understand and respect the tremendous gift that God gave us, and it is not for us to return this gift. God forbid.
Proudest tradition of Americans out there, man. Bro, I'm sorry, Americans can't stop. They can't stop themselves. They love colonizing. You can't stop an American from colonizing, baby. They're going to do it. Oh, I'm colonizing. Fuck, dude. I love expanding, dude. I love settling. This is against my best interest. I love settling.
We hope that with demonstrations like this, the Prime Minister and the ministers in the government will understand that the majority of Israelis understand that the disengagement plan will only worsen the security situation. It's not going to improve things. It's going to make things worse. It's going to put more Israelis in the line of fire. And we call on the Prime Minister to take his disengagement plan to a national referendum or call for early elections. This isn't a
Hamas maximizes civilian casualties. The IDF minimizes them. Stop portraying Hamas as a righteous force as anti-Semitic. Look at the Hamas covenant. It's not anti-Israel. It's anti-Jew. Brother. How many times do I have to respond to the same nonsense, dude? I swear to fucking God. These are the guys who wanted to keep living in Gaza. Okay? Hamas is anti-Jew. Yeah, Hamas's founding charter is anti-Jewish, explicitly. Hamas's 2017 revamp is not. Not that it fucking matters. Okay? Palestinians are not anti-Semitic. They just don't want to be fucking killed. And the idea that the IDF minimizes human casualties is really fucking stupid. Okay? Anything you can say about Hamas, you can say about Israel tenfold, okay? If you're upset about human casualties, as am I, in Israeli borders, as am I, and you should be going crazy right now as the death toll in Gaza alone has surpassed the 1,000 death toll inside of Israel after a 2-day bombing campaign. This area is, of course, completely controlled by Israel. It is a concentration camp that Israel operates. Israel shut off the power, the food, the water, and is now bombing Gaza, a population that is incredibly dense, 2.2 million people living in a tiny area, where the population also happens to be 47% 14 and under. Israel is bombing children right now, as we speak, and will then roll tanks in probably by tomorrow and kill more children. I don't want to order food right now. You guys can order. I'll order soon. Here it is. But of course, right now, these days, you can't ratio Ben if he's talking about how, Palestinians are dogs that deserve to be fucking ruthlessly executed and ethnically cleansed. All right. Since the so-called disengagement in 2005, they should stop throwing rocks on them. Yeah, exactly. These children should stop throwing rocks if they don't want to be vaporized. Except it doesn't matter. It's such a densely populated area that plenty of children who've never even thought about throwing rocks at an IDF soldier will still be vaporized nonetheless, all the same. Since the so-called disengagement, Israel has launched 3 campaigns in the Gaza Strip, calling them military operations. They also colloquially call them mowing the lawn. They call it mowing the lawn. Operation Cast led December 2008 to January 2009, Operation Pillar of Defense in November 2012, and Operation Protective Edge July to August 2014. In these military campaigns, Israel killed thousands of people, including hundreds of children, destroyed thousands of structures, and severely harmed infrastructure that was already on the brink of collapse, exacerbating the already dire situation in Gaza. The continued blockade prevents reconstruction, and tens of thousands of persons are still homeless in Gaza. What is the conclusion? It was over 50 years ago that Israel occupied the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, part of which it annexed to Jerusalem. To this day, it continues to control these areas and the people living there. For over half a century, Israel has created a reality of dispossession, oppression, and human rights abuses in Gaza and the West Bank. In order to expand and consolidate control over the lands it occupied, Israel has applied a myriad military, civilian, legal, and administrative measures through which it has torn apart Palestinian space, divided the Palestinian population into dozens of disconnected enclaves, and unraveled its social, cultural, and economic fabric. The Gaza Strip was converted by Israel into the world's largest open-air prison. In the West Bank, Israel allocated to settlements most of the rural area outside of Palestinian enclaves, including the land and the area it annexed to Jerusalem, bringing about a fragmentation of Palestinian space and resulting in Israeli takeover of the land. The disparate units Israel has created in the occupied territories differ from one another. Based on how Israel defines them, the status it has accorded to their residents and its plans for each area. Regardless, for over 50 years, all Palestinians suffer a daily reality of dispossession and oppression under Israel's control. Israel runs their lives, denies them political rights, and a voice in determining their future. There it is. That, my friends, is the destruction of an entire people, dispossession, ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing. That is how you build an apartheid state. That is incredibly violent. This is Conquer and Divide by B'Tselem. You can explore this map on your own. You are reading too much propaganda. I know. B'Tselem, an Israeli organization. I'm reading propaganda from them. Propaganda such as every single thing that Israel did to partition off the West Bank and also completely shut off Gaza. These are facts. This is just the historical development of the Israeli apartheid state. You can close your eyes, shut your ears, and say propaganda all day, every day. The reason why, chatter who asked, why does this not feature the many wars that Israel fought, is because it predominantly focuses on Israel's illegal actions. Israel engaging in war or Israel fighting against anti-colonial forces does not factor in to partitioning the West Bank, for example. You cannot cope with this reality, so you just simply say, wow, this must be propaganda. This is not even featuring the original inception of the Israeli state, which was also a violent act, a violent colonial act that displaced the original people living everywhere along these borders, peacefully coexisting alongside Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Anyway. Oh my God, it's Hamas side of the propaganda? Yeah, it's Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. B'Tselem is Hamas. The Human Rights Watch is Hamas. Amnesty International is Hamas. The United Nations is Hamas. Seeing Hamas in every fucking dark shadow is one of the internal repercussions of existing under an apartheid state. That's at the heart of existing inside of Israel and inside of the boundaries of Israel and refusing to reckon with all of that violence it takes to maintain it. Active violence against people who live there. It creates a psychic problem inside of your mind where you see enemies in every corner. It's insanity. You become delusional. You become paranoid. You see possible violence in every corner, and violence does exist in every corner. It just rarely ever impacts you. Until this past weekend, where for a brief moment, actions taken by Palestinian forces as a reaction to ongoing occupation and ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement shattered the sense of security that many Israelis feel. In some ways, a lot of Israelis, due to the awful violence that they were subjected to, direct violence that they were subjected to, felt in a way that a Palestinian child feels every day of their life if they live in the Gaza Strip. That kind of violent action from Palestinian forces was not born out of nothing. It was not built in a vacuum. It took many, many years to become rabid like that. This is why many people will always say, free Palestine, because every people deserves emancipation. And not only that, but allowing Palestinians and Israelis to coexist is better for Israelis and their safety and security as well. This is a fact that many Jewish Israelis were aware of and have lost touch with over the course of the last couple of decades. The guy who simplified the whole issue is Michael Brooks. Anyway, that'll be all for today. I'm going to go spend some time with my family. And we will get back to diligent coverage tomorrow. I suspect the land invasion of Gaza, the land operation in Gaza, will most likely start sometime tomorrow. I hope not, but 300,000 reservists are activated. And we shall see what happens. Okay?
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Love you all. And I hope to see you tomorrow under better circumstances. Good night.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at at your fingertips, honey at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan